Boom, boom. Good. Heat temps are all looking pretty solid. Mike's a little quiet. That's off. Huh. Is it because of the stupid pop filter? No. Oh, goodness. That's looking solid. Last step is just to finally get chat up and running. I don't know why Streamlabs decided, hey, we're taking away chat now. If I go over to YouTube Studio, then all of a sudden I'm able to join chat for this live stream, which is helpful, but yeah. Live stream content. There it is. The control room. That's what we want. Now all of a sudden I have access to chat now that I'm in the Oh. Oh, goodness. We can finally get things rolling then. That's set up. The big one. That goes through. Yep. Alright, that's looking spicy too. Stream name is correct. Under currently watching, I believe so. Yep. We are indeed watching Maple Grove at Minnetonka today. It's gonna be a long one. Another doubleheader. Two of the best teams in 6A. I'm really excited for this. Goodness, I feel like there was stuff I wanted to do before we got into the game. Yeah, quick housekeeping items. So I did make a post earlier today, or I think it was actually late last night, about just some of the upcoming schedule for both streaming and videos now. Hopefully gonna get to a few of those. Um, so next week I'm gonna do Wyzetta versus Eden Prairie. That's gonna be a fun one. That's a game. Those are two teams that I feel like I've referenced a whole lot, but never actually shown any of their game footage. And they were two that were on my list. That's like, hey, I still need to do these two schools. So we're gonna do that one. I think Wyzetta pulled that upset at Eden Prairie last season, so it should be a fun one for us to go over. And then the other ideas here. So most football programs are going to be off these 2 weekends. This kind of encompasses the 4th of July. It's the Minnesota State High School League blackout week in the month of July for all coaching stuff. You can't contact players or anything. So I figured just I'm going to, in these next 2 weeks, I'm going to try and pre-record some videos. These are just the ideas I was going to do, and then hopefully get those uploaded, and then I'll have it set to release on these dates. That way a little bit of something to tide you guys over until I finally come back. And we're all back from 4th of July shenanigans, and streams will return to normal, and I'll do Champlain Park at Coon Rapids, and I'm going to do the 2023 matchup. Much more interesting game. You get a better feel of what the two teams do, and closer game. I think I might have said that already. The 2024 game was pretty lopsided. I think Champlain won like 42-7 or 49-7, somewhere around there. It's not a whole lot to go over in a game like that. And then for the two video ideas in between those streams, so 628, as you see, no live stream. I'm going to try and make a video about the 3 new teams to 6A. So Rogers, Moorhead, and Andover. Just going to do a little bit of preview, record a little bit of film, kind of go over stuff they do, their coaches and everything, just because a lot of 6A teams probably aren't familiar with any of these teams. And I imagine a lot of the players for 6A teams probably don't know. I think I made a reference before, like, does a Stillwater kid even know what a Rogers High School is? I probably not. So just kind of getting that going. And then looking over here, this is one that I've been wanting to do for a while. I'm going to have AI, either ChatGPT, DeepSeek, whichever one I feel like picking. And I'm going to have it pick the entire 2025 6A season. We're going to do the regular season, and then obviously I'll be able to have rankings of all the teams based off of their performances in the regular season. We'll plug them into all the available 4-state tournament brackets, and then I'll have AI pick all the playoff games based on which bracket I would say is the most likely to get picked. I will take on the role of Mr. Madison myself with the State High School League and kind of determine which bracket gets picked there. Hello to one of the kings. I appreciate the nice comment, Mr. Rich. I am no king. I'm definitely far from that, but I appreciate the kind words. I'm just a nerd for football. That's really all there is to it. Nothing special here. But yeah, those are the games going to be going over. And then I made a little bit of a comment here about what I'm going to be doing, I guess, after that Champlin versus Coon Rapids stream. So it's getting closer to football season. There's only going to be like 3 weeks left between that stream and when football season starts. So at that point, I'm probably just going to pick 4 close games. Because, I mean, what are the teams that I have to do left? I could do a Roseville doubleheader of Roseville playing Woodbury and Eastview. Both those were pretty low-scoring games, though. I think Woodbury beat Roseville 13-10. And then Eastview, Roseville was 9-6 in favor of Eastview. Yeah, probably not the most entertaining for the viewers. But, you know, I do want to try and get those teams some coverage. So maybe I'll find some good games of theirs. Otherwise, I think I'm just going to be doing, like, top matchups from last season. Like Stillwater versus Forest Lake was a big one. I guess the week 1 Moundsview versus Farmington was a fun one. Yeah, and just any matchups. I could do a Dyna Minnetonka, that week 3 game. That'd be a blast. Just games like that, just so it's entertaining. Oh, and the other one I forgot about, Centennial versus Maple Grove. It was only 21-14. That's one I'd really like to go over. And speaking of Maple Grove, they're one of the teams we're going to look at tonight. So, as you can tell from the stream, and this is going back to one of my older posts, this is the one that I've really been looking forward to. 2 of the top teams in 6A going at it. Minnetonka, Maple Grove, and we're going to look at both of their games from the 2024 season. What are the plans for this season, during the season, for live streams? You know, I have not thought of that yet. I guess what I'm deciding between is I'm either going to go between, am I going to go on a hiatus because I have so much work to do for varsity, or if I do keep doing some kind of live stream, it'll still be Saturday night, 7 p.m. most likely. But I might just do like a recap of each of the weeks in 6A. So just go over the 6A teams, the results. If players want to send highlights from, or team highlights, player highlights, whichever, I can throw those up there. We can look at those. And then just kind of the projection of how the 6A season is going to play out based on what's happening week to week. I think that'd be kind of fun. Keeps everyone involved. And you can just kind of see what's going on around the rest of the 6A league. Because, like I said, sometimes we kind of get stuck in our bubbles. Like here in the Metro South and Lakeville, we're like, oh, I don't know what's going on with like an Andover up north. I never hear about that stuff. But yeah, so that's kind of my plans for the fall. And like I said, that's very tentative for now because there's quite a bit of time between the fall and right now. So we're going to get my practice script loaded up just in case there's stuff I want to draw up. We're going to get the pool open, and as usual, we're going to see who else in 6A is watching film right now. Anybody? Oh, one team. Yep, just the one. Eastridge High School is currently watching film in the 6A pool. Interesting. I wonder what Coach Fritzy's looking at. Maybe he's getting ready for that Hopkins Royals game. I know that I've been seeing all the Hop versus the World hype out there. They got a ton of stuff they're posting on their Instagram account. Just had a nice one they did either today or yesterday with Penn Avenue Productions. That was a fun hype video. So, yeah, we'll see what's going on with Hopkins this year. Yes, bye week. All right, pool's unlocked. As usual, we're going to check both teams really fast. Oh, and look at that. They're right near the top. No. Do they not have it? Oh, my goodness. I'm heartbroken. Is the game not here? This is the week 8 game. The state title game might not be on Huddle. My life is a lie. What do I do with myself? During the season in the fall, could you do all the games that week in one stream? So I wouldn't do like a full breakdown like I'm doing now, where I'm like going play to play. It would be just more of kind of like an overall game view and kind of highlighting the top plays. And like I said, have some of the players or coaches send in highlights or whatever they want to see. and I'll go over stuff like that. But yeah, that'll probably be about it. There's really no film of the Prep Bowl anywhere. Did Coach Burke already add it? I highly, highly doubt it's in here, but maybe. A full breakdown? So keep in mind, in 6A, there's 16 games every single week. And I mean, think about how long it took me last week just to do one with Centennial Rosemount. That was like a 6-hour live stream. STMA versus Osseo was like 5 hours. The Stillwater and Egan Edina ones, those both took up like over 8 hours, almost 9 hours. So I guess we'll see. And that's just for like 1 to 2 games. Multiply that by 16, and that gets pretty rough. State final. MG versus... No, see, this is all like regular season footage or playoff footage. That's regular season versus Centennial. That... Oh, well, I'd hate to disappoint everybody, but I can't find... no, I do not think I'll be doing a 24-hour stream. That would, that'd be rough. Well, this is heartbreaking. I apologize. There's no state title game anywhere on here. Devastating. Was it taken off or something? I just don't know. It's all Minnetonka stuff. That's week 8. I mean, there is the game I want to watch. I don't know if any of it's labeled. Okay, it's not labeled. So I already have it in the pool. So we'll go ahead and we'll watch this one. I think this is the Minnetonka stream or film. That's just such a bummer. No state. It's got to be out there somewhere. Minnetonka, Maple Grove State title football game. Okay, I know it's an AI Prep Bowl overview, but was it on CCX Media? I don't know if they're allowed to do it. I know it's on K45 TV. There's no way. Yeah, it's only 2 minutes and seconds. Oh, that's a bummer. How am I supposed to break down the state title game if I don't have access to the state title game? You know what? Let me go back. Was that a thing in this as well? I'm looking at the 2024 or the 2023 season. So this is Centennial. I don't see week 13 on there, so no. End of season, all of the Eden Prairie footage, so no. Uploads. Yeah, we don't have that either. Alright, going back to the pool, I'm going to go take a peek over at Centennial really fast. Would Centennial happen to have film from the previous season? Coon Rapids week 1, Blaine week 2. Alright. I want to say this would be the state title game. So they do have it here. I'm just going to add it really fast just because I want to see if this is actually the state title game. Selenius. Where did I put this? In the right. Summer. Other items. Selenius. Go to anybody. Give it a refresh. Go to my other items here. Centennial. No, that is... What in the world game is this? It looks like Centennial, and this almost looks like Shakopee. But that looks more like Coon Rapids. No, that's Coon Rapids. We could do EP versus Maple Grove. Yeah, I mean, that wasn't really much of a game. I think Maple Grove actually blew out Eden Prairie. So... Oh well, bummer. I guess we're gonna cut it down to just the week 8 matchup. If someone does happen to find it and wants to send it to me, that would be awesome. Yeah, but I guess for now we're gonna be watching 2024 season Minnetonka versus Maple Grove week 8. Let's get to it. I guess I could do that Maple Grove Centennial game. I talked about Centennial last week. So, yeah. Oh well, let's get into the two teams. So, Maple Grove is visiting Minnetonka. As you can see, stands are loaded on Maple Grove's side. You can't see the Minnetonka side, but those stands are also loaded. Second biggest high school in the state of Minnesota. Minnetonka's rocking the blue with the black pants. The Maple Grove Crimson are in the all-white with the maroon helmets, or crimson helmets, whichever color they prefer to go by. And two very different styles of offense. They both have a 3-4 defense. Obviously, there's a whole thing with Coach Lombardi having been the head coach at Maple Grove, won a state title there. And then, I don't even know what transpired, but he ends up over at Minnetonka as the DC, and they make it all the way to the state title game. Switch from a 4-3 defense to a base 3-4 last season. And their defense was just awesome. It was I gave up some of the fewest points per game out of any 6A team, and that's considering they play in the Metro West. That's pretty darn impressive. You got to play Shakopee, Eden Prairie, Edina. I don't know about Prior Lake as being as tough on there. Wayzata is another one that I think was a low-scoring game. It's a big rivalry game between Minnetonka and Wayzata, I think. Don't they play for some kind of like anchor trophy or something? Pretty sweet. But yeah, and then offensively, they're also very different. They both love running the ball, but kind of like Blaine and Lakeville North, they do it in polar opposite ways. Maple Grove is your old school I formation. We're going to see a lot of 21 personnel, and they love their counter, their toss, things like that. Minnetonka runs the ball out of a spread. If you want to be a spread offense and you want to run the ball, watch Minnetonka and how they set everything up. They do a great job. They're going to hit you with GH counter. They hit you with stretch or outside zone. They have a really good inside and split zone. I don't know if they really do RPOs off of it. I don't know how much passing in general they do that. I know they like flood. They got that in their playbook. I guess we'll see what kind of stuff they do. And also pay attention. They do have this really weird shift that I always thought was a classic Minnetonka thing. I don't know if their varsity does it as much, but I know that when we had a lower level game against them a few years ago, our B team beat them 20-8. But I made sure to prepare because I went to, I think it was a sophomore game, Eden Prairie versus Minnetonka in 2019. And I noticed that Tonka did this little shift with their H-back and their running back. And I was like, oh, that's really smart. Why doesn't anybody else do something like that? So we're just going to go into 11 slot twins here. Yes, autofill. Oh, we love to see it. Let's just move that into the center. Boom. And so what they'll do is, let's get it out of pistol, let's get it sidecar. So this is like what I was saying in Hopkins. You have your classic 11 personnel spread offense here. Running back is on the same side as the H. You can either do jet sweep that way. You could have GH counter coming back around this way. And then running back takes it that way. Running back, there's a running back. Boom. Have fun going up there. You could also have the quarterback keep it off of this. So suppose you do like a midline. Say you have a defensive end right here, crashes down hard into the B gap, trying to follow that pulling guard. Then the quarterback could keep it himself and end up out here. But look at that. There's 3 different directions that Minnetonka could attack out of just one play and one look. That's part of why their offense is so potent. How do you cover all that at the same time? I guess we're going to see how Maple Grove does it. Yeah, so that's what they want to do. Their little sneaky shift that they like to do is, suppose pre-snap they're lined up like this. They'll have both the H-back and the running back shift over pre-snap. And now you're in a completely different look. So what do? How do you adjust? Do you slide D-line over? Do you stack a safety down to the trip side? What do you do? Yeah, it just kind of gives defensive coordinators a headache because it's another thing you have to prepare for. And as far as I know, I don't think any other team in 6A does that specific shift. I know teams like Prior Lake, they'll have Y and H on the same side like this. And they'll do that thing where like Y goes halfway and then goes back while H goes all the way across and end up in a look like that. Or they line up unbalanced like this. They'll have Y come up and go all the way across, H fakes and then comes back. And I think some other teams that do that. Eastridge does it, and Moorhead, I saw some of their film. They do that. So yeah, just little shifts like that. Super annoying as a defensive guy because it's like, it's just something that makes your kids stop and think. And if you ever get the defense to stop and think, good chance you're going to give them a little bit of zest on whatever the forthcoming play is. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of 11, 12, and 13 personnel from Minnetonka, and then going back to what we're going to see out of our buddies over at Maple Grove. They do a lot of I formation stuff like that, a lot of I formation twins. So 21 personnel. H is going to be more of a fullback type kid instead of a tight end type kid. So yeah, let me undo some of those changes. Otherwise, it's going to save this formation as slot twins, and I definitely don't want that to be slot twins. There we go. Now we're looking like Minnetonka again. Let's get quarterback actually behind the center. Boom. Perfect. All right, yeah, there's the freeze glitch with that stupid thing again. All right, let's get into the game. So, now we have a background about those two teams, and they're both attacking 3-4 defenses. I don't know if I mentioned that, but pretty typical in 6A. Dang, those stands are loaded. Also, Minnetonka has a blue track thing. I don't know, I think Eastview High School is the same way. Minnetonka probably doesn't really want to be compared to Eastview out of any team. Did they play Eastview round one of the playoffs this season? I know they did last year. They might have again this year. No, because they were a 1 seed. Eastview was a 7 seed. Burnsville was the 8th seed, and they played Maple Grove. Oh, round one of the playoffs, I should say. Where'd we catch this at? Okay, so he's not running up the middle right away, and he's going to the field side, which is kind of nice, because if you look it up, it looks like Minnetonka's preparing a return right. If you look at it, they're all kind of condensed to this 1/3 of the field. Ooh, maybe a block in the back. Maybe a blind side block. Ooh, what are we going to do, though? Okay, we sort of got somebody. He eventually got somebody. What's he doing? What are these three doing? Nothing. And not the best drawn up kick return there. Maybe it wasn't that it wasn't drawn up. It was clearly supposed to be a kick return right. You can tell because they're all condensing down this way. But again, this is where I would love to, when the kick goes to the side like that, and that makes sense because Maple Grove is kicking off from that hash. They're trying to shrink the field. So I would, kind of like I've said in the past, have the wedge guys stay back a little bit, almost like a veer block, wall off. You keep going that way, get all the white jerseys over there so they're behind the veer wall, and then put it back after you go up. You'll be outside of our contained man here. He's over pursuing that way, and that's an easy kick return touchdown. Actually, they're pretty disciplined. Those two are sitting back. I don't think it would be a touchdown, but it'd be much better than just up to the 20-yard line. Now let's see what we got going on. Oh, first play, we have 13 personnel. Look at this. So essentially, it's the two receivers I put out there, the X and the Y. All we're doing is bringing them in. Because we still have H over here. This is still your Z. Here's the running back. And I believe this is our good old buddy Caleb Francois at quarterback right there. And if I know Minnetonka. So just looking at where the H-back is. H-back's here. Running back's this side. They can't run GH counter because he'd have to be on the same side over here. And there's no threat of a jet sweep because, again, much like GH counter, running back's not in a position to lead block. So my guess is he probably slashes back that way, and then we're going to get inside zone going to the right with Caleb doing a read. Unless, what's Minnetonka's favorite play? Quarterback GH counter. Fake handoff that way. Guard, H-back, pull around to this backside with the quarterback. Let's see what they end up doing on first down. It's going to be a run play. No, so it looks like it's just quarterback inside zone. Or maybe a duo. Solid double team at the point of attack right there. Tackle gets right up. It looks like it's supposed to be zone right, because if you look at I think it's the left tackle here, he steps down this way. You have a solid double team right there at the point of attack. Tight end and play side tackle. Yeah, that one wasn't as solid. The tight end ends up going out to take up the blitzing backer, which is really solid. Way to have your eyes up. Take that pressure away. And then the play side tackle and guard. The guard goes right past the double team, which funny enough is where the hole ends up being. Suppose you got the double team here up to the next level. Oh, look at how fast that safety feels from Maple Grove. He sees Caleb go there, and he runs up. Ooh, we do stop our feet, and we're kind of sitting back waiting for him right here instead of going into him. See, that's like a squat position. Lower the boom, get the shoulder in there, and let's attack. But, yeah, this is weird. We do have a solid double team from the backside guard. I would have loved to see play side guard Do that. Then there's your 2 double teams. Tackle picks him up. Then you can get up to that safety. You can get up there. Now Caleb's one-on-one with the other safety over here, trying to get out there. Could have had a better double team. But, yeah, like I said, I think the blitzing backer kind of threw things off. Still in 13 personnel. Double tight with an H-back. Only 1 wide receiver. Running back out there. Interesting. Oh, ice call. All right, there's something he called at the line. No. Maple Grove looks like they're changing something here. Interesting. So Maple Grove may have just done a little audible on defense based on what Minnetonka did. Huh. Now, so remember what I said? H-back is opposite of running back. It can't be regular GH counter, but look what happens here. It is GH counter because who pulls? Guard and the H-back both pull. And what's Minnetonka's favorite play? Quarterback GH counter. So who do you think's getting the ball here? I wonder. Your quarterback GH counter. Ooh, does the guard not get a good kick-out block? Oh, double team at the point of attack. The end slides in. Guard should kick out. Okay, the guard does get the kick out on the outside backer. Good. Does H-back get up? No, the outside backer for Maple Grove actually does a great job. He blows up the guard and knocks him into the H-back. Or does he? What happens with the H-back here? Where does he go? Nope, he does manage to sneak through. What are these two? What's the tight end doing? The tight end could have helped with the double team up to backer. Go block that backer. You block him. Then that leaves the H-back just to take him. And then Caleb Francois is gone. Oh, who came over? Was that the other safety? No, that's the inside backer. Oh, it's the nose guard, I think. He gets pushed. He spins. Hey, man, we got to stick with our double teams and our blocks. Isn't that funny as a center or as a play side guard? You do all that blocking on the nose guard just for him to turn around and end up right in the face of your quarterback as he's running. Yeah, keep blocking to the whistle, I would say. Don't give up, especially if the ball hasn't run past you yet, then there's no reason to stop blocking. And obviously, you're not going to turn around and look behind you and say, is the ball still coming? No, we keep blocking. How was the receiver blocking? That's something I always touch on. He went up to the safety instead of the corner. Interesting. Trying to get the touchdown block right there. Yeah, that one was more so on the interior O-line. Got to maintain those blocks. That could have been a big play. All right. So once again, H-back is opposite of the running back. So we're either going to have QBGH counter that way, inside or outside zone this way. Just based on how Minnetonka is aligned, we're likely going to get one of those. Oh, and there's outside zone Minnetonka to the wide side. I guess I should have seen that coming, because if you look at the last... No, it's the same thing on this play. Minnetonka loves the right hash for some reason. I noticed that a lot in the... I want to say it was the state semifinal they had against Anoka. They were constantly on the right hash, and they just kept running quarterback GH counter into the hash, or once in a blue moon, stretch out that way. And I was really surprised that Anoka was having, well, not as much that Anoka was having trouble stopping it, but it looked like Anoka hadn't necessarily game planned for that play, and it's like, you do know that's Minnetonka's top run play, right? Is quarterback GH counter, so that was a little bit strange. Yep, and you can tell, look at all the reach blocking. You can tell it's outside zone. Look at how the linemen turn and open. Pretty solid reach technique. And let's take notes. If we're STMA, how is the blocking at the point of attack? Ooh, I don't know about this. The tight end goes over like he's going to get the outside backer, and then he just gives up and goes to an inside backer. We don't really get the edge here, but a hole opens up inside. If you look at Maple Grove's, they didn't even blitz. Nose guard jumps to weak side, so he's kind of out of the play. They don't need to block him. Do we get up to backer? No, we got two guys here that didn't do much. Linebacker makes a real nice read. He's coming in hot, sees the hole. Only problem is he's not aiming at the inside hip. He's aiming to where the running back could be going, so ends up getting burned there. DBs come and make the tackle. They force it back inside. Also, where's the downfield blocking? We just kind of give up. Pushing our guy into another guy. Receiver blocking is, yeah. It's not as bad as Egan's, but, you know, it's sort of there. And we do have some good downfield pushing here. It's not, like, on the level of a Centennial. But you are getting some solid pushes. Those are some big boys that Minnetonka has. Same deal. We're still in 13 personnel. Be mindful of where everybody is. I don't think they're going to run outside zone out here because there's not as much room to work with, and they just ran outside zone. My guess is you're going to see inside split zone there, or we're going to have quarterback GH counter coming back that way if they run the ball, which Minnetonka does run the ball. Speaking of which, how many times has Minnetonka thrown passes in the first few plays? 0. And there you go. There's inside zone. Or did he keep it? No, he didn't keep it. But you see how they purposely don't block the edge defender. And a lot of credit to the outside backer of Maple Grove here. He's playing it slow. He's reading the quarterback so that Caleb can't keep it. Mr. Francois is reading that. He sees, okay, he's waiting there to cook me. I'm giving the handoff. Now that we know it's an inside zone, let's take a look at our double teams. What do we got here? Do we pick up the blitzing backer? So, not really. He kind of creates havoc here, and we miss a double team on the DN because of it. Where's the guard going? Playside guard needs to have his head up because he could easily help with that blitzing backer. It looks like he's trying to double team the nose. Oh, yeah, that's rough because the nose slants into him. The backer blitzes on his other shoulder. That guard's in a tough spot. Playside guard gets right up to backer. There's really no double teams. It almost looks like straight up ISO blocking. The closest thing they have is the center and the backside guard kind of getting the nose guard. But look at this kid. He does a great job splitting the double team. He slants right away. He's real fast off the ball. And the best part, he's staying low. If you look at pad level, he's lower than the Minnetonka O-lineman. And he just gets his hips in between. He gets washed for sure here, but he's able to force the play back inside. Maple Grove sneaks off of it, does decent block shedding. Safety's dropping back deep on a run play. I don't know about that. This other safety is making some solid reads. He's ready to fly up there, get involved in the run play. He got in there again. That's nice. Love that safety play. It's almost like, you know what's funny? It looks like they're kind of playing a cover 4-ish here, and then at the snap of the ball, they rotate down into a cover 3 look. Maybe that's what it is, because he just steps up right away, and he goes back into his deep third. That might be what Maple Grove has going on here. Yeah, but I mean, it's age-old thing I feel like I've said. Double teams the point of attack. At least, unlike some other teams we've looked at that may also be blue and start with the letter B, we are getting sort of double teams the point of attack, and our heads are up, so we're able to pick up blitzing linebackers. So that is a little bit of a positive, and I mean, they're still chewing up yards. Yes, it's not like big plays, and we're not seeing anything explosive, but you're still having your big kids pushing around a very good Maple Grove defense, and just chewing up play clock, chewing up little bits of yards at a time, and you keep getting first downs. Their defense stays on the field. Your defense stays off the field. It's just a great strategy from Minnetonka. Really like that. Another ice play. Was there a hand signal before that? No. Now let's see if we can't determine what this is. Hand on head, something. Got to establish that run. You were absolutely right. Minnetonka loves establishing the run game, and they're very good at it. And you know, making a quick comparison, in the last week's stream when I was doing Centennial Rosemount, I was talking about how Rosemount just had way too many different plays. Like, they're hitting us with, they had like a form of GH counter, they had inside veer, they did midline, they tried to do power, they did sweep out of a power T. They just had way too many plays, and they were masters of none of them. Whereas with Minnetonka, you have inside zone, you have stretch or outside zone, whichever terminology they use, and you have GH counter. And then you have quarterback variations of those. I mean, theoretically, you could call that 3 or 6 run plays. Maybe they'll do like a power or something. Personally, I've never seen them do that. But hey, when you only have those 3 run plays, you rep the crap out of those. It's like Centennial with inside veer or Shakopee with rocket toss. When you confine your run game and you just execute the crap out of it, you're going to be pretty darn good at it. This looks like something that's going to the right. How much? And the hands on the head. QB, GH counter right, maybe? Oh, no. Is this like a trap? The tackle pulled. What is this? I don't know that I've seen this. It almost looks like a trap because if we look, is a first level defender left unblocked? I mean, a blitzing linebacker sort of is. It almost looks more like a midline. Because it looks like he's actively reading a defender for whether to keep the ball or not. But if you're running a midline where you're... Then why are we blocking the B-gap defender? Huh. You know, I don't know. Definitely an interesting one. Not sure about whether this was like a trap. Because, I mean, we saw Rosemount try and do trap last week. And didn't go so well the first time. A little bit better the second time when they called it the right way against Centennial's 4-3 front or 4-4 front. But this, they're pulling a tackle. It almost looks like Prior Lake's line play where they pull their left tackle inside and across. And the quarterback keeps. But to me, it almost looks more like a regular midline. Because if you look at Caleb's eyes, it looks like he's looking right at that unblocked B-gap defender, which happens to be a blitzing linebacker. And he makes a read based on what that linebacker does. But normally if you do a midline, like we saw last week with Centennial and more so Rosemount, you don't block that first level B-gap defender. But then again, very different schemes. Centennial obviously is a triple option flex bone with a lot of 31 and mostly 31 personnel. Whereas Minnetonka is more of like a spread offense doing like 11, 12, and 13 personnel. So it's just, it could be different ways teams do it. Like the way Lakeville North out of their Power I runs power versus the way Lakeville South out of a Power T runs power. Totally different. So it could be something like that. Or even how either of those two teams run power compared to Mounds View or Edina that both really like to run power out of spread offenses. Way different. Same play, just different schemes. Either way, that was a first down. You know, I think I talked about this previously on one of the streams when I was asking if Minnetonka does a midline. So we're just going to go ahead and draw up a defense. We'll use hypothetical 13 or 11 personnel here. Give an end, and we'll say strength is this way, so we'll give them a mic. And we'll just call it backer. Backer. Corner, we'll call this the free safety. And we'll just call it safety. You're just going to get an S. Safety, other safety, and then another corner. Pretty common for 3-4 defenses. So what I thought like a midline bash would be, say they run GH counter left. Or to the right here. So you would get your classic double team at the point of attack here. Double that up to the backer. You can just either go... Actually, I see a lot of teams I see don't even double up to backer. They have the tackle go all the way to backer. Guard comes around. He gets the kick out. Tackle just kind of seals off there. But I think we'll come back to him if this is like a midline type, like bash or whatever they might call it. You loop around, take the next man inside, which would be the other inside backer. Get a block there. Running back follows that hole, but then at the mesh here, and then receivers can just block whatever they need to block. Or you could do like what Edina does and do an RPO off of this, or Wyzetta does too, but they didn't run as nearly as much GH counter last year. Handoffs on this side, so you could have slant or another in-breaking route right there, take those two out of the game. And then midline. So midline, as we talked about last week with Centennial, the first level B-gap defender is left unblocked in a midline. So if that's our defensive end in a 3-4 defense and he's crashing into the B-gap here, then we don't need our tackle to block him. Tackle can get over to that backer, or we could even have him go up to safety. We're probably going to have him hit the backer, though. And then the quarterback can make a read here depending on what that first level B-gap defender does. If B-gap defender follows that H-back and attacks the running back, then Caleb Francois himself can keep the ball, and there's this hole. And if you look at the blocking scheme for GH counter, the backers are already accounted for. And suppose this guy just runs upfield or stays there and is waiting for Mr. Francois, then he can just give the handoff, and running back just runs GH counter as normal with Minnetonka. So that's the only, I guess, like, read option I thought Minnetonka did. Otherwise, like, you saw earlier with inside zone, they leave the end man unblocked, and then you just kind of read it, zone to the right, forget about all the GH counter drawings. But suppose they're running inside zone right, then quarterback's just reading that end man in the line of scrimmage. Is he attacking the run? All right, if he does, I keep and I go out there. But if he stays, like we saw Maple Grove's outside backer did, he just kind of stayed there, played it nice and easy on the backside, then running back will get the ball every time. So that's about as close to, I guess, option as Minnetonka gets. But we'll see as the game goes on. You never know. We did flip the formation. We're still in that 13 personnel. We got a wing over here, and then tight with a slot receiver, Z out there. So just looking at what Minnetonka could run, kind of like with Egan, you can see where the run game will go. They're either going to have inside zone here, stretch out that way, or if they do either of these plays, Mr. Francois can read the end man here and keep it, or they can run QBGH counter right there. So it's likely going to be one of those plays. A lot of icing at the line of scrimmage, just like Wyzetta does. I really like that, especially against a tough, stout defense like Maple Grove that wants to be attacking. It just makes them play a little bit more on their heels. Although not that really impacted Maple Grove last year. They was a well-coached team, a lot of studs. No, okay, it was outside zoned this way. And then watch, see how they leave that end man unblocked? Where's Mr. Francois' eyes? Yes. And what did the outside backer from Maple Grove do? He gets a little bit too far upfield going this way. I would have liked to see him mostly close the gap, especially once you see the tight end blocks down. Let's get here and let's pursue hip pocket. You see, you get a little bit too far upfield, and now you have to circle back to make the tackle. Whereas if you just close right here, stay tight to the butt, now you come down the line and you're making the tackle right there, as opposed to having to do that. He still does a solid job chasing it down. It is the correct read from Mr. Francois, but for good old STMA's sake, let's take a look at the stretch blocking here. Do we have a double team at the point of attack? We kick him out, so there is a lane out there. What about... Ooh, I don't know. Play side tackle. Kind of left on an island against that defensive end. I'm surprised they didn't get a double there. Maybe up to backer. He reaches, but then who blocks the corner? Yeah, it looks like they're not necessarily trying to hit the edge with their stretch or outside zone here. It looks like they're hoping a lane opens up, which it does. See how they kind of build that wall? And like I said with Maple Grove's outside backer earlier, kind of took a little bit too wide. That leaves this nice open little pocket. And funny enough, you have your receiver going out there to block. There could be a lane right there, so it is very effective. And if you look at how I'm pretty sure the backers are reading the guards here, O-line. See how both the guards kind of turn for Minnetonka because they're uncovered? They just do real hard steps down the line, reach blocking. Both inside backers read that. Their steps go that way. So yeah, the cutback lane is definitely there. Maybe ride that mesh a pinch longer. See how Caleb's like, nope, you just get the ball right away. Again, that is the correct read, but he's still only at the line of scrimmage. If you hold that mesh for even a third of a second longer, even a quarter of a second longer, allow him to get another step or two upfield. He can get at least one more step in a quarter of a second. One step. Then that puts him more out of position. You have the cutback lane wide open then. And he did eventually hit the cutback lane, so yeah, I gotta give Minnetonka credit. They definitely have it well designed, and they hope that you over pursue. Okay, it's the same formation. Slight variation in the formation this time. So, you do still have your double tight wing on this side with Z on the back side. Pay attention to the running back alignment. See how running back is now on the same side as the running back? So now, quarterback stretch is open this way. If they want to do something outside, they could do inside zone that way. I don't think outside zone is going to be on the menu. They've only run outside zone to the wing side. So I don't think they're going to do that. But most importantly, they can't do quarterback GH counter because quarterback's opposite of the H-back. So it'd be running back GH counter here. Second down. Let's see if they do running back GH counter. That might be my pick. Nope, inside zone. Once again, N-man's left unblocked. Outside backer, was number 7 on the last one? No, they flipped him. Number 6. So it looks like 7. Okay, that's another good thing to note about Maple Grove with their outside linebackers. It looks like they have a strong side backer and a weak side backer, as opposed to like a Prior Lake who plays a boundary and a field side linebacker. So 7's on the strong side, and you can tell, watch the way 7 plays it here. He sees down blocking, and this looks like a classic inside zone where you get double teams. Your slot back or H-back kind of fills backside gap there. He doesn't block out the edge defender because he wants to try and get up to the next level. You want to leave him unblocked on a zone read. That outside backer, you want to leave him unblocked. Where's Mr. Francois' eyes? And much better job riding the mesh here. See how he just gets that defender to freeze a little bit? Again, number 7 plays it super well. Doesn't get too far upfield. The only problem, he plants his feet. See it right here. Plant step, and he chops a little bit. And this is just a real nice downhill inside zone. Do we have double team at the point of attack on the nose guard? That nose guard is not making it easy for the guard and tackle, or the guard in the center. See how he slants away from the guard here? And the center's like, crap. I wanted to go up, get up to the next level. Nose guard almost blows it up, but thankfully, zone blocking, you can go the other way. Solid double team up here. Real nice double team right there, and they're able to get it up to backer. Oh yeah, backside tight end and tackle have an awesome double team up to backer, and that's right where you run behinds. Well, find that good double team in your zone game, man. That's awesome. Blaine, look, it's a double team on an inside zone, and it works. Woo. I still got to throw shade at them a little bit. I cannot get over that Anoka Blaine game I broke down like last month, where with the number of times Blaine ran inside zone and there was just 0. It was like they were running like ISO instead of inside zone. It was really bizarre because I'm like, you're not getting any double teams the point of attack, and Anoka was just chewing it up. Solid zone read, turn and get upfield. That's nice. And again, it's another first down. It's nothing flashy, but you're chewing up another 6 yards. You're staying in bounds. That play clock keeps running. Chuck Langama, arguably the best player, is over here on the bench somewhere. I don't know if I can see a number 21 anywhere. Maybe I don't know. I don't think they put him on defense, but oh no, he was out this game. I think this is him right here in just the jersey with no pads. I forgot he didn't play this game. Yeah, that's definitely a 21 right there. That was him. Oh, so same personnel. They lined up in a 3-by-1. Interesting that Maple Grove didn't adjust to that 3-by-1 look here, because you've got H, tight end Y, and Z all on the same side, and then only an X tight end on the backside there. Motions across, get back in the same formation. It's also interesting their wideout doesn't really get all that wide. Mostly just plays as a slot. Slot receiver, that is. Okay, I didn't even say what we have again. So once again, the running back is on the same side as the H. We could do inside zone. I don't think we're going to do regular stretch. We could do QB inside zone. We could do quarterback stretch. Or we can do running back GH counter at that way. I think we're going to likely get one of those 4 plays here. And it's quarterback GH counter. Boom. Maple Grove had a blitz on. I think Maple Grove must have been playing a cover 3. Because see how one safety always fills and the other steps back? It looks like they were planning on playing a cover 3 this week, but giving them a cover 2 look right at the snap of the ball. Really good thing to do if you ever end up playing Eastridge High School. Just because they like to do their complex West Coast system. Give them a little razzle-dazzle like that, and it kind of messes with the quarterback's read. But if you're Minnetonka, you don't need to mess with that because you run the ball. Oh. So the end kind of pinches in. This is really weird that the end's pinching in here. It looks like he's in a 5 technique. He slants. He still stays in the C gap. Linebacker blitzes B gap. Nose guard is supposed to get on that side, but he's kind of unable to because, again, the down block. Look at Minnetonka's down blocking. It's just great down blocking here. Nice double team at the point of attack. Well, Don't even have to double team the point of attack. They're already going inside, which, you know, kind of like pinching against an inside veer, like against a Centennial Shock. You're just taking yourself out of the play at that point. They're going hard inside, and that allows the down blocks to just be that much easier, because now if you're a Minnetonka tight end or a tackle, you don't have to push as hard. Hey, the guy I need to block inside is already going inside. Let's just ride him that way. Let him go to where he wants to go, because the play is going to go behind him. And, all right, now this is where it's going to get interesting. So you can't necessarily get a kick-out block, because outside backer for Maple Grove plays this really well. Are we going to see, like, Edina, where the guard knows to take this outside shoulder and turn him, and then H-back follows behind? Or is he just going to try and kick out and H turns upfield? Okay, so he tries to kick out, H turns upfield. Ooh, that's not who I wanted the H to block. Where did he come from? That's the opposite side outside linebacker up here, number 7. He was left unblocked because the ball went the other way. Oh, and that's why. What is this fake over here? Look at this. Boop. And then, I mean, there was next to no fake. Immediately after Mr. Francois pulled the ball, arms just dangled. And look, number 7 was not fooled by that. He sees that. Oh, duh. And then who comes across and makes the play? Well, not quite him. He's still up there. Okay, that was the wrong backer. Might be. It's an inside backer. But again, that kind of comes down to what I was talking about earlier on the drive. How I think it was Minnetonka's center kind of gave up early on the nose guard, or it was the play side guard gave up early on the nose guard, and then he turned around and ended up right in the lap of Caleb Francois and made the tackle. Whereas here, I think it's not the same play side guard, is it? No, that's the center down blocking. Just got to stick with them a little bit longer. Can't get, especially against a better opponent like this. This is not Buffalo High School. That is Maple Grove High School. You got to maintain those blocks. I think Buffalo's who they played week 7 right before this, right? So that's a rough last 2 games of the season for Buffalo. You have to play Minnetonka and then play Prior Lake. Ooh, that's rough. Still, solid kick out. I'm surprised, kind of like earlier. Remember, I was talking about... Also, is this number 6? I thought 7 was the strong side linebacker, because 7's down here this time, but now 6 is down here instead of 7? Strange. I don't know. That, to me, that's just a little inconsistent rule. But, yeah, he kind of stands there. He gets concrete feet. If you see down block, you got to be right there off the edge. That way, if Minnetonka does try and kick you out, boom, you're there to blow it up, and now where does the H-back go? Does he try and work around you? Good. We're scraping over, and we can take that if it bounces outside. If it goes back in, we got all these players in the wash trying to fight over there to clean it up. But instead, he kind of sits back there and waits for a Minnetonka guard to come around and hit him. I don't know about you. I would not want to get hit by a pulling Minnetonka guard. That's probably not in anyone's best interest. Yeah, definitely close that down a little bit earlier so that you're not getting hit by a full-speed guard out in space. And then safety came down. What's the safety reading? Because he comes in like a missile. Also, it's not GH counter, it's regular counter because guard and tight end pull. Actually, I didn't even think about that. I was like, yeah, it can't be quarterback GH counter. This is G... I don't know if you'd call it GT counter or just counter. There's different terminology for all of it. And GT counter, guard tackle. Sometimes people call it counter tray. Usually guard tight end pulling is just counter. Yeah, essentially, it's all the same concept. A guard pulls, and then another like tight end or H-back type behind him pulls, or the backside tackle pulls, and the jobs are the same. Backside guard kicks out. Whoever's the second puller goes up inside, takes the first man inside. Yeah, they do such a nice job. Look at how all the Minnetonka linemen are just driving them over there where Maple Grove just wants to run. It's like they're over pursuing, and I don't know what they're doing with that whole cover 3 stacked safety look. That's a little questionable. Oh, receiver blocking. Where's the receiver blocking? Stay with him. That's the guy that well, no, but he does force the play. If you're able to get outside shoulder here, or even just turn him inside, work that shoulder so that he can't get off, then he probably could have kept running. Gotta have receiver blocking, man. It doesn't matter whether you're Egan, Centennial, Stillwater, Minnetonka. Everyone has to have receiver blocking. Or just do what Lakeville South does. You don't have to worry about receiver blocking if you don't have wide receivers. High-level ideas. What do we got this time? Could be regular GH counter. Could be counter going back that way. We could have inside zone going that way. Could be quarterback stretch going out that way. We do also have a 3-by-1 look here. I don't think they're going to motion him across. What if we get a pass and we get flood right here? You could have the go. You could have second level. He could have third level or like a levels. And there's your backside post. With a play action going that way. Nope. Was it GH counter? So what was this? It looks like it's a zone because look, double team down, and it's not reach blocking, so it looks like it's an inside zone. But is he actively reading a defender? It doesn't look like it because the only one they leave unblocked is that inside linebacker. Maybe that's what they are reading, and they're reading that inside linebacker because if you look at Mr. Francois' eyes there, that looks to be where he's gazing. And then the backer kind of sits, so he decides to keep. Like, okay, the backer's going to take the dive. I'm going to go run. But, yeah, Maple Grove, those are good linebackers. Can't really fool them like that, can you? Solid play for the Crimson right there. And look at how they're all flying up to the football. The safeties are doing that same thing. That's got to be, yeah, they're just shifting to a cover 3 every time. But then what is, if that safety comes down, what is it that he's reading? I get it that it's like the extra man in the box, but where is he going? What's his fit? What's his run fit, I should say. All right, second and long. This is not where Minnetonka wants to be. They love establishing their run game and just pile driving you. Now they're in, and they don't do a whole lot of screens from what I remember. I don't know if they really do tunnel or running back screen, and that's kind of hard to do when you have everybody in tight like that. And Maple Grove's expecting something. You can tell they're playing a little bit further spread out. The corners are a little bit wider than they were previously. Minnetonka's giving you a 2-by-2 look this time. We're not in the 3-by-1. And you just stick with your bread and butter. You got inside zone right. Ooh, not as much a fan of the read here. The corner does a decent job crashing down hard. I'd like to see kind of like a triple option team ride the mesh just a little bit more, really force those defenders to commit to something. But ultimately, I do think this is the right read. Number 7's playing this kind of strangely. So 84 does a down block, and 7's like trying to mess with him. There's your lane. Block, shed, and go attack. He does make the tackle, but he's a little bit late block shedding. Oh, and then look at the opposite inside backer of Maple Grove. He realizes what's going on. He gets off a blocker and then fights across the formation to come over and help make the tackle. That's some good effort. And Maple Grove's really playing hard. Look at the snap of the ball. Well, that was more of a false step. See how he steps backward and then his other foot steps forward? Just take a read step. Foot step forward. That one does not need to go back first. Hit your read step. Is it run or pass? It's run. All right, I already have a step forward. Boom. Bring the sauce. And it's another thing that's kind of strange. So it looks like Maple Grove keeps slanting in like that. If that's the case, why is the inside backer also going? It looks like they're just like trying to slant real hard and have both those backers blitz. I don't know that I would want to do that against zone blocking because that's essentially what they want you to do. They want to wash you down a little bit. Kind of like what a veer block does. Minnetonka's great at hitting these cutback lanes too. And it's open almost every time. And 7 does play it pretty solidly. The only problem is instead of staying in the hip pocket of the down blocker, remember earlier 6 went too wide. Ideally, you want to stay in that hip pocket. He's playing the shoulder and really just trying to keep him from getting upfield, but it's like, the only person you can go block at that point is a safety. Play that hip pocket, get off him, and go make that tackle. Also, this is only the first drive of the game, and Minnetonka's just chewing up the play clock here. Another inside zone. This is another great thing. Think about how often last week Rosemount changed their run plays. Minnetonka's like, we know what we do. We have an identity, and we're just going to keep running it at you until you stop it. Love that. Ooh, what happened here? Another blitz where they send inside backer, loop, or that's an outside backer. He loops in, but now who has outside contain? Nobody. That's a little bit dangerous, but maybe they're just thinking, well, Minnetonka's not going to run to the outside. Remember that outside zone or stretch play that they hit a few times already? Might have to be weary of that. Especially on this side. They've only run stretch to the wing side with the tight end and the H-back. Now, obviously, that's not a threat on this play, because if you look at running back alignment, he'd have to be over there for them to run stretch, and he's just not there. He's on the opposite side. So maybe we're going to get quarterback GH counter here again. Let's see. Oh, no, that's right. It was inside zone, but... And this is the weird thing about sidecar offenses like this. Like, you can tell which way those run plays are going to go every time. Like, when I draw up what could happen, one of those does end up happening. So what made Mr. Francois decide to keep here? What's he reading off the edge? Oh, simple. There is no edge defender because they all wash down. And there is a lane there. That's a good read. And give Maple Grove's corner credit. He does fill off the edge. He actually plays hip pocket. Now he's a little bit far off, but he's there ready to force it back inside. And that's all he has to do. Because if he forces Mr. Francois back inside, who's in there waiting for him? The rest of the Crimson defense. It's if he jumps too far inside and Caleb gets outside of him. Now there's a lot of green out there. That's when you start to have some problems. But as is, that's a pretty well done, pretty good job maintaining the edge out there by the Maple Grove cornerback. Oh, and that stunt just barely goes too far. It goes so wide. Almost. Got to get more upfield. Get some verticality up in here. And it is a stop, though. Which is funny because it was second and long. And now Maple Grove is Minnetonka has brought it all the way back to fourth and short. And you're going to tell me with the way that Minnetonka has run this far that they can't pick up 1 yard on 4th and 1? I guarantee that Minnetonka is going to pick this up. But how are they going to pick it up is the big question. Are they going to do that weird trap play they did earlier where the backside tackle pulled and then they kind of read that? Maybe, but you already blew that card, so my guess is they're just going to stick to their base bread and butter. You could have inside zone going this way. There's no stretch on the table unless they do quarterback stretch out there. Mr. Francois could keep off the inside zone. You could have regular running back GH counter going that way. We could have quarterback regular counter going around that way. I'm thinking it's going to be one of those plays. It's not going to be outside zone that way because there's no wing out there to block. And I don't think they're going to do quarterback outside zone either or QB stretch out this way. We're probably looking at something inside, probably just inside zone. And what's Maple Grove's defense giving you? Their linebackers are at about, 4 yards off? Both outside backers are up tight. Corner is in his usual spot. We know what the safeties are going to do. They've done that all game. I don't know why you do anything special. Just hit him with inside zone. Or quarterback inside zone. Again, it's the same concept. If you look at all the blocks, you get the double teams, kind of like a wedge. Don't need to block the edge defenders. I guess it's the one difference. If you're running inside zone, you do all step the same way. This looks like just a straight up like quarterback wedge up the middle. And that's smart. What do you do when you're desperate as an offense? You get the ball in the hands of your best player behind your best blockers. What does Minnetonka do on a crucial 4th down? Your best player gets the ball behind your best blockers. Who was that? Coach Esch on the sideline down there? That must be him in the blue shirt, right? I want to say that might be him. Still 13 personnel. Again, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Stick to your guns. Keep giving Maple Grove that sauce. Quarterback stretch. So again, that are running the same few plays. They're just doing running back and quarterback variations of them. Is there a cutback lane? Well, not really. And 6 does a much better job here. See, he's still getting a little bit of a bubble. He's got to play down better down the line. But he does pursue down the line. And look, when he tries to cut back, there's the man pursuing down the line to make the tackle. So that is pretty solid that he followed down the line. It's just a first step here is a little bit too wide as opposed to down. And then double teams. Check the double teams in the reach block. Double team here. Double team here. Those are actually pretty solid. And then we have guys that get up to... Oh, I think we release a little bit too early. Maybe the wrong guy. You want to try and reach and get around. You reach him. You reach, get around, reach, and then you get up there. Then we have a solid double team there. So the double teams are there. It's just a matter of who's able to get off. Because if he's getting off and he's getting off, then you got to take the cutback lane. But that's tough when there's an outside linebacker pursuing you. Maybe they're hoping that an outside linebacker doesn't pursue. Works against a decent number of teams. Probably not going to work against Maple Grove. Oh, that's quite the hit, too. Look at this. Boom. Nice little pop right there. Oh, nope. Play snap too fast. All right, you know it's going to be an inside zone read because, again, you're slashing across the backside here. That also sets up play action if you want to do it. Give it to the running back. There's a... Oh, but 84. What did we do? Nothing? Is it meant to try and trick them into thinking it's a pass play? What? If you're doing, like, split inside zone, like what we saw with, well, Stillwater, not a good example because they don't know how to get double teams the point of attack. As you see, Minnetonka does know how to get double teams the point of attack, and they even keep their heads up and pick up blitzers. Fantastically done, Minnetonka. Riding that, but yeah, I don't know about 84 here, because if he does take that backside, then your cutback lane is there. Only problem is that safety that's been running down the whole time. There really isn't anyone to account for him. And that is very well played by Maple Grove, stacking an extra man down into the box, because Minnetonka is not accounting for him at the moment. But we have two teams that are very good at making adjustments, so I'd imagine they'd figure that out during this game. Our buddy 7's back on the strong side. 6 is on the back side. What are we cooking? So, notice who pulls. If there's a pull, don't even look at the running back. He's on the wrong side of the pull. He's not getting the football here. What does Maple Grove read? Do we read the pulls? No, we ran forward. And what did the other inside backer do? He kind of takes steps. If we see pulls, scrape. Oh, 7 gets way too far upfield here. Remember what I was saying earlier? When you get down block, you gotta come tight off the butt. If you run upfield, and he's lucky that wasn't worse. If number 79 was a little bit lower and didn't break down, well, no, he does a good job tracking him. It hits the shoulder. If number 79 got a little bit lower, he could have absolutely decimated that outside backer. He already gives him quite the pop. You can see there. Boom. That's a real nice hole. And again, what is Maple Grove doing? That end is just pinching in hard every time, and he's washing himself out of the play every time. Like, if you see that they're all down blocking, you gotta fight pressure with pressure. That's just basic D-line right there. If you don't, then you get washed. At least, like, look at the nose guard. He realizes, like, oh, crap, I'm getting washed, and he fights off it, gets in between the two, and starts to pursue Mr. Francois. Oh, this might be a touchdown. But yeah, the defensive end just gets washed here and loses his gap entirely. Solid fake. There was no blitz either. I'm just so shocked that Maple Grove's inside backers didn't read the pulls here. It's like it's counter or GH counter, like, you know, essentially the same kind of play. You're still pulling backside skill guy and backside guard. Like, that's bread and butter Minnetonka. Like, if there's any play of Minnetonka's I'm looking to stop, that's it. Like, especially with the quarterback. So yeah, I'm not sure what exactly the key is for the middle linebacker here. It almost looks like they're reading the mesh to wait and see who gets the ball. But if, again, you can easily manipulate that. If there's guard and skill position pulling, it has to be GH counter, right? Unless they're doing like a midline off it, but I don't think they're doing that. So it's going to be a GH counter, and whoever's opposite of the counter is going to get the ball. If the GH counter is going that way, well, running back can't get the ball. We saw Edina try that, and funny enough, well, at our last coaches meeting for defense at Lakeville South, we found a clip of Prior Lake doing that, and our varsity head coach brought up, he's like, now, is this an exception to the rules? Like, what do we do against a team that runs GH counter like this? And I'm like, Edina ran it, like, against those 2 games I did with Egan. They only did it twice, and it didn't work either time, because if you do GH counter with the same side as the running back, by the time he gets the ball here, because the quarterback has to open that way, you can't do that and that. when you just give them the ball there, the guard and the tight end don't have enough time to get over there to establish their blocks. That means you're getting the ball before there's a kick out block, and how can you follow the H-back if you get the ball before the H-back even gets there? The timing does not work to run GH counter to the running back side. That's why it's, yeah, and I basically just said that. I'm like, Prior Lake messed this up one time. We can't really change how we play things just because of this one little exception. Especially from a team that has so many different run plays that they don't necessarily practice all of them all that well. Or I should say all that often. The more plays you have, the fewer reps you have per play, because you still have the same amount of time in practice. You can tell it's quarterback counter, good kick out, and the most important part is look at what shoulder he attacks. He's attacking inside shoulder to get him out that way. Receiver blocking, same thing. He's attacking that shoulder, turning him out. That's pretty solid. H-back gets a touchdown block. Mr. Francois doesn't run too fast. He lets the block develop. My good old buddy, the wide receiver number 0, also... so this wasn't a touchdown. We're going to point at number 0 because he's got the touchdown block here. If he gets his butt up there and works inside shoulder to the safety and turns him out that way, he's accounted for by the H-back. He has a kick out. You have doubles up to the backers. Yeah, which is... Oh, look at that. Both of the... Again, it's just so strange that the Maple Grove backers aren't reading the pull and they're just kind of stepping up inside. And fantastic job. Look at Minnetonka off the double teams. Get the double teams up to the next level at both points of attack. That's just great blocking on GH counter. And again, Minnetonka does it so well because they don't have that many run plays. So you can get a lot of reps at just a few plays and become a master at it. This is a team that's practiced GH counter hundreds and hundreds of times. Or just counter, whatever the proper terminology is that they use over there at Minnetonka. I don't think it's GH counter because, like I said, the H-back's not pulling, but it's the same concept. Tight end just is acting as the H-back. Boom, boom, follow. Oh, and it's such a good block by the H-back, too. He's like, all right, you want to dive? I'll just make sure that I get on top of you so you can't make a tackle. If receiver blocking existed here, this could have been a touchdown. Once again, man, receiver blocking makes big plays. Like, you can say, oh, well, they're down at the 1 or 2 yard line. Like, who's going to stop Minnetonka down there? When you have a chance to score, you always want to take the chance to score. Like, I think it was in the it was the section final, second round of the playoffs 2023. We got all the way down at Lakeville South to Shakopee's 1 yard line, and they stuffed us like 4 plays in a row, and we actually turned the ball over on downs. Now we got lucky, and they got a safety snapping the ball over the punter's head on the following possession. But no points are guaranteed, man. If there's something you can do right here to get that ball into the end zone, you do it. Especially against good teams like this. Nothing is ever guaranteed when you're playing top quality opponents. Okay, so I don't think Minnetonka's going to pull at the goal line because everything's just a little bit too compressed. And they're not set up for outside zone or stretch because running back is on the wing side. My guess is it's just going to be right up the middle. Either Mr. Francois is going to wedge it himself and just get over there, or they're going to run an inside zone with a read on our buddy out there. Inside zone left? I think it's outside zone. Look at the hops and the reaches. I can't tell. No, they're not doing like full reaches. Like, you know how the guards pull? That looks just like inside zone. Not pull. Wrong terminology. The guards do their reach step. I'm not seeing that here. This looks just like inside zone left. Did Mr. Francois keep the ball here or no? Who got the ball? If he did, he faked him out. Who's holding the ball? Either way, a touchdown was called, but it must have been Mr. Francois with the ball. Look at how long he rode the mesh for. That's what I was saying like just a few plays ago. And they already made that adjustment. He rides the mesh, he forces the defender to make a decision, and then that's just rough. You're stuck one-on-one having to try and tackle Caleb Francois within 2 yards of the goal line. Knocking my mic over here. Yeah, definitely going to favor Mr. Francois in that matchup. That's oof, to say the least. Yeah, I think, that's him holding the ball right there. That would be a touchdown skippers. But hey, opening drive was what? That was 16 play drive. I wonder if will they show me the score? Okay, it didn't show me the scoreboard, but that is a long drive, and that chewed up a ton of play clock. That's how you beat top tier opponents. Kind of playing passively on the, oh. We almost had a guy make it around there. Overload one more of those guys down there to come inside. That could have been a blocked PAT. I'm make a reference for that. If we ever end up playing Minnetonka. Make reference. Make a note of that. I highly doubt Lakeville South and Minnetonka cross paths in 2025 here. It's a lot of things would have to play out. Obviously, Minnetonka is probably the favorite to win the state title this coming season. And we would have to take care of business in the Metro South, which, you know, not guaranteed now with Shakopee and Prior Lake coming over. So I guess we'll see where everybody ends up. It's a squib kick? Squib kick to the wide side of the field. Both teams have done a 6x4 kickoff formation. Yeah, I don't know about the choice to do a squib kick against Maple Grove. Like, I get the idea is they have... Maybe the kicker just got it too far, because if you look, there's, what, 17, at least 15 yards between the front 5 and the next level? The only problem is you kick it 17 yards right to one of the guys that can catch it. Like, if they're playing... It looks like they're playing 3 on this side, 3 on that side, and 5 up here, then here's your hole right here. If you are going to squib it, you want to get it there, not over there where somebody's standing. Solid tackling, though. They're ready, but yeah, I don't know about the squib kick there. Like I said, if you were going to kick it somewhere, this would have been the spot to do it, not over there where there's someone that can actively catch it. And the problem with that, for anyone that's like, well, it's just a kickoff, what difference does that make? You're giving Maple Grove's offense, the highest scoring offense in 6A last year, the only team that averaged over 40 points a game in 6A. I think Lakeville South was second, and we only averaged like 34, 35 points a game in terms of offense in 6A. But you're giving the best offense in 6A, points scoring wise, only a 55-yard field goal to score? Yeah. Then again, Minnetonka does have a good defense, and their DC was Maple Grove's head coach. If anyone knows the system, he does. That is not an I formation, Maple Grove. We are in 10 personnel spread. Huh? What? Interesting. I guess the thought is maybe Minnetonka has a hard-hitting defense. You're trying to spread them out. And you sort of are, because Minnetonka's a 3-4. There's your 3, but where are your 4? He's way out there. He's not as out there. And one safety is way further off than the other. It looks like they're going to drop into a cover 3 here. He's going to come down in the box because he's blitzing. He fills, and you have 4 at that level, 3 at the deep level. So that's what it looks like it's going to be here. Is that what happens? Oh... Maybe a little bit too obvious pre-snap, but do they expect Maple Grove to pass? Oh, almost gets through, but Maple Grove's guard does a great job riding him across. That's pretty solid pass protection. Both tackles let their guys run up field outside. Oh, we're trying to hand fight. Take a step forward. Oh, no, that's pretty solid pocket. They're doing a great job just letting all the guys get washed out. Guard and center double team the nose. Nose guard's playing a little bit too high. You got to get lower and you got to get that foot in between if you get double teamed. But if you're getting double teamed on a pass play, there's a good chance you're not going to get there. But that means that opens up a one-on-one opportunity for one of your teammates, and they should be able to win that. Yeah, I don't know about just straight up blitzing a backer, and they do blitz him opposite A, but the only problem is look at when he creeps up to do it. Yeah, it's... Guard's got his head up and he sees it right away. So that's fantastic by Maple Grove. And he picks him up too. Nicely done. Gold star Maple Grove's right guard. Nice read. And yeah, it was the same coverage we said. 4 at that level, 3 deep. Ooh. Why did you go deep? Because he's running up the seam. That is pretty smart. He throws to the opposite seam, though. Where did the corner go? Why did the corner stop? Oh, this is real smart. So it's like Maple Grove knew Minnetonka was going to give him cover 3, which, you know, head coach was their DC, so it makes sense. And they're totally messing with this corner. This is kind of like how you beat Prior Lake, too. Their backside corner. He's supposed to stay in his deep zone, right? There's someone in your zone. Zone is zone. When this guy turns around and stays shallow, the flat defender picks him up, not the corner. You need to stay with your deep third. He doesn't. He decides to play man when you can tell it's not man. Everyone else is playing zone. Or is it? Because he turns and runs with him going upfield as well. He stays with his man. Maybe I'm the idiot. Maybe it is just a cover 1 here, which is really bizarre. Because then that means he'd be taking the running back. But if he is taking the running back, why aren't you going out there with the running back? Is it man or is it zone? Because it looks like some skippers are playing man, other skippers are playing zone. Looks like you have man here, and here, but then these 3 are playing zone, and then you have 1 deep safety also playing zone. And Maple Grove knew that, and they hit a wide open look you gave him. That is a nice job by Minnetonka's safety flying over, and he delivers a boom. We love to see that, but shouldn't have been open in the first place. Like I said, going back to that, if we just stuck with our base rules, you stay in your third, then he covers that. You stay in your third, you cover this junk going here, and he's able to come over and help you. He stays in the flat to take away the hook out here, you're in your flat to take that, and now you've got a guy to do his hook to curl here, and they can scrape over with a quarterback or running back. And if running back does go in the flat out here, now you've got the flat player that's with the hook that can come up and attack. Other linebacker can attack. Yeah, I don't know. It's like Minnetonka got confused as to whether they were playing zone or man there. And we kind of got like a weird hybrid. Interesting. So now we have a 2-high safety. Look, we're in 12 personnel. We got Trey open. You got receiver out there. We do have a wing. You have tight end there with an H-back next to him. Our X receiver. Z's coming in motion. I want to say that's their running back that's going to be a senior this upcoming season. It's Patrick Wright? Is that his name? I might have it buried somewhere in my Google Drive here. Let me take a quick peek. I want to get the young man's name right. But I think he's going to be Maple Grove's starting running back, and he got a touchdown in the state title game, I think, didn't he? Patrick Wright, that is his name. Number 2 running back, ranked in 6A for this upcoming, at least for the seniors for the class of 2025. He's the number 2 ranked running back in 6A. My bad, I said 2025. For the class of 2026, the seniors for this coming season, number 2 ranked quarterback, running back, number 41 overall, Emilio Rosario Matias over at Stillwater's ranked number 1, and he's 25th overall. So, yeah, yay running backs. Let's see, are they going to hit us with toss? If you're bringing him in, my guess is they're going to toss it back out to the left. No, they ran counter, and this is real smart. Look at this orbit mode. There's so much going on here. No, it's not even. It looks like a duo or an inside zone, because see, nice double team. You get up to backer. He can get up to backer off the double team. It's a split zone. I did not do... No, Maple Grove ran a split... Well, I guess I'm the idiot here. I thought Maple Grove was going to do I formation stuff, but maybe that's a Chuck Langama only package, because I know their 9th grade team like almost exclusively does like 21 personnel I formation stuff, because that's like the vanilla of, I guess the foundation of Maple Grove's offense. Huh. Yeah, it's a split zone. You've got essentially duo double team blocking up to the next level up front. You're getting your split block on the backside from your H-back. Ooh, nice pancake. Only problem is we didn't get up to that backer that we wanted to. If you look, I think it's this. Is that the guard? Who trips right here? 64 is the center. It's the play side guard. He falls down instead of getting that backer. Not that it makes much of a difference. And then who ends up making the tackle here? Oh, the stacked safety. That's a weird battle that Maple Grove just lost. You're starting right guard against a Minnetonka safety. Normally I'd think, oh, and look, not only does he miss, he turns around and looks backwards. He gets that block. Mr. Wright's left one-on-one with the other safety. And a lot of open field out there for him to make a move. Also, good receiver blocking. That deserves some credit. Yeah. Gotta work on those double teams. Gotta get a better push here and then up to him. Tackle does a solid job. H-back. The only thing with the H-back is he's working outside shoulder. Whenever you have, like, if you're doing a kick out or anything like that, or you're doing, like, a split where you have to slash back across the other side, gotta work inside shoulder and turn him out that way. When he's facing that way, he can't get back there to make the play. You're standing in between him. But if you're out here, then he can just easily slide around and get over there. If you're building the wall this way, he's like, well, I just go around and make the tackle, as opposed to walling him off from the play. Now, where does he go? Where do I come here? Do I go around there? Makes it a little bit tougher for him. Either way, they still get a good push because we got a lot of big kids, a lot of very strong kids on the field right here. Dang, look at this. You got folks standing everywhere. Media, fan. Oh, I imagine this has to be some pretty important people from Minnetonka back here. Okay, what do we got this time? Also, which one's Coach Lombardi? I don't think he likes to wear hats. I'd almost say that that's got to be him in the blue down there. Yeah, that looks like him. All right, now I'll actually watch the play. Is it counter? So it is a form of counter, but look who pulls. So we're in whereas. No, I'm an idiot. This is the center. This is like a Centennial Buck sweep. Both the guards pull, or like Champlin Park. No, okay, it's not Buck sweep. It is a sweep. So Champlin Park loves to do this, and when they have like a tray or a wing, so you have wing here, you have tight end H back the same side, Z here, X here. Normally, Champlin has the Z over here, and then they do down block, and then both guards pull around, and then they run sweep. That's Champlin loves to do that. I think Moorhead actually likes to do that as well, and then Moorhead will call an RPO off of it. But to see Maple Grove doing that, that's interesting. They've run quite a few different run plays thus far. And not ones that I expected. We have inside zone. We have like a Champlin Park sweep here. And none of it's out of the I formation. Yeah, this doesn't quite work out. Because again, we do take inside shoulder, but we're playing way too high for the pulling guard. You got to get lower. You do aim at the right spot, but too high. Minnetonka, is this the outside linebacker? He does a decent job keeping him inside. And remember what I said earlier with Maple Grove's outside backer when they got a down block? He kind of bubbled it way too wide. Look at how Minnetonka's backer is right off the hip pocket there. There's like no space. He condenses it. Gets there. Ooh, and once again, it looks like there was supposed to be an X stunt or something here. But if you look, the defensive end and the linebacker for Minnetonka end up in the same gap and kind of take each other out of the play. Something did not go right there with that blitz. And sure enough, what did they do? As soon as there's a blitz, our buddy the strong safety cheats down behind the blitz. And then they're probably playing man here, not cover 3. But that is just interesting thing to note. Are they playing cover 3? He just is pressed, because if you look at, he's not reading the man. Man is man. You watch the man, but that does not look like man. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Definitely the blitz got a little bit off. Love the way the outside backer played. The only problem is his inside backer and his DN got mixed up, so even though he's taking the gap away, those two kind of took each other out of the play. Eventually, the inside linebacker is able to get off, or is that the DN? DN's able to get off and be like, okay, I actually have to come over here and help attack, or help make the tackle. But they do a solid job sealing up the hole, and then where's the backside guard does get up to the next level, but if you're supposed to do a sweep, like, think about what with Minnetonka did with GH counter, or even Centennial with their buck sweep last week. First guard gets the kickout block, other guard, next man inside. Next man inside would be over here, either of those two. Instead, he takes the next man outside, and then the guys inside end up making the tackle. Ooh. Yeesh, sneeze. Ugh. Hate allergies. Oh, whoa, whoa! Whoa! Power T! Power T! 32 per... What in the Lakeville South is this? Oh boy. Oh, I might have an aneurysm on this next play if they run something we do. Are they gonna do what do they just do sweep like Rosemount does? Everybody just leads out that way and you run sweep and then have the guard pull, and they do it to the wide side. Normally teams only run it to the right, but I don't think they're gonna run it into the boundary here. Also, how does Minnetonka react to this? They're playing 0-3-0. They're giving you a bear front. So you have 3 techniques, but then you also have a 7 out wide. So yeah, just again, you always have to be thinking kind of like a Centennial or an Egan or a Shaka, or not as much Shaka, but Centennial or Egan. What is it that the opposing defense is giving you? Just a little hint right there. If you're playing a 3 and a 7 technique, a little bit of space over there we'd like to utilize. And we have a backer that cheated down here, so now you can make that read like, hey, we've got space over here, and there's something going on the other side. Maybe we want to run in that space to the away from the blitz. And I was just saying that it's probably going to be that sweep play, but it doesn't make sense to run it into the boundary where you're looking at getting a blitz right now, and it looks like Minnetonka's about to blitz right into it. Do you not have a call that, like, flips it to the other side? Oops, I know a certain other Power T team that does have something like that. Not pointing any fingers or naming any names. The guard does pull. So yeah, it's like a full-on sweep. Tight end's way too slow on the down block. It's like he doesn't know what play it is. See, he looks like he's about to go there, but if you're running sweep, get down there and go block. Down block, seal, or no. And if he's supposed to pull, where's the edge block? Nope. Oh my goodness. I'm getting STMA vibes. So it's not a stretch, but it's an outside run play. There's one edge defender, the outside backer. Tight end's blocking down, so he's not getting him. You have a pulling guard and 2 other running backs that could block him. 1 running back goes by, 2 running back goes by, pulling guard goes by. All 3 of them run right by the one player you have to block on the edge to get an outside run play. Yeah, this is a bit of a head scratcher for me. It does not look like Maple Grove has practiced the Power T all that often, just based on what I'm seeing here. And again, where did I say the gap was? Out there. Like, it's a decent gap to take, and they didn't end up blitzing. They're just run fitting here. And that is a pretty solid job. And look, the tight end doesn't end up blocking anybody either. He turns inside, and then the backer he wants to hit runs past him. And he also helps run fit and make the play. Yeah, and remember, Coach Lombardi played Lakeville South in the playoffs the last 2 seasons. If there's anyone that's going to know about the Power T, it's likely going to be him. So, yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, Maple Grove. Maybe stick with your base bread and butter. Oh, well, speaking of which, 4th and 2 or 4th and 1, what are you going back to? Your base bread and butter. So we finally have Maple Grove back in their base offense. Nice 21 personnel look here. You can tell that Minnetonka is still in a bear front. They've got 0-3-0 on here, kind of like we saw Rosemount do against Centennial a little bit. Interesting. They have an up call. So remember when I was talking about how, like, hypothetically, a way I would defend Egan is get a jam or a bear call and then give an up call where your backers walk up? That's what you have going on here. And then you have 2 outside backers outside of that. Ooh, yes. Really loving what I'm seeing from Coach Lombardi here. That's some high-level ideas. Power. Oh, was it there? Did Mr. Wright get it? I think he just barely got it. Oh, no, they marked him short. So, did we get a double team at the point of attack? No. Wait, no. No. You can't. So backer blitzes through and makes it very difficult. This is like Stillwater vibes right here. Where's the double team at the point of attack? Did the tight end help with the double team? No, they each took a backer. See, okay. Messing with double teams at the point of attack, best way to stop power running, right? We saw it with the Stillwater and Lakeville North game. When you get jam calls and up calls like this, You cannot have double teams at the point of attack. No double teams at the point of attack. Power run game struggles. And look what happens here. Is there any double team at the point of attack? No. ISO, ISO, ISO. You're essentially one-on-one blocking against a stout Minnetonka defense. Yeah, I mean, do I have to say any more than that? You are one-on-one blocking against a stout Minnetonka defense. That's definitely not a favorable matchup for anyone, let alone Maple Grove. And Minnetonka does over-pursue a little bit. This is a really good job by the D end. He realizes, I don't want to get washed, get back in the gap, takes on the pulling guard, forces it back inside. Good read by the safety. Look at him coming downhill and making the run fit. He keeps driving his legs. That's great safety play. Ooh, we saw some good safety play last week from Rosemount, but dang, is that nice. And again, it just... I don't know if it's that Maple Grove hasn't practiced that, if they got confused because they've never seen a jam call or an up call, but that is just awesome by Coach Lombardi. Way to take away the double teams at the point of attack. And then good fits. Skipper's defense goes up there. And Minnetonka gets the ball back. Ooh. I guess I might need to retract my comments about Minnetonka giving Maple Grove the short field on this drive. If your defense can get the stop and give your offense the ball back, then maybe it doesn't matter as much. I don't know. It's still important. You want to play good complementary football, especially against a good team. Ooh, all right. Who pulled? Take a look. They shifted the H-back to the other side. You're in 12 personnel this time. You've got Trey open. You've got the wing here with the Z out there. X is a lone backside receiver. Where's the H-back go? That changes things. Now what's on the menu after the H-back motions? You have inside zone going up this way. I don't think they're going to run outside zone without the wing with the tight end and H-back the same size. That's probably off the menu. You can do quarterback inside zone coming back this way. Or you can do quarterback GH counter going that way. And sure enough, quarterback GH counter going back that way. And again, what are the Maple Grove linebackers reading? So the top side backer sees a down block and he does his run fit. But then where does he shuffle? He shuffles downfield. See? Look at his feet. He's shuffling down that way. Huh? Instead of taking on the pulling guard. And then where does the linebacker go? So this linebacker's blitzing. He's off the hook. Also, this is a great job by Minnetonka's center. Look at this. So they may not be able to get double teams here, but you still have a great double team at the point of attack. These guys are getting down in the wash. He does a great job sealing off. Guard. Ooh, okay. So one thing that maybe Minnetonka could consider that Edina does, remember how... Okay, he plays down tight. I can't get a good kick out block. So what would Edina do? They block outside shoulder and drive him around inside. H-back reads that and says, okay, I go around you. And then look at that. If they did that, block here, that's touchdown Caleb Francois. But instead they try and force it back inside. And, I mean, look at, again, think about all the Crimson defenders that are in here. Why would you want to run back into that? Adapt, adjust, follow, and then receiver, please go block somebody. That could have been touchdown Minnetonka right there. Definitely, obviously be a little weird taking something from one of your division rivals in Edina, but I definitely think that's something that could, I guess, not elevate, but take GH counter to the next level. It just gives the play a little bit more flexibility, especially because Minnetonka reps it a ton. It's one of the few run plays they have. So I think being able to have it adaptable like that to where it could go inside if the kickout's there, if the kickout's not there, guard seals the edge, H-back goes around, running back or quarterback falls behind. If they're able to do that on the fly on any given play, that's going to be so lethal for Minnetonka. Especially considering that you could either have the quarterback or the running back run the ball, and there's still a passing threat since Caleb's moving to running back this season. Yeah, if... Minnetonka decides to take that from Edina, that is dangerous. That'll be so effective. Oh. And you know what's funny about that? What do they get on this play? 4 yards? If they did block it the way we just talked about, that could have been a touchdown. And you're talking about 94 yards, 93, 94 yard touchdown. Ooh, you want to talk about taking the wind out of Maple Grove? You get a nice stop in the red zone, and then you immediately turn around and score a 90-yard touchdown, go up by 2 scores. Ooh, yeah, that definitely would have brought the sauce. All right, we're still in 12 personnel. We're in pro slot. H is over here. Y is over here. Z receiver. Our good old buddy X is out there. So think about what's on the menu here. Running back is opposite of the, what's his name? So we could have inside zone this way. I don't think they're going to do outside zone without the wing. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they will. But I wouldn't bet on it, especially because you have a backer walked up. You have a receiver out there. He'd have to reach. He probably scrapes over. So it's a little bit tricky without the tight end there to kind of help that on the outside zone. And then we could have quarterback GH counter coming back this way. Or inside zone that way. If they are running the ball, I think we're going to get one of those two. And it's inside zone. Opposite of the running back. How about that? Also, oh, my buddy number 6. See how he's still going instead of just loop? He does do a solid job playing the quarterback. He forces Mr. Francois to make that read. Oh. Oh, my goodness. Maple Grove defensive end. What's going on here? Where are we going? We're getting washed. And what does this inside backer do? He drops into pass coverage on a run play. What are we reading? The other inside backer does a good job scraping over. Well, initially he realizes, oh, there's down blocking that way. See, this is one of the things that's really sneaky about Minnetonka. They do have all their zone blocking and everything. We just completely missed a double team there on the nose guard. You get him upfield so that he kind of washes himself out of the play, but that could have been a better double team. There's a solid double team here, solid double team here. Guy releasing to get up to backer. It doesn't quite get up there, gets the look that he wants to. So why did Mr. Francois keep this? What does number 6 do? Number 6 goes inside, so this is the correct read. Oh, what does my buddy, the receiver, do? Receiver blocking makes big plays. Oh, I'm hitting my microphone. I'm so aggressive about it. Sometimes receiver blocking can make big plays. Sometimes it just has to happen to make a play, period. He goes right by the safety. This is a great fill by... Oh, he... Man, secured the tackle. He does a good job aiming inside hip, but he's just trying to tackle way too high. Why would you wrap up Caleb Francois at his chest? No. Also, whenever someone gives you a stiff arm, remember, this is an elbow. There's a joint right there. Take your hand into the elbow crease right there. And what does it do when you do that? Oh, it's a joint. It bends. That's how you fight stiff arms. And if you do that, you figure left hand, swat the elbow, then left hand, you literally just do that, come back inside, and now you're around him. Other hand, around the hip, and there you go. Nice tackle. He does do a good job aiming inside hip. Oh, this guy over pursues a little bit and forces it back inside, but the rest of the Crimson defense are coming in to fill. Huh. And I think it's still a first down. No, it's just shy. Still, chewing up play clock. Are you going to bet against Minnetonka running the ball on third? And it's already the second quarter. The first quarter was only 26 plays. Whoa. Yeah, very smart. There's only 124 plays in this game. That's the same as Centennial Rosemount. Yeah, shows you what Minnetonka's game plan is. Minimize the opponent's offense's opportunities to score points. Oh, this is just quarterback wedge. So short yardage, go to that quarterback wedge or dive. When it's first or second down, they're going to hit you with either, depending on the alignment, you've got the wing opposite of the running back, you're going to get outside zone. Otherwise, you get quarterback counter, inside zone. They haven't run regular GH counter. They only run quarterback GH counter. And it's a first down. Again, it's smart. What do you do when you need yards? Get the ball in the hands of your best player behind your best blockers. Minnetonka does that yet again. Result, first down skippers. What's the outside backer doing? He's like, huh? Again, there's a down block. He's just a little bit slow to get over there. It is an inside run. Hey, the Minnetonka receivers actually got up to DBs this time. Funny enough, it's on the quarterback wedge, not on a big meaningful play. Oh, we're in 12 personnel. We have slot trips closed. This is some Wyzetta level stuff right here. Pay attention to the alignment. These two are opposite. We could have inside zone going this way. Quarterback GH counter going to the boundary. this is how you know there's no RPO, because think about it. If there was an RPO here, running back would have to be here. It'd be a run play going that way. Like, say you had GH counter going around this way. That way the quarterback opens this way so that he can actively read your first level D-gap defender right there. And then suppose you had, like, slants or ins. There's your RPO. That's like what a YZ and a Dyna would do. Although a Dyna didn't do too many RPOs. They were pretty methodical with their run game. At least in the Egan games, because Egan was playing man coverage, so a little bit harder to set up RPOs against man coverage. If the first level D-gap defender is just playing the pass the whole time, because that's his man, then yeah, you just give the ball to the run. So kind of hard to tell what was all their stuff. Inside, or is this outside zone? This looks like outside zone, because they all do reach steps. Oh, had to cut back. Is that the inside backer? Yes. Number 4 for Maple Grove. He's a little bit obvious when he's blitzing. He does a great job against zone blocking, and that's kind of weird. Like, I get that it's outside zone and we're reaching. Yeah, but again, double teams the point of attack. You do a solid one on the nose guard here. But we really just kind of abandon that inside backer. And who is that guard going to get up to anyway? That is the backer that you would try to get up to. He just walked up to the line of scrimmage. Head up, help take him, drive him back this way. And where's the double team at the point of attack? Where's the... Oh, I'm getting STMA vibes here. We don't have a double team at the point of attack. The Maple Grove outside backer that's a defensive end. He does a great job working half a man, getting up in the lane. These two blow it up and force it back inside. They do have a good double team. Is that my buddy number 6? He plays a little bit flatter down the line this time when he's able to come off and fit. That's number 7. Number 7's I think the better of the two outside backers from what I've seen thus far. But that's why you come right down against the down block. Mr. Francois made the correct read. You were sitting there for a second, forced the handoff. Handoff's a little bit early. And you pursue down the line and attack. That's really good. It seems like Minnetonka is definitely dependent on the cutback game. To see the open there, double team there. They don't really get double teams at the point of attack. It's almost like they're designed to go into the cutback every time. Huh. Alright, same formation. Running backs on the other side this time, though. So, like I was just saying a play ago, I don't think they do RPOs, but if you wanted to, now's the time. You could have regular running back GH counter go that way. You could have quarterback stretch going this way. You could have inside zone read here with Mr. Francois keeping right there. A few things you could do here. It's GT counter. Or like a counter tray. They pulled the guard. It's a play action into a pass. It was a tunnel screen. So, I mean, this is like how a Dyna runs a tunnel. The only thing that's weird about it is they had the slot do it when he's in tight. And again, he just stands there. How did number 6 not make this tackle? The guy's right here. Don't worry about him. Go attack. He probably didn't realize that it's a pass play. I don't know about this one. If you're going to run tunnel, do what YZ does. He gets the ball, he comes around and blocks. That way he thinks to attack, and he can't turn around and get the play. I mean, it's almost like a poorly run bubble like I've talked about with a lot of the other teams. Is he back? I mean, he's not even backpedaling. He's not going down the line here. It looks like, but look at all this running space out there if you do get like a bubble going. If they did a play action bubble here, this would easily be touchdown because he's diving inside. He's playing just that receiver. You can tell that he's manned up. He's not even looking at zone. And he keeps going down there. Then you're in a foot race against number 1. The single deep safety. Because they keep crashing down another safety. But instead you run a tunnel. And it's weird that, like, I get you're trying to get the H-back out there to block for the tunnel. But he ends up leading the outside backer right to the play. And as we've seen, Maple Grove is not reading pulling guards and tackles. They blitz away from it, but look at the read the safety makes. And same thing with the opposite backer. They're reading Mr. Francois. They're not reading, or maybe the mesh. They're not reading pulling guards. So, yeah, I don't know about this one there, Minnetonka. Not quite what Maple Grove's reading. Again, when you notice that your opponent's defense is reading something specific on your offense, take advantage of that. Like at Lakeville South, we have different coaches that watch the D-line, the linebackers, and the DBs. And we take a look at, okay, that coach looks at what his position is reading. What is their D-line reading on our offense? What are their linebackers keying on? What are the DBs keying on? We figure that out, then we take advantage of it. Like with Farmington, we always can figure out what Farmington's doing against us, and kind of shows in some of the scores of the Lakeville South Farmington games. But yeah, I mean, tunnel to the inside. Like, I get that they're blitzing that backer, and we're trying to get there. But in the 3x1 set, the outside backer's all the way out here. He hasn't been attacking inside. He's a good job maintaining his edge. The safety comes all the way over. I'm surprised Minnetonka hasn't done what Prior Lake tried to do. Like, remember in the Prior Lake Forest Lake stream I did? Forest Lake constantly stacked the safety into the wide side of the field, and Prior Lake's like, okay, you're going to stack a safety and give us cover 3. We're throwing verts, even though, you know what? I'll give Minnetonka some credit. Prior Lake tried to run verts, even though they can't throw verts. Maybe Minnetonka realized, hey, we may not be able to accurately throw verts, so let's just not bother with it. Which, if that is the case, huge props to Minnetonka for realizing that. Prior Lake might need to work on that. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. I mean, the receiver blocking is there eventually, but where's this tunnel supposed to go? In here? Who has to get all the way out there? The center? He's the only, that's the play side, or the backside tackle? And he's just chasing the guy that's making the tackle. Yeah, I'd definitely draw that up a little differently. I'd probably do that as a bubble, not a tunnel. Or make it look more like GH counter. Have him go there, he goes there. That way he'll dive, he sees GH counter, and he attacks. Then have the tackle act like he's going to seal block, because that's what the tackle's been doing on GH counter. Then he can slip out and help block. I think that'd be a little bit better of a design, just because it looks more like the GH counter that Minnetonka loves to run at you all day. And then that outside backer is going to think, oh, it's just GH counter. The tackle's looking for me again, like he always does. Whereas, like I said, the GT counter, I was surprised by that, because Minnetonka hasn't run that yet. So that might be a little bit of the cart before the horse there. I definitely would have called GH counter with the play action into the tunneler into a bubble, as opposed to GT counter. Again, you want to make sure your plays look like each other so that it looks the same to the defense. Like, think about Centennial. Their jet sweep, their belly, and the play action off it, all three of those plays look the same. And they're all attacking very different parts of the defense. That's why it's so effective. Same thing with Lakeville South. Trap power and quarterback keep. They all look almost exactly the same. Just very minute differences. But how do you know where the ball's going? Could be any of those. Also, so now we're in, regardless, tunnel did not work. We're in 3rd and long for Minnetonka. This is not a place where they are comfortable at all. Who knows what they're even going to give us here? It's because they have to, are they just going to run? No, it's a straight drop back pass. Is it a levels concept? No, it's more of like a mesh. That's, again, going back to Rosemount last week. Did they give us a cover 3? No, it looks like man. Where is he going? What is the coverage? Is it deep 3rd? Why is he going across with him as if it's man? And then he stops, realizes it's zone. H-back's right there like, hey, give me the ball. And, yep, there you eventually complete it to him, and that's pretty solid. I don't understand. Maple Grove, are we running man or zone? And I think I asked that of Minnetonka on the last drive, too. So if he's stacking down the way he has been, my guess is it's supposed to be cover 3, but then why are we pressed up so far if it's cover 3? And then he attacks, so he'll be at the next level. And who blitzed? He blitzes. So I've noticed the safety always fills behind the blitzing linebackers. That's another giveaway. And if you're running cover 3 underneath that, you stay in the flat, you take your deep 3rd, you take the hook to curl that the other backer has, you have your hook to curl, and you have the flat out there, and there's your 3 deep. That should be what the coverage is, and if they maintain that, and this is where it gets off. Zone is zone. See how these two hesitate on that cross? Neither of these two are in the right place. You're supposed to be up there in the flat, pressuring Mr. Francois. You need to be in your deep 3rd. The safety that came down to fill in for the will backer, or the whatever backer that was, inside backer, he needs to stay in his zone right here. You need to stay in your zone and pick up the mesh coming across. He does a solid job out there. Ooh, post wheel, dangerous against the cover 3. Wheel was open too. Yeah, there are a lot of options here. It looks like Maple Grove got very confused about their coverage. Because because they're not playing their base coverage. Like, I drew it up, and we saw where they should be, and they just weren't there. That's very strange for an undefeated team. 12 personnel again. This time we 2x2. Or is it? Yeah, because the center is... Nope, center's in the middle here. Tight end's over there. H is on the opposite side, so it is an even 2x2 set. Running back opposite of H back, so inside zone there. GH counter here. There we go. QBGH counter. Oh, no. Play action off of it. Smart. Oh, fooled the Maple Grove defense and fooled Coach Lance. See how it's so important with that, though? Did any of them get downfield? Ooh, right tackle's got to be a little bit careful there. He gets a little close, but not quite. And I was wondering, I'm like, why is Caleb getting so wide? The hole's like right here. They're not doing the best job getting the double team here. They actually just whiff on the double team. He picks up the backer, which is solid. Backer actually does a good job scraping over. So yeah, tackle, Gold Star picking him up. Guard pulls and gets a kick out. H-back looks inside. What did the corner do here? Why is the corner coming up? He's playing inside shoulder. He turns and looks. And again, is he playing zone or man? This almost looks like a variation of a cover 6, where you're manned up here and then you rotate over and play cover 3 shell over the top of it, like something Vic Fangio would do. A little bit challenging to do that with high school kids. It really messes with the DBs, and then they get put in conflict like this. Do I play the run or do I play the pass? Well, if you're playing man, man is man, and you stay with the man. And if you're playing a cover 3 where he goes deep, which it doesn't look like that safety's going deep, because what does he do? He steps down. He's not stepping into a deep third. So what's his read? It looks like he's run fitting. And if he's the one run fitting, why are you also doing that? One of you has to stick with the assignment back there, right? And outside backer is already the one coming up to hit Mr. Francois. Yeah, and again, great design. You want to have a play action off your top run play. Minnetonka has a play action off their top run play. That's good playbook design. Like, remember weeks ago when I was complaining, I feel like I complain about this almost every stream. Prior Lake running buck sweep. Centennial does buck sweep. We're going to do buck sweep too. But how does it play into your playbook? What plays does it set up? What does it look like? Huh? Exactly. It doesn't fit. It's just, well, it's a good play. No, when you're building a playbook, especially at least offensively, you have to have plays that look like each other. Going back to Centennial last week. Jet, belly, and their play action off of that. All 3 of those look the same. Counter, and think about like a Shakopee. Inside veer, outside veer, midline sets up counter option and counter tray. Rocket toss sets up belly and waggle. Like, all their plays set each other up, and they call them in that order. It's very precise and very well done. Minnetonka's done the same thing. How many times have they established GH counter, and now what do? Quarterback GH counter, you think Francois is getting the ball. Guess what? He can pass too. Boom. And they just completely forget to play. I don't know what the defensive assignment is. Is he playing run or pass? Is he man? Is he zone? Why is he coming up? Is he a flat defender? If he's in the flat, that makes sense. But then, is this outside backer blitz? But if that outside backer blitz, then he's taking the flat, and you're going deep. Why are you coming up? I think it's just because Minnetonka did such a well-executed play action, it just fooled Maple Grove. It doesn't have to be anything too flashy. You're not trying to fool an opposing defensive coordinator or offensive coordinator. You're trying to fool 16 to 18-year-old boys. Maybe not the smartest bunch on the planet Earth, so. Ooh, are they going to catch him? Maple Grove's got fast kids? No, that's touchdown skippers. And just like that, off of that stop, Minnetonka is now up 13-0. We're going to get the extra point. They are really lackadaisical on that right side. And again, what did I talk about the first time? If you saw that, sneak him up and have him get involved. Don't just have him stand back there. You could block this extra point if he creeped up and just went right through there, and he has a shorter line to get there. Yeah, I don't know about that one. It's like they're expecting Minnetonka to just do a fake PAT on them at every step of the way. But, I don't know. Did Minnetonka do any fake PATs this past season? I don't know if they did. Did we squib it this time? No, Minnetonka's done with squibs. They're kicking it deep. Reversing field to the side they're not on. Pretty smart. Get more yards. Good. Yes, that's why you do that on kick return. I always preach this. He goes upfield first, and then he realizes, well, not as much going upfield, but he does reverse the field. And especially with the way Minnetonka is, you're only playing two-thirds. Oh, that's a bad line. You're only playing 2/3 of the field here, so kick it more that way so it takes more time to get over there. I mean, this was almost too easy of a kick to let Maple Grove return it. He makes the right read. We have solid blocking at the point of attack. We have real nice kick out block here. Way to drive him. You want to go to the sideline? All right, we'll take you to the sideline. Could have been a little bit better of a block there. The Minnetonka eventually gets there, but again, you're giving Maple Grove another short field. Oh, there's a flag somewhere that I missed. Where'd that flag get thrown? Looking. Oh, I didn't see anything on the field itself. I don't know. Either way, that looked like... Where did they get the ball? Up here? Whatever it was almost a 15-yard penalty. Pretty darn close to a 15-yarder. Yeah, I don't know. Or maybe it was a spot foul and it was just holding. Something happened there. Maple Grove is back in a spread. Okay. So, at least thus far in the game, Maple Grove's done a ton of different formations on offense and a ton of different run plays. Again, it's kind of like Rosemount or Prior Lake syndrome. None of them necessarily play off of each other, and they're all very different plays. They had that power out of the I. They had sweep out of the power T. They did inside zone out of 12 personnel. So there's a lot going on here, Maple Grove. How do you practice all of that? I guess if you do a lot of team time. Ooh, nice shift. Unbalanced bunch trips. Nice. Okay, that is smart. How did Minnetonka adapt to this? They have both of... Is this the outside backer or is that an inside backer? They brought the inside backer all the way over. I think it's an outside backer. Let's see. How do they shift it? No, that is an outside backer. And he just trades it over. He says, hey, you boys, get over there. Go do your thing. Well, yeah, it's weird that he still switches. And what do you get? It looks like you're going to get your cover 3. You have a blitzer, and safety cheats down again and takes a spot of the blitzer. Both teams do that. They have the safety cheat down right behind the blitzer every single play. And, like, consistently. What do we have? Toss? Smarts. We're breaking out. Oh, I was just talking about Prior Lake. Here's a go-to Prior Lake play. We need yards. Toss. Oh, look at the lane. We do have a run lane here. Nice blocking at the... Oh, it's not the best double team, but there is technically a double team at the point of attack. If our buddy number 1 here actually keeps his head up, he probably could have got up to the next level and gotten one of these guys. Instead, he blocks 2 of his own linemen trying to reach block. And if he doesn't do that, he gets out there, these 2 can come around and block those 2. He's already kicking him out. If you do not get in the way of your own guys, they get around there. You keep going up to block a safety. There. Yeah, that's really weird. That tight end kind of just got in the way of zone team's play there. Mr. Wright did a good job following his blockers and hitting the correct hole. He gets a gold star for that, but yeah. H-back. Or not even H-back. That's a Z receiver out here. Do not like how hard we're diving in. Yes, you're taking the edge defender, but if the edge defender dives in, like, inside that far, kind of like we saw with Stillwater, he's taking himself out of the play. If he wants to take himself out of the play, let him take himself out of the play. Doesn't make any difference to us. Then go look for work at the next level. Yeah, that's a strange one. Now we're in 12 personnel, so we were in like a gun bunch. Now we're in 12 personnel pro slot. You have a tight end at the bottom. Our buddy at the H-back is up top. Also, Number 1 was playing like Z, bunched up on that last block. That's a wide receiver on that play. So what I did not even notice until now, that's a wide receiver trying to block an outside linebacker. And if he had to get up to the next level, that'd be a wide receiver blocking an inside linebacker. Again, probably not matchup or blocking matchups that favor the offense. That's all I'm gonna say there. What do we have this time? Just dive. Are they running duo here? It might be a duo, because see, we have a double team here. We get a double team here. This looks like more of a duo. Oh, we get off the double team early. What? No. No, we're getting Blaine vibes. Or Stillwater vibes. Look, we get off the double team so early. Like, sure, you got up to the next level, but the backer that we were supposed to block in the first place... If there's supposed to be a double team here, if he fills here, who's supposed to... So normally the way they do that is if those double team, and then you work up to backer. Which is funny because the guard leaves anyway. So like if the guard is supposed to get up to that backer, why does he look inside so hard? It's like they just completely forgot to block the inside backer they needed to. It's a bummer because Maple Grove does a really solid job on the nose. Well, now, sort of. The double team isn't quite there. This double team isn't quite there either, but, you know, he's kind of further away in the play. That's just a great read by the Minnetonka linebacker. Wow. Good run fit. I don't think they call the blitz. He just sees the hole open up and he attacks it. Like, okay. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Maple Grove. That's, And so what have they've run duo, they've run sweep, they ran power, they've run toss. There's a lot of different things going on in Maple Grove's playbook, and none of them look like each other thus far. And now we're in an 11 personnel spread offense look, right? Passing. Steps up in the pocket. Did we get a blitz? Okay. This is going to be a question mark for me for Minnetonka defense. So we have a jam call or a bear call. We're in 0-3-0, which means you're going to be bringing pressure off the edge. Inside backer here loops inside to blitz. Both inside backers that are out wide end up blitzing. You're blitzing 5, dropping back 6. And are we playing cover 3? It looks like we're playing cover 3 at that level, and then we got 3 here at this level. But he should be more over here. Which he does get over there. Maple Grove scrambles and throws. And they call that incomplete. So, who missed assignment here? Is corner staying with him? Corner keeps going deep. Oh, corner, where did you go? He went on a post. As soon as you see him break inside over the middle, that is not your zone anymore. That is going to the deep safety. Exchange that to the deep safety, who's still back there, because see? Oh, deep safety had to pick up the seam going deep. And why did he have to do that? Because our buddy the corner down here, again, did not stay with his zone. He's playing the flat. You don't do that. He takes that. Ooh, yeah. I'm giving both offenses a lot of credit in their pass game. They are calling schemes that messes with the opponent's cover 3, and you can see the corners, especially in the cover 3, are getting tricked. He's going too inside, and he stays shallow instead of covering his deep third. Neither of them do their job on that play. Thankfully, this inside backer does a great job coming all the way over. Ball's bobbled. And this is just a great effort by 23. I think he's the deep safety. He realizes, hey, you were supposed to exchange him to me. Why didn't you do that, corner? Never mind. I'll do it myself. And then gets up there, knocks the ball loose before he gets out of bounds. So that it's technically, I don't know, that may have been a fumble with how long he had that ball. Maybe he just never had full possession of it. That's another good stop for Minnetonka. That's 3rd down. Maple Grove needed that yardage. Okay, I know that Maple Grove comes back to win this game, but right now, Minnetonka is straight up dominating. Like, it looks like Maple Grove is totally unprepared for this game. And it just, yeah, I'm just shocked because, like, what is Maple Grove's bread and butter run plays for their offense? What is the offensive identity? Like, we've seen so much out of him thus far. Also, chain game. Is there a play missing? It's 4th down, and now all of a sudden it's 2nd and 1. There's a play missing. What is missing? You know what? We're gonna go to YouTube with Skippers Live. Maybe it's still up. Skippers Live Maple Grove football. Yeah, that okay. Well, I clearly can't type, but Maple J Grove, no. Boom. Maple Grove loses Heartbreaker. Oh, that looks a little bit familiar. Try search. Skippers Live, Maple Grove football. Where's Skippers Live? Do they not? Or is it Minnetonka Live? I swear Minnetonka Live streams. Honka live stream. That's it. That's what I'm missing. Honka live stream. Maple Grove. You still have it? That's 2 years ago. Maple Grove at Minnetonka. 7 months ago. Here we are. Boom. Steal a play out of the second corner on me. I'll show you. Oh, here, we can watch that touchdown pass live and the quarterback GH counter fake. This is it. Yes. Boom. You know, they're able to pass the ball. They must not have had windy conditions. Week 8 down in Lakeville, it was so windy in our game against Champlin Park. Neither of us could pass or kick the football. It was so bad. There's the skipper touchdown. All right, so it's the following Minnetonka drive on offense after Maple Grove punts. Yeah, here's the 3rd down where they dropped the ball out, they punted, and then there was some kind of first down play right here that is missing off the game film. Yeah, because it is 1st and 10, and if you go back to the film, it just skips to 2nd and 1. So what play happened here that they don't want us to see? Shift to the other side. That is smart, because now you have quarterback GH counter come back this way, running back inside zone going up that way. That's pro slot. Tight end and H-back are opposite sides, so I don't think we're going to be seeing outside zone here. Quarterback GH counter. And see, now number 3's staying back. He's like, well, I don't want to get scored on again with a big touchdown. That opens up the run lane. Okay, so it's just quarterback GH counter. Why that specific one did they want to remove that? It's not like there aren't other QB GH counters for us to see. Yeah, huh. Back to the huddle film. I don't know if they shifted the running back this time. Same ordeal, though. We just had quarterback GH counter down to the right. How much you want to bet we're going to get inside zone with the running back to the left this time? So unlike a Lakeville North, a Centennial, I don't know if Centennial did this as much, but Lakeville North, Rosemount, and Champlin Park, when a run play works, go right back to it. Minnetonka does not do that. They say, all right, we just hit you with GH counter, hit them with inside zone going the other way. They're always switching it up, always keeping you on your toes. And it's not like either one of those is like the right or wrong way to do things. It's just a difference that these two teams do. And I just find that very interesting. Oh, but the play's blown dead. What do we miss? I think the right guard fidgeted a little bit here. Yeah, see? He moves his butt just a little bit right there. Cool. Yeah, he did a little flinch. Inside linebacker over there is pointing at him. Oh, bummer. All right, well, so much for... And you know what? That's weird that they were going to run inside zone there because it's 2nd and 1. If Minnetonka did want to do a play action and take a shot deep, that is the quintessential time to do so right here. Fake inside zone and then hit vert over the top or a seam over the top against a cover 3 you know that they're giving you. I mean, there it is again. You easily hit a seam right over, seam over there. Yeah. They're giving it to you. And every single time, he always stacks down behind the blitzing linebacker. It makes it easy to tell where the blitz is coming from every single play. Quarterback GH counter. No play action off of it. Ooh, what did we miss this time? Outside backer played it really well. Oh, and he juked the guard. Look at this. That should have made it. Yeah, it looks like the guard couldn't get there in time. He tried to shoot inside shoulder, aimed a little bit too far. Outside linebacker gave him the moves. Took Caleb Francois. And who's this? Is this the... That's the blitzing inside linebacker, number 7. Look at this. He wreaks such havoc on the tackle. Why isn't the center helping him? You should have a double team here. Up to the opposite backer. Yeah, that's just, I think it's just Maple Grove making a very good blitz in the GH counter. Very smart play calling defensively. I think this is Coach Spurrell over here rocking the... No, that looks more like him over there. Yeah, that guy is a little bit too tall. I think this is Coach Spurrell right here. Solid call. Solid call. Yep. Dialed in. We love to see that. Also, there's Mr. Langama back there. Just spotted him. Chilling on the sideline. Weird that he's so far away from the action, but huh. Yeah, I don't know. And normally the tackle takes the end on this one, but he does a solid job. He gets his eyes up. Maybe he's got to communicate that with the center. Like, hey, there's a backer about to blitz inside. You want to help me with that? Yeah, I think that's more so just a great play call on the part of Maple Grove. Good job. It's a great way to stop GH counter. Now we have a 3x1 set. If they are going to do something, outside zone is back on the menu here, and we can run it out that way. And with Mr. Francois potentially keeping it on the backside there. I think we're either going to get that or a play action here. I mean, it is 3rd and 7. It'd be weird to just run outside zone. Yeah. Ooh, why'd we force that there? We were a little bit more... It looks like... Yeah, especially because the safety is right... Or that's the corner. Corner's right on them. They're playing cover 3. When they're playing cover 3, corner's running in, your deep post could be wide open for a touchdown there if we just let it develop. And maybe this is a pass concept thing. I guess you just take what's there. If that's there right away, go ahead and throw it. And again, is Maple Grove playing man or zone? It looks like zone because he doesn't stay with him. He trades him off to the next man inside. Where is this corner going, though? If it's supposed to be cover 3... Then U2 or U3 at the second level, and you're blitzing 5, which they do send 5. Yeah, and the safety should be more in that zone. You should be more down here. If there's nobody there, you need to stay in your zone. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Looked like we just gambled and lost. And again, on 3rd and long, key situations. I think it was 4th and long. Whenever you have like a 4th down, just play the base defense. 3rd down, you want to dial up some kind of pressure. But there really isn't any stunt here. Outside backer, look at how much space there is before he comes inside. And look at how long it takes for that stunt to develop. Like, think back to Eastridge versus Park Cottage Grove. It was wham, wham right away. But this is like wham, and then, yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, I think I will. Yeah, Eastridge definitely ran that stunt a lot better. Took a little bit too much time to develop, and then here it's just, yeah, big linebacker go blitz. And again, kind of strange they're blitzing this guard, because he's been pretty solid on pass protection. He picked up that blitz, or that was the Maple Grove right guard that picked up the blitz from Minnetonka. Yeah, still, solid pass protection. Oh, he was short, though. 4th and 1. Okay. Is anyone going to bet against Maple Grove on 4th and 1? We're not going to have quarterback GH counter, where we could have running back GH counter, but what do you expect them to do? It's probably going to be the quarterback wedge up the middle again. That seems too obvious, though, because they've gone back to that twice now. Oh, no! Ain't no way he can get that out there. Nope. Oh, what a awful time for a miscue. This is like some Shakopee level stuff right here, where you have like an offensive miscue that ends up just like completely throwing the game for yourself, or special teams miscue. Shakopee can do either of those two. Oh, this could have put the game away. This is a huge turning point. A bad snap. And it's not like he wasn't ready. He's clearly ready for it. Was the offensive line making some kind of call? Look at the center here. He looks over to the side before snapping the ball and sees something. Something went on there that impacted his snap. You can see the head motion there. Watch. Look at his head. Right? See? He turns and he's looking inside as Mr. Francois wants the ball. And the snap is a little bit late. Because see how the others are getting out of their stances? Like milliseconds before he snaps the ball. And it looked like quarterback outside zone or quarterback stretch. Hopefully they blocked it better than STMA did when they tried to run quarterback stretch against Osseo at the goal line. Oh, the lane's there, but do we get the nose guard? No. Funny enough, the backer almost looks like he pushes the nose guard into the play. He's so late off the ball. The center just skips him. That guard can't get to him. So even if that was properly snapped, I think the nose guard probably gets there and blows that play up. Yeah, few question marks there. Definitely not sure why the center doesn't at least chip the nose guard to pass him off to the guard. How many times have we seen where Minnetonka tries to reach block and that nose guard just slants right into the butt of the center and beats the guard every time? Yeah. So, huge turning point. Once again, another short field for Maple Grove. Maybe they can get the score this time. Empty personnel. I wonder if it's a run or a pass. I mean, Mr. Harney is able to run the ball. Oh. And we're checking down into the flat. We're doing a Prior Lake. I guess technically that's a running back. It's not really much of a swing, but it gets us yards. Because what do? We run a deep post wheel. We clear everybody out. Where's Minnetonka's flat defender? So Minnetonka's... Did they blitz? Who did they blitz? They didn't blitz anybody. He's cheated down as if we're blitzing. We clearly have numbers here because it's a 4-on-3 in favor of the offense. Like, huh? What are all these guys doing here? Makes sense to have two if you're playing zone. If he's like the deep third, he takes the flat. Why is he stacking down for like against nothing? There's nothing over here. There's one receiver and you got a guy covering the flat and a guy taking deep. You don't need anything else over there. What you should be doing is if you're stacking down, you stack down on this side. At the very least, it's a 4-on-4. He takes, well, and then inside backer. Hook to curl. Then he takes the flat, deep, and then you can cover a hook there. And then then hook here if you're only blitzing 3. Or if you want to blitz 4, say you move up here, you take his hook to curl, you blitz him. Or you want to take a wide blitz, send him, you take the flat, deep, hook to curl. And now he's got the flat. Like, there's so many other things Minnetonka could have done here. How do you have 8 in coverage and just completely abandon the flat? Or I think that's Mr. Hudgens, isn't it? Number 1, linebacker. He's got to get all the way out there to go chase down Patrick Wright, who's a very good athlete. Not that Mr. Hudgens isn't, but yeah, that's rough. I mean, that's just giving them free yards because I think we were just misaligned. And again, I have normally the safety stacks down. I mean, this is like what Forest Lake does. You stack the safety behind a linebacker that you're not blitzing, and they both end up in the same zone. Like, I mean, that's just a waste back there. Especially when you consider, like, at the very least, Forest Lake did it to the wide side of the field, and there were usually multiple receivers over there. But here, there's one wide receiver. It's a 4-by-1 empty set. You need 3 guys to take on 1 receiver? That's not Myers Sweeney down there. That's not Kaijan Cummings-Cole. Who is there? Cummings-Coleman, whatever his full name was. That's number... I don't know who Maple Grove's number 5 is. Is that Mr. Hermadka? I don't remember all their kids' numbers or anything, but they must really have been afraid of him because they... And they didn't even leave the 3 defenders on him because they're both playing the flat out here. They're in the same zone. What a waste. And there was no one in the flat. Think about that. You have 2 defenders in the flat on this side, and you have 0 defenders in the flat on the wide side of the field. Huh? I'm actually shocked by this. Like, when I was watching the Egan and Edina offenses, they were like clockwork. You could tell they didn't have a whole lot of plays, and they're just executing things very well. Maybe Egan a little less, or both teams a little less on the defensive side of the ball. But it's really weird to see, like, similar stuff from two of the top teams in the state. Like, weird defensive or offensive miscues. I mean, this is a big stage. There are a lot of people in both stands. We can't see the Minnetonka home stands, but I guarantee there's a lot of people in those home stands for the Skippers. So I get huge game, two of the top teams in 6A. But yeah, still got to be able to execute. Speaking of execution, we have 11 personnel here. Tight end appears to be on the top side there, so it looks like you have a tray open look. 3x1, yeah, because both the receivers are off, so tight end's up there. Stretch, outside zone. Wait, the quarterback ran outside zone? Or was it a direct snap to the running back? It was a direct snap to the running back. That is snazzy. Oh. So it's stretched, but it's stretched to the running back. But then Mr. Harney, oh, he throws a lead block. Look at that. Okay, I like that. That is sneaky. I would still, so, I don't know why the Skippers aren't prepared for this, because if you think about it, it's still a run opposite of the running back side in the sidecar spread offense. That's what Minnetonka does, right? Like last week, Rosemount struggled to run inside veer and midline against Centennial. Well, that's because that's their bread and butter. It's what they do. They're used to it. But here, okay, I get it. It's an inline tight end, and Maple Grove has a very big offensive playbook, apparently. But it's still a sidecar offense, and that's what Minnetonka is. Run game out of the sidecar spread offense. You should know that if there is a run threat, it's going there. So even though like it plays out in a weird spot, linebackers make solid reads to get over there. Oh, I think it's also a case of a rough blitz. They blitz Mr. Number 1 in there, and he just kind of falls. I think it's tripped over. Oh, he gets tripped over his own man. Look at this. He literally gets knocked over by the butt of his nose guard right there. See? Is that the nose guard or is that the D end? They're in a bear call. That's the defensive end. Also, weird that you're having him inside that far with the backer being all the way out there. If you're going to have a bear call, normally you cheat him in or walk him up to kind of fill in that void there and then stack him over. I mean, you're just kind of asking for Stretch to hit you here. And what does the outside backer do on Stretch? He waits there, but he gets washed. 28 does a solid job, and then he gets blocked by a quarterback. He gets blown up by a quarterback, actually. Nice. The safety stacking down behind the blitzing linebacker might be the only one that gets there. This other safety gets there, but he kind of whiffs. See how he over pursues, and then he waits. He gets concrete feet, doesn't keep his feet moving, and then misses. It's a good job by Mr. Wright. Way to follow your blockers, run the ball. Yeah, that's good field vision. I think he'll be pretty solid as a running back next year for sure for the Crimson. Yeah, again, that's 2 plays in a row that have kind of been head scratchers for me on Minnetonka's defense. Do what, who was it? Was it Blaine? Anytime they had a tight end or an H-back, they walked their outside backer up to cover him. Maybe that would help with the Skippers D. I mean, they were still pretty solid last season, but yeah. Momentum definitely shifting back to Maple Grove here after that 4th down stop, and it seems like Minnetonka's defense is getting a little confused. Look at the alignment. We're getting a bear front, but there's no up call. He's cheating in. He's going to blitz. Is the safety stack behind him? Yes. So, again, obvious where it's coming from. And we just forgot to block the nose guard? Or is that the D end? No, it's the nose guard. Huh? The center puts his head down. Where did the center go? Did he fall down or trip? The center turns around and looks in the backfield. Something went on with the center here. Why is he turned around? What happened? It's just a fullback dive. And Minnetonka's not fooled by it. Look at how many people are following the pitch out here. Nobody. But again, you run this play after you set up toss. And does the quarterback fake toss? No. Oh my god. Huh? If this is supposed to be like, think about how Lakeville North does this. They turn around open, they do a dive here, and then they do like the full toss motion out there. But here, he just opens up, hands the ball off, and then just looks at it. Like there's no fake. No one on Minnetonka's fooled by it. So that's 3 head scratchers in a row. 2 were on Minnetonka's defense. Now the third one is going to be on Maple Grove's offense. And it's their I formation. Isn't this their bread and their butter? Like what they're most used to? Something must have gone on with the center, because I highly doubt the nose guard is supposed to be left unblocked in this play. But it is a good job by Maple Grove's Minnetonka's nose guard. Stays low, gets in the gap, keeps his feet moving, wraps up at the hip, his shoulder sort of leaves, and he gets around the legs. Rest of the skipper's D comes in to clean up. Very good job by the outside backer. He gets a little bit too far upfield. I'd like to see him come a little bit flatter, but he does come in, help make the tackle. I don't like the 25s just standing there. The other outside backer, like, the ball's right here. Do what Centennial does. If this was Centennial, he'd be attacking and pushing him back right away. And he's just kind of standing, like, look, he's not down. Your buddies are struggling to tackle him. Get in there and bring the... Oh, I'm knocking my mic over. I'm getting so furious about it. Get in there and bring the sauce. Like, what are we doing? I can tell you what I just did. I apparently knocked my boom or my pop filter off of my microphone. I was so heated by that. I did not expect to see such a weird miscue. But lo and behold, there it was. And again, any run play, whether it's a power like scheme, a zone scheme, like a triple option scheme, you want double teams at the point of attack, right? Well, if you're doing a dive right up the A gap, well, your point of attack better be on that nose guard. So that's where you'd want your double team. But not only was there not a double team, there wasn't even just an ISO block. Nobody picked him up. I don't know about that one. Once again, another head scratcher. All right, pop filter's back up. Hopefully, stupid Coach Lance does not knock it over again. Which play was it that we were just looking at? It was the first down. That's right. Yeah, and I can't stand the quarterback fake on that play. That is such a lazy effort. I hesitate to even say the word effort in that sentence, because there really just is none of it. And I mean, this from the running back, just kind of standing there, also not very pretty. And again, this is almost like putting the cart before the horse. It looks like toss is supposed to set up this play, but do you run toss away from the tight end? I don't think so. And if this is, why wouldn't you have him open up this way, fake that way, and he dives underneath? Then when he opens this way, you can hand the ball off there, fake toss out that way. And then fake toss out that way, continue bootlegging here, he goes that way, ball goes up there. And now you're splitting the defense out wide, opening up the middle. And obviously, don't forget to block the nose guard. Kind of important. Now what are we? We're 2nd and 10. There's still 12 personnel. We're dropping back to pass. Hitting them with the vert. Oh. So, I will give them a lot of credit here. Okay, I'm making faces because I'm trying to figure out what Minnetonka's coverage is. So it looks like he's going to blitz, right? So what does the safety do when a linebacker blitzes? He stacks down underneath him, and then they've been playing cover 3. Are they, though? You went shallow again. You didn't stay in your zone. Looks like they're hitting you with sort of verts here. They're hitting you over the seams, which, again, if you're calling seams against a cover 3 smart, you can see it comes wide open here. He just overthrows him. Oh, that was there. Great play call hitting the seams. And I don't understand. If you're supposed to be down here and the cover 3 is there, why is he cutting in with his man? Why are you staying with the man? Why aren't you staying in your deep third? And if they're switching, if you're supposed to be in the deep third, why are you the one walking down? And then obviously he's a flat defender, this outside backer. He's not going to get involved in the party. Did they blitz 2? They blitzed 6. So it's a 6-man blitz. You only have 5 left in defense. You almost have to play cover 4 into that. What's the coverage here? Is it man? Again, these two look like they're playing zone. Man, man, man. What's the coverage? Why did we play zone? I mean, this is like some Chris Conti again. You know what? Chris Conti. I don't know if anyone will know that reference. Open up another YouTube here. This is one of my biggest nightmares as a Bears fan. Aaron. No, what is it? Packers beat Bears 2013. 4th down. That's got to be it. NFL throwback. Yep. 4th and 8. So one of the worst moments of my life. I was up in Duluth, Minnesota watching this. Oh, I'm going to have PTSD. So, same deal. Are you playing man or are you playing zone? Play before this. Nice. 3rd and 8. You stuff them. You just have to get one stop to win the NFC North, right? It's 4th and 8. And are we playing cover 0? What are we doing, Bears? Oh, we don't know. We're bringing pressure, sort of. We're all confused. Stack the safety inside in the A gap. All out blitz. You miss. You lose outside contain against Aaron Rodgers. And what's the coverage? Are we in man? It looks like it's supposed to be man, right? Because if you look... Yeah, I knocked over the boom or the pop filter again. I'm just getting this thing out of here. Clearly, Coach Lance is not mature enough to handle the pop filter. I don't think I've said that many P's today anyway. Detach. Get that thing out of here. So... again, if it's supposed to be man coverage, why aren't we playing man? Because you're manned up there. You were manned up down here, but then who went deep with, is that Greg Jennings? No, I don't even remember who that was. Oh, it's Randall Cobb. Yeah. Why? Again, if you're playing man, why are 2 people playing man and another one plays zone? Like that, this is the vibes I'm getting from, and both these defenses have committed that. Minnetonka gave up that big pass play early, and Maple Grove, obviously they had that other pass play, but yeah, both teams just look like they've been confused as to whether they're playing man or zone, and we've been seeing a few hybrids of that. And this is the right call from Maple Grove's offense. I love that they're attacking the seam against a cover 3 look, but I don't know what Minnetonka's coverage was here. Is it that the scheme's too complex? What were they thinking? Was it supposed to be a cover 3? Were we supposed to play man? I have no idea, and you know what? I don't think Minnetonka's DBs had any idea either. Thankfully, though, we got lucky. It was overthrown. It's an incomplete pass. Now we're looking at 3rd and short. Is your straight? Is this like a levels thing? Is this like what Osseo did? They had the 2 ends. It looks like they're supposed to have like a hitch or post wheel routes covered. Who do we blitz? Oh, we're playing a cover 4, which I like. Who's the outside backer containing on the edge, though? That's what I'm wondering. He's all the way out there. Do we have a 3x1? Yeah, it's Trey open. Okay, well, would it be better here? Stack him down, give him another cover 3 look instead of playing like an umbrella over them. Then he can blitz. He takes the flat. And if he blitzes here, then he also has the contain so that this can't happen. Or have a backer to spy him. It's kind of tough because the opposite inside backer blitzes on the edge. He rolls out to the wide side. And he takes off and runs. Is he going to get there? Ooh. He got there. Oh, Minnetonka. That was a chance to get off the field. Well, I wouldn't say get off the field. That was definitely 2-down territory. But I'm just surprised that no one's spying him. And poor Mr. Hudgens, number 1 there. Like, this is not his fault by any means. He stays in his hook to curl zone, but then he realizes, crap, quarterback's running, there's nobody out there, I gotta come up and get him now. And then if the safety here's the flat defender, once again, are we playing man or zone? If you're the flat defender, why are you going deep with a wheel route? I don't know about that one. If it's supposed to be you're in the flat and he goes deep, if he goes in, safety takes him. If he goes deep, corner takes him in his zone. If someone comes in the flat, like a scrambling quarterback, you take the person in the flat. You stay with your hook to curl. You take that. You stay in your zone. You stay in your zone. If Minnetonka just sticks to their jobs here, they'd be totally fine. But the safety's late getting over. The corner stays with a man instead of playing zone. The safety or the outside backer here plays man instead of zone. Yeah, there's just a lot of things going wrong in the Minnetonka secondary right there. Coach Lombardi knows it. He's like, come on. Is that Coach Lombardi? I don't know. I don't think that is. Oh, here's Coach Lombardi. Okay, that must have been him. Same outfit. Are we back to an I formation? No, we're 12 personnel. We're in single back. I guess it's sort of a variation. It's just instead of your fullback here, you moved him out there. Close enough. We got a bear front. We do have another bear front. We have a jam call from Minnetonka. Oh, how do we not get there? Are we slanting? It looks like it's just duo again, or inside zone. Double team at the point of attack. No, we get off the double teams right away, but we do a decent job opening up. Center doesn't block shed enough. You got to rip. That's a nose guard. He's trying to get across. You got to dip that left shoulder and rip. That's why you're not getting off. You're just trying to reach off. You got to dip that shoulder and rip off the double team. Especially if big boys are going to hold inside. The only way to get off the hold, you got to dip your shoulder and rip it through. If you just try and do this to get off a hold, you're not turning your shoulders. This is not that strong. This is pretty darn strong. It gets a lot of your body involved. And then who's 25? Is that the outside backer? He gets way too far upfield here. He gets completely washed. We do a solid job getting up to backer. I would have liked better double teams at the point of attack before getting up to backer. Yeah, I'm getting like sort of Blaine vibes here. But they maintain their blocks. And then we had good receiver blocking. Number 1 gets a gold star. Receiver blocking makes big plays. And then that was a little bit of a high tackle there. But hey, number 1 made a great play there. No. Not the power T again. I will cry. Are they just going to run sweep to the top side of the screen? I don't even need to play it. Oh, they ran a boot. What? So, going back to order of play calling. This does not look like sweep because, I can tell. This looks like a very familiar Lakeville South play. It's supposed to be a play action set up off of power, and you're going into a pass off of it with tight end going deep and then running backs taking the flat. So yeah, this was taken from our playbook. But again, the order of play calling. Has Maple Grove run a play that looks like this? No. The only play they ran was sweep, where all the backs went the same way and he pulled. So this play action has not properly been set up at this point of the game. And Minnetonka doesn't fall for it. Look, safety picks him up, corner picked him up, backers flowing out there to go with him and help take the flat. Everything's covered here. Also, I guess this is kind of helpful if we do end up playing Minnetonka down the line. They'll give us a bear front, so they're giving the jam call. They're split out a little bit, and then maybe they'll give us an up call. If Minnetonka ever plays the power T, it's a good thing to keep in mind. Why? Why are you running Lakeville South plays? Maple Grove's offensive playbook is so big now. Wow. And yeah, I'm so you cannot call a play action pass off a run play that you have not run. Like last week, Centennial hit a play action pass, but it was after they set up belly and jet sweep, and their play action play looked like those two plays. So it all like had solid flow to it, whereas this doesn't have solid flow. You put the cart before the horse. The run play that sets this play up, which would be power, has not been run yet. How do you go to the play action off a run play that you haven't set up? I don't know. Well, again, the short answer is you don't. Oh no. We're back in the power T. Now are we going to run the ball? They're going to give me sweep to the top of the screen this time where they all go and he blocks. No. What? Is this supposed to be trap? Or is this just ISO? And what is this fake out here again with the fake toss? The only one that sort of falls for it is the corner. But he's not even involved in anything. This looks just straight up like their ISO or duo play, but they're doing it out of power T. So I will give them some credit. It is a play that is technically their bread and butter. And they're just running, I guess, a different play out of it, a variation. And Minnetonka just run fits. I guess they sort of fill. Other inside backers, safety gets over there eventually, and that's just Maple Grove getting a good push. Although 77 did play high. I'm surprised number 1 kind of got stuck on him. Look at how high number 1's playing. He's standing straight up. He's fighting a whole man instead of half a man. And he doesn't rip through on the block shed. He doesn't even block shed. He just pulls his right arm off. Strange. I mean, you're at least forcing Maple Grove to third and medium. Also, who gets hurt at the bottom of the pile here? Is that the safety? Somebody gets knocked over. Oh, no, he's back up. I think that was number 1. He got pushed all the way back there. Okay, so power T did not work. I have no idea what that was. It kind of makes me cringe a little bit. But again, if you're going to run so it's kind of like with the triple option flex bone. If you're going to run the power T, you run the power T because you have to get good at it. I mean, that's like any offensive scheme. If you want to get good at it, you got to practice it, right? Well, if you're not fully committed to it and doing that much time to it, why break it out in the middle of a game? Kind of like with some of Blaine's STMA, right? When I was talking about them and their stretch, they wanted to keep going back to stretch. It's a good play call against a 4-3 defense because you're like, okay, we're going to run stretch against a defensive end trying to contain us. Downsides of that, it looked like they never practiced it once. It looked like in offensive line Indy, they never practiced reach blocking. And then Osio's inside linebackers and D-line wreaked havoc on them. So, yeah, you put all those 3 things together, and you shouldn't keep running stretch. Speaking of stretch, look at that. Here we go. Stretch right. And okay, this was like some predicting the future type stuff. What was I? I was just going on a rant about STMA, running stretch, and not being able to get a reach block on the edge. Same thing right here. How do we get so wide that we just completely miss the reach block? Then there's a backer stacked up here. You have a jam call. You have an up call from the inside backers. He's up. Yeah, Coach Lombardi, I have not seen Minnetonka's defensive scheme since Coach Lombardi took over. All I knew was they were running a 3-4 defense. I love the jam calls and the up calls that he's giving. Those are fantastic. And you can see they're messing with Maple Grove. Yeah, how we missed a reach. Oh, but he missed the tackle too. Either way, you stuffed him, but it makes it 3rd and short. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Minnetonka outside linebacker. Got a little too far upfield. You got to break down, hit the gap, and attack the runner. Don't keep running that way. Attack the inside hip. Either way, 4th and short. Yeah, Maple Grove's going to go for it. You knew that was coming. You're in 12 personnel again. It looks like this might be their new bread and butter. They've definitely done the most snaps out of pro slot, 12 personnel. Passing. Oh, yeah. That's just leaving a man on an island one-on-one out there. It's weird that they're not blitzing this outside backer because he kind of just drops straight back. If you're not going to send him out in the flat to help over there, then just blitz him. He's totally wasted right here. It looks like he was supposed to pick up the tight end, but the tight end never did anything. That's just one-on-one betting our receiver is better than your DB, and Maple Grove took advantage of that. Very well placed ball, too. Notice he threw it to where his receiver was going to be, not where his receiver was at. If he throws it to where the receiver's at right here, that gets picked. But he throws it over here so that it's out of range of the DB. Very good ball placement, Mr. Harney. You get 1 green check mark for that. Love the play call, too, against the man coverage. Ooh. Maple Grove has a better PAT protection than Minnetonka. Minnetonka was a little lackadaisical. And just like that, the Crimson are back in this game. No, dude. What just happened here? What? So we're kicking off. We're going to a squib. Was it supposed to be a squib? Because it was windy this day. The ball almost goes out of bounds. No one from Minnetonka goes near touching it. None of these three. And then Maple Grove just gets it? Yeah, look at the Minnetonka coach. He's like, what are you guys doing? I don't know. Have we practiced kick return and getting the ball? Look at him. Look at him down here. Poor guy. That's got to be the special teams coordinator for Minnetonka. I don't know anyone else that would react like that on a kick return. That's got to be the special teams coordinator. 100%. Look. All right. Well, hey, defense is right back out there. Oh. That high snap was killer for Minnetonka on that 4th down. Because you went from potentially being able to go up 21-0. You gave Maple Grove a short field. Almost got them off field, but then got beat on man coverage right at the very end. And then Maple Grove comes around and does just a regular squib kick. And then you have a special teams mistake that immediately leads to a turnover. And now, all of a sudden, the tables are very far in favor of the Crimson. Oh, boy. Fade. I like that they're taking... Oh, that was almost picked. I like that they're taking a shot right off a turnover. That's very smart. A lot of teams like to do that. Who blitzed? Outside backer here is blitzing. Safety stacks behind him. This is like Prior Lake vibes against Eastridge or Coon Rapids in the 2022 playoffs. We're going to run a cover 4 or cover 3. We're going to against 3x1. We're leaving a corner on the backside isolated. And I don't like that he throws inside shoulder here to where the DB is. If you would have hit back corner of the end zone over here, outside shoulder, receiver would have probably had a better time getting there. You're very lucky that was dropped because that should have been an INT. Ooh, Coach Lombardi down here pacing. What does he have dialed up? I think this is Coach Esch over here. It's got to be Coach Esch. He's got a play call sheet right there. 100% Coach Esch. Ooh, we could have jet sweep. 12 wing twins. What in the Chanhassen Champlain Park is this? And notice 18's there. So we could have a jet sweep that way. We could have GH counter coming back this way. Let's see what we get. No, it's a jet sweep into the boundary. Oh, yeah. I think that's Mr. Wright they moved over there because he's not 24. So that might be a little bit of clue that he's getting the ball. That's not a slot receiver. That's their running back they put in at slot receiver. I wonder what he might be doing. And you know it's going to be because, again, where's the running back position? It's not like with like a Hopkins where the running back's over here and you know, okay, it's impossible for it to be a jet. Now you can see that jet sweep is on the table because he's in position to lead block. It's a blocker. And I'm shocked the reach blocking here works. Also, Minnetonka corner... Look at what they're all doing. Why are we backpedaling? And the safety stacks down. We blitz into it. We scrape over, but we're too late. Safety shoots a little bit too far inside. And again, I think the big thing is the corner here goes deep when he tries to come up. Tight end just... Oh, that's number 7. I think he plays outside backer. He does a great job pushing him downfield. Eventually, you get a double team up here. 24 is like, well, I got nobody to block. I'll just keep pushing them. If we would have got the safety, we would have had even more out of it. But, yeah. Good downfield blocking over by the Crimson. No, it's the same dive play again with the fullback. How did that manage to break through here? You know why? Because Minnetonka's outside linebacker is all the way out here for no reason. Well... Okay, not for no reason. My hypothesis, you just got burned by a hitch. You want him out wide to help with that. Maple Grove knows that, though. And they're going to dive. Put a safety out there, then. You're in the red zone. What does he need to cover deep for? There's no deep to cover at this point in the field. Have him help out there, then you can have it. And that's what you do anyway. You always stack him behind the blitzing linebacker, right? Put him there, blitz him. That's where you can bring the sauce. And it looks like he's already blitzing. Or he's playing it slow off the backside. Yeah, this is just outside backer being way out of position. This should not have worked for Maple Grove. Again, there's no fake of the toss. Very lazy handoff. We do have great double teams at the point of attack by the Crimson O-line, though. That's what really makes this play. Actually, you have a triple team on the poor nose guard right there. Both guards in the center are just destroying him. Tackle and tight end are taking care of this defensive end. And eventually the linebackers come up and fill. But again, if that outside linebacker wasn't all the way out in no man's land for no reason, he could have helped make that play in the backfield. What do we got this time? 12 personnel. Yep, pro slot again. H here. Tight ends up there. Z off, X on. Going back to the hit. Nope. Well, whip route. Okay. And just like that, it's 14 all. Wow. We love those whip routes and those outside shoulder routes to the back of the end zone. Number 1 again. That's their go-to receiver. Oh. Look at the whip route to get separation. Look at the step. So, receiver footwork nerd right here. A little bit of a false step. 1, 2, 3. That's a good slant step. Then 1, 2. I guess my only thing there is he takes a third step. What it should be on a whip route is 1 right here off the plant. 1, 2. That foot plants. Then you open up back that way. 3, 4. It's more of a 4-step whip instead of a 2-step whip. I guess that earns or gets a little bit more separation. Gets him really focused on going inside. But nevertheless, that's a good whip route. Really like the footwork. And the sudden turn off of it. Notice how he doesn't take false steps to slow himself down. It's a drag into a plant and then immediately changes direction. Minimizes the time it takes to turn around, which then allows him to gain separation. Allows him, that time is then spent getting away from the DB instead of turning around. And he gets the ball and secures the catch. Very nicely done. Very nicely done. Also, skill position number 1 is also the holder. Maybe that's why Minnetonka is kind of playing off and respecting the PAT game. Okay, so 14 points Maple Grove have come off of Minnetonka mistakes. One was that high snap on 4th down that gave Minnetonka a short field. And then right after that, we gave Minnetonka gave Maple Grove that weird kick return where they just forgot to get the ball. It definitely seems very uncharacteristic. I mean, that's something... Oh, no. Okay. Oh, boy. Speaking of kickoff mistakes, went for the onside. Love the call. The only problem is the ball went a little bit too deep. Oh, they weren't ready for it if it just went right there. Minnetonka, I don't know if we practice special teams, but we might need to practice special teams. Oh, boy. We do manage to catch it and fall, and it's more so Maple Grove execution. If that ball is just executed better and just whoop, right there, that would have been Maple Grove. And it does get a good bounce up in the air. It just goes a little bit too far. Oh, that could have been another Maple Grove football. I love the call to go to an onside kick when you have all this momentum, and they clearly haven't adjusted their special teams. Love the call for an onside kick. I think that's fantastic. Just shame it wasn't executed properly, but that almost worked. Okay. Ball back to the Skippers. Now they have a chance to get back into this game. We're going to get running back GH counter to the top. I think we're going to get quarterback stretch coming down to the bottom here because you're in 13 personnel. Again, you have your wing here to outside zone. Running back can lead. Francois follows. That seems like a decent play call. Or they're just going to run quarterback counter. And he doesn't follow his blockers. Huh? Oh, it's because 19 kind of struggled here. The Maple Grove defensive end gets upfield. Why is the tight end left to fight him on his own? Because the backer behind him blitzes. Tackle has to take him. Guard goes to the... Guard gets absolutely blasted. Look at the play side guard here against the inside linebacker. Watch the inside linebackers move. You think you're going to touch me? Nah, bro. Eat that dirt. Oh. Throws him to the side. Says not... It's like you got like the bullfighter waving the red thing, and he waves it over here, and you just whoop, like ole, ole. Everyone says that Olay defense. That was some of that Olay offense right there is what that was. I do like the blitz into that, though, because, again, when you have blitz or even, think about it, it's no different than a jam or an up call. How do you get the double team at the point of attack? You can't, because the tackle now has to take somebody else. You can't have the double team. I'm surprised the H-back doesn't help with that. If you see a guy blitz, why not have them go there, you get the kick out, and then he comes up and gets the next man inside. I feel like getting the double team at the point of attack is more important than having the H-back go and block a corner out in no man's land. Then who ended up with the football? Mr. Francois obviously ends up with it. Is one even blocking anybody? No, I guess they're all just hanging behind him. And he's like, what's pushing me? At least Mr. Francois is following his lead blocker. I will give him that, but props to Maple Grove. They really shut that down. Obviously, all the momentum in the world is with the Crimson right here. Same play again. They're like, all right, we know we can do that better. Execute it this time, please. Maple Grove doesn't call the same blitz. And now look, well, it's hard to see because the camera randomly like twitches here. But you get a double team at the point of attack from the guard and tight end this time because they're not blitzing the backer up there. And you know what? If Minnetonka knew that Maple Grove doesn't call the same blitz twice in a row, smart. Nice. See, look at all the difference the double team at the point of attack makes. Nose guard wreaks havoc, though. What happened with the nose guard here? Neither the center nor the play side guard messed with him, and he gets in the way of the pulling tight end. That's what happened. And he blows a play up just enough so that the rest of the skipper's defense can come up and fill. Backers get there. Outside backer run fits. I feel like this H-back is just wasted going out here to play patty cake with this corner. Like, a guy he could have blocked ends up getting up there and making the play. And the guard that's supposed to kick him out completely misses him. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Penetration messes with the run game. I do not know why Minnetonka's interior O-line is really struggling with that nose guard. We do have a solid double team against number 9 there. They're not really driving him back the way I thought they would. I think it's because they're playing a little bit high. Maybe those kids are starting to get tired. They got to get lower. I mean, look, tight end's standing straight up. He's not low and driving him back. Oh. That must have been halftime. Okay. Just running the clock out, I guess. So, all the momentum in the world now is with Maple Grove. They tied it up 14-14. They're bringing the sauce again. It just, ooh, wow. Yeah, Minnetonka went up 14-0, but those two miscues just completely changed the way this game was going. Stretch again, or is this like a duo? More of like a duo. We're getting a jam call again from Minnetonka, but I don't know why, because look at how far out your outside linebackers are. Are they expected to come up and fill the edge? It almost looks like they're expecting a pass play here. And when your outside backers are that far away, sure, you're stacking a safety down, but he's inside. Like, I don't know. And stacking the safety down definitely helps when he blitzes, because now you have 6 defenders against only their 5 inside. But that means you only have 2-on-2 and 2-on-2 with just 1 deep. So I would probably look to pass if I'm getting that look. And again, Minnetonka's giving you that pre-snap. That's not 2 safeties dropping back deep. That's a safety that's coming down and one that's going deep, which they've done the whole game. So, yeah. Is that the backer or is that the D end? That's the backer. Number 28 does a great job coming around. He's playing a little bit too high with the wrap up. He's wrapping her up around the chest. He's got to get lower into the waist here. And I don't know about this one. What are the double teams like? Double team's good there. Double team on the nose guard, not quite as good. And then backside tackle. Yeah, just nobody gets up to the other inside backer. If he's taking the center, and again, I feel like I talked about that before with the Maple Grove backside guard. He's supposed to take that inside backer, and he just doesn't. The double team at the point of attack here on the wide side, though. Tackle and play side guard, fantastic. Tackle does a great job absorbing that. Play side guard gets up to backer right away. There is a hole there to run through. The only problem is the backside guard does not do his job. In fact, look, he actually turns his hips inside here and puts his butt to the defender. That is really bizarre, instead of just staying square and blocking up field. Huh, yeah. Now we're back in our I formation, so we get spread offense, we get power T, we could have 10 personnel, we could have 11 personnel, we could have 21 personnel. I don't know. Maybe if I'm Maple Grove, if I'm not expecting to have the same star power as I did last season, maybe look to condense the playbook a little bit. Really focus on like a few plays you can run very well. Stretch. Ooh, who blew us up? I do like calling stretch against the bear front that Minnetonka's giving you. They're giving you a jam call. They're trying to do a whip. They slant the nose outside. Nose does a good job getting out there. The only problem is he's playing with his hips. Look at how high the nose guard plays. If he plays lower, he could have made this tackle. He drives his lineman right in there, but he's not playing the lineman. That's the weird part. And then he tries to spin. If he's just driving half a man, you keep driving that inside shoulder of the... Is that the guard he's playing? Yeah, if you keep driving that guard's... I guess it's a center. You keep working half the center here and driving him that way, then your hands are here, you rip through block shed, and then you're right there to make the tackle. I don't understand how that DN's getting pushed back by just the guard alone. Again, there's no double team at the point of attack. We missed the outside back or the edge defender. Good news is number 7 picks him up, sort of. And then Minnetonka just run fits. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. That was a little bit strange there, Maple Grove. I don't know about the blocking. Lance, you coaching 10th grade this year? No, I am not. Coach Lance actually got promoted to varsity. Not going to share what I'm going to be doing on varsity just yet, but Coach Lance did get promotion. 10th grade and varsity practices together at Lakeville South, though, so I mean, I'm still going to be with all of you, so yeah, just as about what Coach Lance is going to be doing at practice. Obvious passing down, 3rd and long, Maple Grove. We're back in a spread offense again. That same kind of there, he leaks out, post. It's not quite a mesh. It almost looks like it levels to the back side. I don't know what you'd call this. It's like they're just trying to aim to that backside, like come back to the sticks. And I will give Minnetonka some credit. Oh, why did he turn and look inside? I don't like that the outside backer turns and looks inside. If he just stays in his flat and does his job instead of turning shoulder and running this way, he could have had an INT right here. Thankfully, it's thrown wide and the receiver drops it, but why is the DB turning his shoulders and running inside? This is not your zone over here. Look, he literally turns and is running at his linebacker here that's in the hook to curl. He's like, hey, buddy, you look lonely. Can I come into your zone with you? No. You get back in that flat, you do not turn your hips, and you stay in your zone. Is it zone or man again? Because look, is this outside backer? No. The stacked safety looks like he's playing man. He looks like he's playing man. Nobody's in the flat here. Is the stacked safety supposed to be in the flat? Why didn't we throw there? Oh. There's a first down. And again, it's coming off a blown assignment. Why are we playing man here? This at least looks like zone. It looks like we finally have our cover 3. But then, how many do we blitz? 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if you're blitzed 5, that means you're playing 3 and 3. Deep, deep, deep. Middle, flat, flat. Or hook, flat, or curl, flat. Hook, curl, flat, curl, flat. And that's your coverage. 3 at the second level, 3 at the third level. But for some reason, he decides, nope, I'm playing man. This is left wide open. He comes inside into his own buddy, so now you have the flat over there wide open. It's just, I don't know. Skippers, for some reason, are like, we could defend the flat. We're supposed to defend the flat, but I'm going to go into my buddy's zone instead. Also, I got to highlight number 8 over here. Look at his reaction. He's like, dude, there's nobody here. Like, come on, man. What? And the head goes down. I feel you, number 8. I feel you. Way to get open. Good route. How many games am I doing tonight? I was going to do 2 games, but the problem with that is if I go into the 6A pool this season between both Maple Grove and Minnetonka, the state final game, for some reason, is not in the 6A pool. And I don't know why that is. I will cry. I don't know what's Eastridge watching. I know they were in here earlier, but yeah, it was just really sad to see. And then Centennial, when I looked, they didn't have a game in here. I wonder if Edina put film when they were in the state prep bowl in 2023. That'd be against Centennial. That's week 2. That's week 1. That's a scrimmage. No. The state title game for them is not in there either. So maybe they don't post the state title games up to Huddle. Well, I guess that's me being an idiot. Apparently, that's just not something teams do. Obviously, I do have the Lakeville South versus Maple Grove state title game. Being a Lakeville South coach, of course, we have our own film. But that is my B. I apologize to everyone. I did not realize that game was not in the pool. That is 100% my fault for not checking earlier. I did not do my scouting report on the film I was going to watch. That makes me ill-prepared. I'm like Blaine's offense going against Anoka's 2-4 nickel package. I just have no clue how to block it, and now I have to try and adjust to that. So, we'll see. But as of now, I'm probably just going to do this game. This one's been going on pretty long, and I'm still only about halfway through it. Yeah, so my lamp just turned itself on. That was really freaky. Probably just going to do this game. Either way, Maple Grove made the mistake. They're punting the ball right back, and now Minnetonka has a chance to get right back into this game. That was a little bit dangerous to catch that punt and then try and run with it, especially when it's right against the sideline and you have a guy in your face. At least he didn't drop it. Way to secure it. We're back in 13 personnel. Running back is opposite of the wing. We could have Stretch coming out this way. Do we have it? Or we have quarterback GH counter? We have Stretch out that way. Yes, sir. See, and it's so funny with Minnetonka. Like, yes, their offense is very predictable, but they just execute it so well. Well, for the most part. Sometimes when you get blitzes like this, again, where's a double team at the point of attack? Not there. He's forced to cut it back. He does dive forward for yards, but you've got linebackers filling. The safety comes up and fills. Is this something both teams do? If a backer blitzes, the safety just auto-fills? That must be a Coach Lombardi thing, because Minnetonka is doing that now. Maple Grove, obviously, he used to coach there. They're doing that. That must be his hallmark. Yeesh, it's weird to see like all these sloppy mistakes from 2 teams that made it to the state prep bowl. Huh. Still picked up a solid gain on first down. It's just weird that none of the, like, they keep calling outside zone or stretch, but none of the reach blocking gets there. See how all the linemen are turned and facing this way instead of reaching across and turning it that way? One of these is easier to do an outside zone. The other one makes you look like STMA. So, yeah, that's a little bit of a question mark there for sure. But then again, Minnetonka loves the cutback lane. I don't know how focused they are on the actual blocking versus just trying to find cutback lanes. 2nd and 7. Still 13 personnel. Wings opposite of the running back. They don't like running the same play twice. We got outside zone coming behind the wing. I'm guessing we're going to get quarterback GH counter going to the top this time. No. Inside zone. Okay. Inside zone. We got double teams, the point of attack. No. But our backer walks up. Backer blitzes. Can't get your double team off because now you have to have head up, take the backer. What does our outside linebacker do? He comes inside, plays the... Ooh, Mr. Francois, good job. He rides the mesh. He reads. He sees what he's doing. Outside backer attacks the dive. Even though there's no reason for him to do that on a zone read, you have to play the wash, play the quarterback. And Mr. Francois is out to the races. Except we have no receiver blocking. Oh my goodness. Why? What is this? Look at how many yards. Look at how many yards. There's 4 yards in between them. That's not receiver blocking. If the receiver is able to get this outside shoulder and turn him, safety has to walk through him to get to Mr. Francois. That's a touchdown, Minnetonka. Receiver blocking makes big plays, and there's none of it here. That's almost like an Egan-level receiver block from what we saw in their 2 matchups versus Edina from number 3 of Egan. Yeah, might need to add receiver blocking drills to the practice plan if I am Minnetonka, especially with how much I run the ball. Be back in 13. Yep, motioning the H-back across. You have a 3-by-1 look. They could do running back GH counter down this way. I don't think they're going to do that out of a 3-by-1. My guess is just quarterback lead to the strong side because why wouldn't you? It's 3rd and 1. Just pick up the first down behind the best ball carrier. And no, they ran inside zone. Inside zone right. Double team. The nose guard is slanting every play. Look at him. He's doing like arrow steps. And then he just gets so vertical that he washes himself out of the play. You got to play at the butt of the O-line. And the O-line's like, all right, you want to run upfield? Fine. Run upfield and I'll pancake you back here. By that point, play's already past you. And wait, is this the safety? So the outside backer blitzed inside. That means safety has... Yeah, that's not normally the player containing the edge, and you can tell. See how he runs upfield instead of playing off the butt like the outside backers did? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, that's rough, Maple Grove. Gambled and lost on that one. But I think that just comes down to technique, is that safety just doesn't know how to contain the edge the way an outside backer does. If he plays that tighter right here... He's there to help make the play after Mr. Francois. Read the mesh. You see the ball. Now you're in a position to be able to attack instead of running upfield. Ran upfield. Got beat underneath. And then who's that pushing all the way down there? Is that the tight end? That's the H-back. Yes, sir. Skill position blocking. And is this what does the receiver do here? He pushes a guy into the running back. Okay. Yeah. Definitely need to work on receiver blocking for the Skippers. On the bright side, they're clawing their way back into this game. It's tied. They're chewing up play clock. You're keeping Maple Grove's defense on the field a whole lot in this 3rd quarter. You're definitely working towards a good 4th quarter win. So I do like that from Minnetonka. Inside zone again. They ran the same play 3 times in a row. Okay, what goes awry here? No double team. Look at this. Tight end gets a piece of him, and the tackle completely abandons him. He gets in the hole, and he's there to help make the tackle. And then we don't get the outside backer. See, once again, remember I was talking about last play? The safety could not play that edge very well. He didn't know how to contain it. This outside backer knows how to contain it. That's an edge defender right there. He leaves his feet and lets the running back drag him for a few yards, but he is in the right spot. How does this defensive end get pushed back when he's in a one-on-one block? I have no idea. Then he ends up in the same gap as the nose. How did the nose guard end up all the way over there? Because he did a spin move. Why is a nose guard doing a spin move on a run play? Like, instead of spinning all the way around, dip, rip, block, shed, get over there. It's easier to go there than to go all the way around, coming back around. Just way faster to just go down the line. I don't know about that one. Both teams kind of made mistakes there. That was really strange. No double teams from Minnetonka. They abandoned it right away. And then Maple Grove just kind of played it strange. The outside backer was solid, but D-end and nose guard, not one of their better plays. We back in our 3-by-1? Yes, we are. 3-by-1 into the boundary. It can't be quarterback GH counter. It's regular quarterback counter. Nice kick out block from the guard. Ooh, why are we spinning? Maple Grove loves spin moves for some reason. And I don't know why. Just take him on. Wrong arm him. If you wrong arm him right here and take inside, boom, now you're right there. You don't need to spin. Wrong arm. Give him the wrong arm right here. Right arm, punch the hip and wrong arm, dip through. Wrong arm right there, you're in. Number 7 blows up the running back. He's like, all right, you want to fake? I'll show you why you don't fake. Boom. Then he runs up into his own man. Wait, Another D-line spin move. Look, both of them. They both did spin moves away from the play. This defensive end gets washed down. Oh my goodness. Maple Grove defensive line play. What in the world are we doing? Oh boy. 2 spin moves, a wash down deep. Look, this is literally all 3 of their defensive linemen right here. 2 are on the ground, and the other one is getting blocked by his own outside backer because he spun into his own guy. Like, huh? Ooh, they even did a switch block. H-back went wide, receiver came in just like Shakopee does. Ooh, okay, Minnetonka. I like that. Kick out block, H goes upfield, and once again, though, you do the switch block, but our buddy the receiver whiffs on the block yet again. Who ended up making the tackle here? Another spin move? This time was an inside backer. Yeah, Maple Grove. We might need to ban spin moves. I do not know why we have so many spin moves. Okay, the guard. It's got to be quarterback GH counter. Look at how far back the left guard is. But it's I guess third and 3. To me, this has to be quarterback GH counter going this way. There's no way it's not. Look at how far back the guard is. It has to be. It has to be. I was right. It had to be, and it was. Both inside linebackers blitz. 6 sort of does the wrong. Yes. So, edge contain man. 6 helps to make this play. What does he do? He doesn't wrong arm, but he condenses the gap down. The guard is not able to get a good kick out block. And see, there's no hole to go through now. H-back, Caleb's trying to push his H-back forward, like get through the hole. And he's like, nah, man, ain't no hole here. I can't fit through that. And then the rest of the Maple Grove backers come up and fill. That is a great stop, Maple Grove. And I'm loving their outside linebacker play. It's like they know how to play the edge without being like Stillwater and just diving inside all gung-ho. They know contain the edge, condense the gap. Really love that from the outside linebackers of Maple Grove. Going back to a point I made earlier about how Minnetonka should look at some of Edina's GH counters, this is one of those instances where doing Edina's GH counter would have helped. If you see the outside backers condensing the gap that hard, don't aim inside shoulder and kick him out. There's no gap for you to kick him out to open or hole. Take outside shoulder, turn him in. H-back, you read that. If he's turning him in, you get your butt out here and then look next man inside. Mr. Francois reads that and follows. Now he's one-on-one against a deep safety. If our buddy, the receiver, maintains his block out there, then you're just one-on-one. If you make that safety miss, there's a touchdown for the Skippers. But, yeah, doesn't quite happen. I definitely recommend Minnetonka looks at Edina's GH counter and adds that, it's not even like an audible, just a little adjustment to it. And your kids can easily do that on the fly. It's just a simple, if this, then this. If he runs upfield, I kick him out. If he collapses in, I turn him inside. H-back. If I see the kick out, I turn upfield. If there's no kick out, I go to the edge, then look for the next man inside. Running back, or quarterback, whoever the ball carrier, follow the H-back. And that's all you got to do. Add those 3 rules for those kids on GH counter. Everyone else can stay the same. And now your GH counter is like 100 times more lethal because it's adaptable, flexible. 12 personnel. We're in slot trips closed. You have trips with a slot right here. Oh, H-back. And then you have Y tight end up there. Interesting. So that has to be your X receiver. He's got to be up. Here's Z. There's our buddy H. And there's the Y. And obviously R and QB. We can't have running back GH counter. He's on the wrong side. And it's 4th down. Because remember, that was a 3rd down. So it's got to be a pass play. If I'm Maple Grove, 4th down, do what a Centennial does. You just call your base defense. Play it safe with the base defense. Did we do that, though? So, what do we shift to? What's our coverage? Did a cornerback just blitz? Did a cornerback just blitz? A cornerback blitzed. So, And nobody blitzed down here. Why did this safety come down into the flat? Why did he go deep? Why didn't he stay in the flat? Look, you have 3 Maple Grove defenders in the same zone here. Huh? And there's only 2 deep guys. He has to go there. Actually, this is really well done, because if they're both going deep, he keeps going, and then he comes across. Now that defender's got to make a decision. Do I stay there, or do I keep going here? That's actually a really good play call against that. This looks more like a cover 6. You get man on the backside, and then you're playing like on one half of the field, and then the other half of the field, you're playing like a cover 2 or cover 4. Yeah, that's a great way to beat that. And blitz some of these guys over here. You don't need 3 defenders all in the exact same zone. Oh, and that just... Safety almost comes over and makes a play. Is that number 1? That's our buddy number 1. He's a stud. He's got both their touchdowns. Almost gets there, but not quite. And then the corner's like, oh, crap. Who was I supposed to get? And that's not Maple Grove's corner's fault. That's just good scheming by Minnetonka, because he knows, like, I got to play in my zone, but now it's, coach, there's 2 guys in my zone. Who do I take? I don't know. Oh, come on. We don't need to do the helmet taps. Don't need to do helmet taps. We've given up 14 points straight off of bad... I don't want to say bad decisions. Bad miscues. Oh, mishaps. That's a good word. Off of some mishaps. Back in 13 personnel. Double tight. H-back to the bottom. This could be quarterback GH counter to the wide side of the field. I don't think they're going to run outside zone into the boundary. That's a little bit strange. Or it could just be... Is that what they did? Okay, I guess I stand corrected. I said it'd be a little strange if they did that, but that's exactly what they did. Where's the reach block and the point of attack? Why? Huh? So if you're reaching there, then who's he supposed to get? If he takes the edge, why are you also taking the edge? And if someone dipped inside, you're the next man inside to take him. Once again, blitzing into this just kind of messes it up. Number, is this 4 here? Ends up so... No, he doesn't really do much. He makes a good read going that way, but... And the other inside backer kind of gets caught because he blitzes against the grain here. You know what's funny? If they would have blitzed him that way, he would have blown this play up right at the point of attack right there. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Minnetonka. Running outside zone into the boundary with no space to work with. And if you draw a line, like I get you're in a 2x2 set, but if you draw the line and they haven't reacted with the H-back motion, just send them across, then you've got the same amount of defenders on each side, and you have more space over here. I'd say that. And then you can even, if you want an extra blocker, run quarterback stretch out that way. That's a really good job by the cornerback there. Look at him come up. He fills in the hole, aims it inside hip, wraps up around the hip, secures a tackle. That is a really nice job by Maple Grove. Is that Mr. Dozier? Is he their top-ranked DB? That might have been him, number 3. I don't know what number he is, but kid's a stud. It was a great play. Outsides... So now they're running stretch the other way without the H-back leading. They really like going back to stretch for some reason. I feel like it's not that efficient of a play. I feel like inside zone and GH counter have both worked way better for them. And again, why not motion the H-back across? Especially when you see your buddy the safety coming down. What does that tell you he's doing? Zest. Also, we got another spin move. Another spin move. When you see a butts here, follow out there. You got a block there. Block's coming here. Block here. Your lane. Whoop. There it is. Yeah, see, in fact, there's the hole to the end zone right there. You can literally see it. Look in between. See? Right off the butt. There's the run. Oh, I can't draw. There's the running lane for the touchdown. It's right there. It's like a hot dog. And I like this is yellow. Wait, draw that again. I can't draw. So you get a line there, you get a line there. And then there's your hot dog in between. Hit it with a little bit of mustard. Yeah, now we're talking. I guess he doesn't like mustard on hot dogs. He's from Minnesota. He's a ketchup guy, so he's got to go that way.
This is where ketchup on a hot dog belongs, not on the hot dog. Hot dog's over there with the mustard. Follow the mustard, not the ketchup. Ooh, what? Is this play? Okay, I think it's a play action pass. They're in 12 personnel. You've got slot trips closed again. It's 3rd and long. That makes sense. That D end was not fooled. He was there the whole time. Nice pass, though. Right? It's like a Z spot almost. That is exactly what that is. That looks like a Z spot, like what Eastridge likes to run. I'm pretty sure that's in every modern Madden playbook. Yeah, I mean, it's a good play. You can't pass to 84 because your buddy's there is in the passing lane, so it is the correct read. Does he get enough for the first down, though? No, but it's 4th and short. And obviously, Minnetonka's going to go for it on 4th and short. Gotta get this right here. We're in 12 personnel. We're in wing twins. Really? You're going to give the ball to Caleb Francois. You have to. But it can't be quarterback GH counter to the right. That's just strange. Inside zone. Oh, my goodness. What was this? Was this supposed to be a load option? He's trying to pitch it. This looks like it was supposed to be a triple option play. It looks like an inside or outside veer. Look at this. They don't block the D-gap defender. He comes off the edge. The only problem is who comes through untouched. Yeah, it looks like it's more supposed to be inside zone right with an option. If you're going to do that, why not motion him or move them in tighter if you're going to do this? That way he can actually get there in time. This looks like a play that they ran maybe once in practice and it didn't work. And they're like, all right, we don't need to run it anymore. That's good. It could work, but it's just not ironed out enough. Again, especially coming off of watching like Centennial do inside veer last week. Like if you're going to do more of an option style play, you got to have scoop blocking going this way. You can't block against it. You can have veer blocks there, but then you have to have scoop blocks meet with the veer block. Like, you want to leave him unblocked, and then that's your pitch key. So you have a read. Say it's an outside veer. You have a read key and a pitch key here. You've got guys there. Center's got to be able to scoop him. You scoop up. You don't need to block him. He's never going to make a play. And then you've got 4 guys here to block too. You can double team him and wash. You can get a double team him and wash, and then up to there, and then just drive that backer into Kingdom Come, into the back of the end zone. There's your veer running lane. Open that way. Do this out of pistol instead of shotgun. Run off the D gap there. He comes around, and then just do the read key. If he attacks the dive, Mr. Francois keeps out here. If pitch key comes up to get him, he pitches to our buddy number 0, and 0 walks in for a touchdown. I feel like that's what should have happened here. But instead, they block it as if it's inside zone right, and I don't think that works with a triple option play. Because as you see, with the zone blocking here instead of scoop blocking, the poor guard has to try and block 2 defenders. The tackle doesn't get... I think that's the tight end. No, the poor tackle's got to try and block 2 defenders. The tight end doesn't really help at all. He gets turned around. Blitzing backer gets a piece of him. Yeah, this would have worked way better as an outside veer than as whatever this is. Inside zone. Back to the other side. Huh. And especially at this point in the game, you're in the red zone, tied 14, late in the 3rd quarter against the top team in the state who's undefeated. And this is what you pull out. Huh. You know what's funny? If they did that tight end like delay, suppose they stayed in 13 personnel and did crossing over here, had him delay and go back like STMA did, it'd be a perfect play for this scenario right here. Unless you just don't block. That also doesn't help. Oh. Yeah, Minnetonka's not looking happy about that. They're like, what in the world just happened? Oh, get out there, Mr. Hudgens. Lead the defense. We're all good. Get the ball back for the offense. At the very least, the defense is rested. That was a long drive. Run game was well established. All right, we're back in 12 personnel with Maple Grove. What does Mr. Harney got? Stretch. Going right back to stretch, and we didn't block the outside Well, number 24 dove inside for some reason against Stretch. I don't know why he did that. That just took himself out of the play. Maybe it's because he's blitzing. That wouldn't surprise me because look at what our buddy the safety's doing. Also, tuck your jersey in. That does not look good. Tuck that jersey in. He does get out and fills outside, forces it back in sort of, and helps make the tackle. Our buddy the outside backer. No, it's the D end that gets over there and helps to trip him up. It's pretty funny. Outside backer. I don't know what we were thinking here, but yeah, we lost outside contain against Stretch. Not something you want to do. Whoa. Okay, that's the D end. I was about to say, are we about to get a 2-4 nickel? No, but he's cheated inside into a 3. That's the outside backer. Inside backer's walked up here. So, I wonder who's blitzing. Where's the safety going? Nice little stunt there with the D end. He goes first. D end comes behind. Maple Grove not fooled. Why? Look at how much space there is in between them. It looks like they have not run that stunt that much in like Indy or practice. You've got to be like what Centennial did with their D-line. They were right off the butts of each other, and that made it so hard for Rosemount. But when you give, like kind of like North did against Stillwater, when you have your stunt that far apart, it's so easy to pick up. And look, you have a double team on Mr. Hudgens. It takes way too long for 54 to get over there. And look at that beautiful clean pocket for Mr. Harney. Gold star to the Maple Grove offensive line. And where was the coverage? We're in cover 3. He's running right down the seam against the cover 3 again. This great play calling by Maple Grove. This is what it should have looked like within the Prior Lake versus Forest Lake game if Prior Lake actually threw the ball deep into the seam, reading the deep safety, because deep safety went over there. Ball get thrown back over here by the time safety gets there. Already a big completion. It may not have been a touchdown for Prior Lake, but that could have been the Lakers against Forest Lake. Wow. Is Minnetonka only giving them cover 3? Here it is again. Is that the only coverage the Skippers play? Is cover 3? They walked both inside backers to the edge here. And they just run. Is this duo up the middle? No, it's split zone. 7 slashes across. He actually gets a good slash. And look, cutback lane's right there. And he hits it. Keeps pushing. Very good field vision there. Is that Mr. Wright? I don't think that is. Oh, yeah, it's 18. That's him. Patrick Wright. Good job. Way to run the ball there. Solid run. And look, he knows where the hole is. He hits the cutback lane. He doesn't try and make a move. He's like, all right, I got a blocker here. I don't like that 77 is spinning around. Maple Grove seems to have a thing about spinning on both sides of the ball. If he's coming inside, next guy and just keep pushing. Well, I guess he did eventually end up pushing them, but oh, hey, still a great yard run. We had a weird spin move downfield, and we still got 8 yards. Oh, boy, Skippers are feeling the hurt now, man. Oh, so how did we fall for this toss? I know, because they actually did run toss out of this formation. So now they do a play action off of it. This is good order of play calling. You burn Minnetonka with this toss before, and look at how the linebackers react. They see the reach blocks over there. They both get over here. And it looks like split zones. So they're like, oh, maybe the run play's just going over here. They did pick up the flat, but oh, yes. I was going to say, number 1's coming wide open in the drag there. Because the backers that are supposed to be over there in their hook to curl route, at first they're like, oh, I got to take toss. Oh, no, Mr. Harney's taking the ball. And it's actually like, well, what about your zone? My what? Your zone. Oh, my zone. Oops. Oh, speaking of oops, it went for a touchdown. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Minnetonka. And now is the number 1. I think that might be Mr. Hermadka is number 1. Is he? I want to look it up because I want to make sure I get the poor kid's name right. Maple Grove football roster. Oh, no. Number 1's Dylan Vocal. I apologize. Hermadka's number 8. He's a tight end. My apologies, Mr. Vocal. Jack Weigel. I may have known some of these kids at Maple Grove Middle School when I interned there back in 2019. They would have been 7th graders. But I feel like I definitely recognize some of the names. I don't know. It's been a hot minute. That was 6 years ago now. That's the YouTube stream. Don't need to watch that. I don't know. My apologies. Dylan Vogel's the one that's been making all these touchdowns. He's got 3 now. He almost had an INT down at the other end of the field. 21-14. Maple Grove has 21 unanswered points because 14 of those came off of skipper miscues, and then some strange 4th down play at the other end, which again, that was another Minnetonka miscue. Minnetonka is losing this game off their own mistakes, not because, well, Maple Grove's execution is taking advantage of that. Definitely give a lot of credit to the Crimson as well. They're just making less mistakes, I guess. But yeah, the one fumbled snap, and then the weird not outside veer zone blocking on a triple option play did not work. And then obviously that weird special teams mistake. All 3 of those have led to Crimson touchdowns. Fantastic job. Oh my goodness. This one's just squibbing. It bobbles. Can we pick it up? No. Can we fall in it? No, we missed it. The next man up had to get it. We Minnetonka might need to work on our special teams. At the very least, kick return needs to be improved. So what do we got here? We're in 12 personnel. We're in pro slot. We have 2 H-backs. We're passing. We're not in the 4th quarter yet, are we? Yeah, we got to scramble. Is this like a levels or a flood concept here? That's sort of what it looks like, but you've got 3 coming across. I think it's my mouse that keeps turning on this lamp. Weird. What's the cover? Once again, is Maple Grove playing man or are they playing zone? It's some weird hybrid of both. He goes deep, so he takes him. You got 2 guys taking a deep man. This corner comes all the way across. If it's supposed to be cover 3 and he keeps going deep, you take. If he comes across, he's into your zone, you take. You stay in yours. If that guy keeps going. I guess it's pretty solid. And they come back and fill. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All those Crimson going to come up and hit Caleb Francois. Take that any day. I don't know that I understand the pass concept, especially when it's this tight. What does this take advantage of? Number 3 does get beat deep again, but then you run a post into the safety. If we're going to beat number 3 deep, why not get a corner out there away from that deep safety? Because if he's going to bite, now he struggles to get back in position. There's your pass. Who's this out here? He's begging for the ball, but at this point, he's not thinking of passing the ball. Because if he does pass, how do you know he doesn't just intercept and get in the way there? And then he doesn't turn around and block for his quarterback either. Interesting. Ooh. Next stiff. Else, I put my... There it is. I have not had any water this stream. I'm like dying. Oof. Inside zone. Get back to your bread and butter on 2nd down. Nice double team here at the point of attack. Another double. We're opening up a hole. But then do we get up to backer? Where's the double team on the nose guard? Nose guard steps in. We get a good double team on the nose guard because he steps across. Center does what? Center helps with the... We have another double team here, double team there. You get up to backer. No, that should have been this guard needed to get up to backer, but he just kind of pushes off of him. And he misses the linebacker he needs to block. Interesting. Double teams up to the next level. Would love to see us work on that drill and practice a little bit more. All right, 3rd and 5. Is Minnetonka going to give us a run play, or are they going to go back to passing? My guess is pass. Nope. I'm an idiot. They went back to... What do you need when you need to get a play? It's just like Egan. They're going to go to a counter option when Minnetonka needs it. What are they going to do? UBGH counter. And that's what they hit. Kick out block wasn't quite there. Once again, another spin move from a Maple Grove player. At least he spins back into the hole this time. By that point, it's too late and it's a first down. They're really struggling with GH counter. Unless they cheat up and then blitz into the pulling guard. It's the only time they've had success. Nose guard slants away from it. That allows the center to just take him one-on-one. That frees up the guard to get to backer. That's nice. Double team at the point of attack. Solid into the backer. Oh, yeah. Double team at the point of attack makes that work. Nice job. Kick out block could have been way better. That wasn't there. And again, if he's cutting up inside, work the shoulder, turn him. You get your butt out there. Take the next man. Francois follow. Block there. Do it like Edina does. That'll be very effective for the skippers. Inside zone again. Yep. It's almost like watching White Bear Lake. It's just inside zone, inside zone, inside zone. And they do it well. Funny enough, Minnetonka and White Bear played week 1. He really rides that. It's not even like a midline. Dang, those Maple Grove linebackers are strong, man. Look at him firing in there. He gets kind of washed, but at the very least, he prevents somebody from getting up to the next level. And then the safety behind him can fit in that hole. Oh, he doesn't quite make the tackle. Why not? What does he do? Plants his feet right there instead of going in. Plants his feet, and then he gets run over. You can't do that. You have to attack. My stream says Centennial versus Rosemount. Ooh, that's my B. Like the video itself. Edit that. Oh, you're right. It does. That is totally my B. We're going to adjust that. This is Maple Grove versus Minnetonka. There we go. Oops. Thank you for the shout out. Got that adjusted now. Successfully updated. Appreciate that, Mr. Rich. Did I find the state championship game? No. And I actually went back and I tried to find the state championship before that of Centennial versus Edina. And that game is also not in the 6A pool. So I'm wondering if you're just not allowed to post the state championship. You know what? Let's go back one before that. Who was in the state title game before that? Rosemount. We're going to have to go way back. Centennial, Woodbury, Blaine. That's the 2023 season. That's when they beat us. 2023. 23. That was 23. No. So this is the 2022 state semifinal that Rosemount beat Eden Prairie before they went, because that's round 3 when they beat Centennial. That's round 4 when they beat EP. The state title game is also missing from 2022. So I think that the state title game just does not get posted in the 6A pool. I wonder. K45 TV 6A football game. Yeah, it's just I5 Prep 45. I don't think it's on here. Hugh Hubbard, yeah. No dice. Because this is just a live stream of whatever they have now. That's definitely not. Yeah, and they're hitting you with ads and all this crap. So, that's a... Or unless maybe it is. Oh, it's just an ad. I'm dumb. I wonder why. Yeah, it's probably something to do with the state high school league. They're just like, nope, no state title games in the pool. Every other game is there. State semis, which are also played at US Bank Stadium, is there. The state quarterfinal, which is still part of the state tournament, is in there. I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Ugh. What do we got next? I like get comfortable. Oh, I've been sitting in this chair for so long. And you know what's funny? This is actually a shorter stream. I'm only at just under 4 hours. Last week was what, like just over 6 hours? Inside zone again. Yup. Look at this. Is this the tight end this time? I think that's the tight end because they're in wing twins. Can we watch some state semi? You know what? Yeah, if you want to see, I'm trying to think of what the better game was. There's Shakopee versus Maple Grove, which was pretty darn good. And then Anoka Minnetonka. The Anoka Minnetonka one might be a bit more of a snooze. Minnetonka kept running QBGH counter, and Anoka did not know how to stop it. That one might have bigger plays and more. I guess the Minnetonka Anoka game has big plays and more scoring. Whereas the Maple Grove and the Shakopee one is a little bit more competitive, but lower scoring. Very defense heavy in that game. Strange. Oh, yeah, I don't know about that one. We just flipped into the fourth quarter. Okay, so we're up. Maple Grove is up 21-14. We're into the fourth quarter. Third and short. You never want to bet against Minnetonka on third and short unless they get a high snap. Shaco got screwed out of that 1 seed. Commented. I don't think you have streamed Anoka. I did stream the Anoka Blaine matchup. That's from a month or two ago. That's a fun one. Anoka was very good. Blaine I had a lot of questions about their inside zone blocking scheme. So if you want to go to the Shakopee thing, we're going to go Minnesota scores. Look at that. Get Star Tribune out of here. And we can get that out of here too. So Minnesota scores. Coming over here. Shakopee technically didn't get screwed out of the 1 seed. If you look at, so what they look at is not overall record, they're looking at section record. So, and I guess technically district record, because obviously those teams in the West are going to beat either Hopkins or Buffalo, the 2 Maroon teams. So what they do is they essentially say, okay, who has the better section record? Both teams have the same section record. They're 5-1. Then the state high school league's policy is the next thing they look at is, was there a head-to-head matchup? If yes, the winner of that head-to-head matchup gets the top seed. For example, where was the game right here? Right there, week 5. Minnetonka won the game 21-13. That's why every week matters, man. That made all the difference. That's the game that gave Minnetonka the 1 seed and Shakopee the 2 seed. Like, sure, Minnetonka had more losses overall, but that loss is to a non-section team. And if Shakopee is going to argue, well, we beat our non-section team, it's like, well, okay, you get this ad out of here. Like, well, who did you beat in that non-section game? You beat a Blaine team by 9 points. So, yeah, I don't know about that one. Yeah, you got it. Another one that was similar, that's not necessarily like my opinion. That's just kind of the way the state high school league decides it. So if you look at the 4 sections here, you can only have one seed from each of those sections, which is why like only Minnetonka or Shakopee could be a 1 seed. Meanwhile, everyone was asking, well, how did Mounds View get a 1 seed but Shakopee didn't? Because you have to have a 1 seed from each of these playoff sections right here. And speaking of which, that's another close one. Both Mounds View and Forest Lake were 5-1 in their section. They both had 6-2 overall records last season. What gave Mounds View the 1 seed and Forest Lake the 2 seed? That week 3 matchup where Mounds View smacked Forest Lake. Head-to-head matchup. What's it called? Mounds View wins the head-to-head matchup. Therefore, come into the season, that week 3 matchup made all the difference. Mounds View gets the 1 seed. And you know what? Let me see if I still have my Google Drive open over here. I want to show you some of the state tournament brackets now that it's on my mind. 6A interactive season. There's my buddy. Pull over here. So the way the playoff brackets work is all the teams in each section have to be listed ranked 1 through 8. So like if I go over to here, each of these sections, this is just alphabetical. It's not how I think they're going to play out, but all these teams get ranked 1 to 8, and then that's the seed they get in the playoffs. So like for example, I'll zoom out a little bit here. I think I was talking about no, that's zoom in, zoom out. One of the teams I was talking about last week was Centennial. And they would be the 1 seed in section 5. So like the number I have on the outside here is the section, and then the inside number is the seed from that section. So suppose Centennial goes 8-0, they earn a 1 seed. They're the 1 seed of Section 5. In this tournament, they'd play the 6th seed or the 8th seed out of Section 6, which there's only one Maroon team there. It would have to be Hopkins. And then I think that'd be the same thing here. They'd play Hopkins there because that's winner of Section 5 versus 8th seed of Section 6. Same thing in this bracket. So I think this one's the only one that's different. They'd play Park or Roseville there, whichever the worst of those two is. So assuming whoever the 1 seed is out of Section 5, there's a 75% chance that they're playing Hopkins at home in the first round of the playoffs. But going off of that, it's going to be very important this year to earn a 1 seed instead of a 2 seed, because if you look, 3 sections, get Park and Roseville out of there, 3 of these sections only have 1 Maroon team, which means the 7th seed, which you'd have to play if you're a 2 seed, is not going to be a Maroon team. And if you look at the sections that's going to be, so a team like Osseo could go 0-8 but still be a 6 seed because a Metro Maroon team has to be a 7 or 8. You are absolutely correct. Like, suppose Hopkins somehow ran the table and went 0-8, and then who would be like a lower team in Section 6? Say like a YZ, or maybe we'll say STMA. They've had struggles recently. Say STMA wins 1 game next season, then 8-0 Hopkins would be an 8th seed, and a 1-7 STMA would be a 7th seed. And I know that's happened in the past. Like, I want to say it was the 20... let me go back to Minnesota scores. I can show you on there. I want to say it was in 2023. Buffalo was a Maroon team. They were 5-3, and they were a 7th seed. Meanwhile, a 2-6 YZ team was a 6th seed. I go down here. Yeah, see? They're 5-4 overall. And they swept the Maroon, but this is section games. So they didn't do too well in the section because they're a Maroon team. Even though they were 5-3 in the regular season, YZ 2-6. YZ gets the nod, and they get the higher seed. Which, yeah, it's going to be interesting. Like, suppose Eastview somehow goes 8-0. I don't think that's going to happen. But, like, an Egan or a Farmington is going to end up as a 7th seed with a worse record than Eastview, potentially. So, not that I think that'll happen, but that is definitely a possibility. And like you mentioned, Osseo. So suppose Osseo's here in Section 5, and 0-8 Osseo could be a 7th seed, and a Coon Rapids team with more wins than them is automatically an 8th seed because they're a Maroon team in the state tournament. Yeah, and that's just kind of the way it is. I know I don't think the video's gone live yet, but I did another podcast with Caleb from Minnesota High School Football Network, and we were kind of talking about how we think things are going to play out this coming season for 6A teams. And we kind of had some back and forth on Hopkins. I won't spoil what his thoughts were for Hopkins, but we had different viewpoints. And we were talking about, I think it's the Week 8 matchup, is Hopkins versus STMA right there. Hopkins at STMA, and he was trying to convince me that Hopkins is going to win that matchup. And what's crazy is, even if Hopkins wins that head-to-head, they would still be the 8th seed, and STMA would probably still be a 7th or a 6th seed above them. I'm guessing the last 2 years, Metro Maroon is winless in the first round. You are absolutely correct. Metro Maroon has not fared too well in the last 2 state tournaments. I can probably pull that up on MSHSL 6A tournament. (2024), but yeah, it's not a single Maroon team or a 7th or 8th seed has ever upset a 1 or a 2 seed, as far as I know. Like Lakeville North, obviously, this is from this past season. Lakeville North beat Hopkins. Anoka beat Roseville. Obviously, Minnetonka is going to beat Park Cottage Grove. Who else was on here? Forest Lake beat Buffalo. So, those are all Maroon games. This one was kind of close. There were no Maroon teams in Section 5 in the previous 2 years. So Egan almost lost to Osseo. That was a pretty darn close game. Maple Grove smacked Burnsville. Obviously, that's another Maroon game. Blaze probably aren't beating Skipper or the Crimson, especially not with what we're seeing in this this game we've been watching. Shakopee over Eastview, be expected. And then Coon Rapids wasn't a Maroon team, but obviously they're still an 8 seed. They went 0-8, and yeah, Mounds View kind of gave them the sauce. But yeah, the main difference of that is if you're a 1 seed, you're guaranteed to play a Maroon team in the playoffs these next 2 years. But if you're a 2 seed, there's a decent chance the only Maroon team that could be a 7th or seed is either Park or Roseville, because there's 2 Maroon teams in that East section, Section 4. Whereas the other 3 sections only have 1 Maroon team. So that 7th seed could be a legit team. So like just looking at the overview, like STMA or YZ could be a 7th seed potentially, probably STMA. Like the South is the tough one to me. Like suppose you have North, South, Prior Lake, Rosemount, Shakopee in the top 5. Egan and Farmington were 2 and 4 seeds last year. One of them is going to be a 7th seed. And then same thing over here. Like Osseo or Rogers is a 7th seed. I mean, there's a big difference between playing like an Osseo or Rogers, Egan, or Farmington, or an STMA, and playing like Roseville or Coon Rapids. I'm just saying, there's a bit of a difference in quality of opponent there. So, yeah, 1 seed is definitely important. And if you want, we can go back to the 2023 if it's on here. Is it not? I will cry. Tournament. Fall, football. State High School League website's always a pain to navigate. Section. Brackets. Oh, I guess it'd be under records or archive, because this is all, that's the same thing I was just doing. Stupid Coach Lance, go back. Oh, now we wait to load. Records. Can we watch both semis? I might do a quick pass through them. Okay, it showed the brackets, but it said records. Tournament archive. Maybe that's where it's hidden. There we go. Select a year. 2023. Now we're getting somewhere. Tournament participants. 9. Yeah, you can view the whole bracket. So we want to view our good old 6A bracket. Oh, yeah, triggered. Centennial Cougars. Marcus Whiting, Dalen Cummings, Maverick Harper. They really torched us. Now we just let it load. So this is from 2023 playoffs. So Centennial playing a Maroon Burnsville. Kind of lopsided. Woodbury played Buffalo, Maroon team. Remember, this was a 5-3 Buffalo playing. I think Woodbury was 4-4 this year, but record doesn't quite mean everything there. That was quite a blowout. Roseville 8 seed playing 1 seeded Lakeville South. That did not go very well for the Raiders. Coming down here, Minnetonka and Eastview. A little bit closer, but that's only because Minnetonka had a bunch of injuries. They still took care of business. And then that was the big shocker, though. Eastridge over Minnetonka. Maple Grove over Park Cottage Grove, another Maroon team. Stillwater over Hopkins, obviously smashing a Maroon team. Coon Rapids was not Maroon. They were a dangerous 7th seed. And yeah, as Prior Lake the year before kind of got a run for their money from them in the first round. That'd be a fun game to watch. 2022 Prior Lake versus Coon Rapids, or 2022 Prior Lake Eastridge is a little bit better. And then EP smacked Osseo. Again, not a Maroon team, but still an 0-8 Osseo team, and EP just took it to them. So it's definitely been a long time since any 7 or 8 seed has upset a 1 or 2 seed. I don't know if it's ever happened in the state tournament history. I think the closest we have gotten is a 6 seed upsetting a 3 seed. Like here, the Eastridge upset Anoka. I don't know if that's much of an upset. And then that 6 seed upset a 2 seed. Crazy how Metro Maroon could have a district champion. Kind of an embarrassment just to get crushed for... Yeah, that, I mean, you want them to play teams that they can compete with. Because, suppose you just put Hopkins in the Metro West. And it's like, hey, Coach Chauncey, you have to go play Edina, Minnetonka, Eden Prairie, Wyzetta, Moorhead, and Maple Grove. You're going to get smoked. And that's not a knock on Hopkins. They're just not at a level where they can compete there yet. Big key word. But yeah, think about Buffalo. The last cycle, Buffalo was in 6A. They went 10-0 against Metro Maroon teams, and then they went 0-6 against non-Maroon teams. And then in the playoffs, They lost in the first round both times. This is a 7th seed to a 2 seed. Obviously, they got blown out by Forest Lake the first year, and then Forest Lake the second year. So, did I say Forest Lake the second year? Forest Lake was the second year. The first year was Woodbury. So, yeah, maybe shouldn't have lost the Woodbury game, but whatever. But yeah, it's definitely crazy how Metro Maroon is going to have a district champion, and you still end up as a 7 or 8 seed in the first round of the playoffs. Like, suppose Hopkins is the Metro Maroon champion, then there's a 75% chance they play the winner of Section 5, which I think I was saying earlier, if everything goes the way I expect it to, Hopkins is going to have a date up in Circle Pines with Centennial High School. I want to say either maybe Champlin, but I think most likely Centennial and Andover, probably one of my 2 picks to be the top seed out of Section 5. Maybe Anoka could sneak in there, but they did lose a lot of talent that they're going to have to replace. So, yeah. But that's how the state tournament works. And then the State High School League picks one of these brackets, but they always make sure the 2 best teams are on different sides of the bracket. So, like, for example, if... say the top 2 teams in 6A are like Shakopee out of Section 3 down here, and then Minnetonka out of Section 6. They could pick this bracket because they're on opposite sides there, and they'd meet up right there in the state championship. Now, suppose they picked this bracket, then Minnetonka would be right here, Shakopee would be there, they'd clash in the state semis. So the State High School League would not pick that bracket to get thrown out. That's just kind of how it works. But yeah, bottom line is they rank all those teams 1 through 8. Specifically, the coaches of those sections all vote on those teams 1 through 8. And then they just plug in the seeds into all these brackets. They look at the brackets and say which one has first of all, which one has the top 2 teams on opposite sides and gets them the best path into the Prep Bowl. And then, I don't know if they look at repeat matchups off of that, but that's just the main thing. They want to get the top 2 teams into that state championship game. So yeah, and I think they did that here, because like, who was the top team? This is 2023. Top team in all of 6A was Eden Prairie. Who was the next best team? Well, the 2 and the 3 seeds, I guess, technically, were Lakeville South and Centennial. So because they're not the top 1 seeds, they get put on the opposite side, so that they can meet the best team in the state prep bowl. And then the worst of the 1 seeds, Stillwater that year, 6 and 2, gets put against EP. Now, of course, EP kind of got choked up against that iconic Edina Hornets run, but other than that, pretty solid. And then obviously Centennial got it done the whole way. They beat some really quality opponents, shut down Rosemount, beat a physical Prior Lake team. Well, it doesn't take too much to beat Prior Lake. And then obviously they shut us down. They had really good defense against us. We did not know, well, I guess not that I didn't, but some of our staff did not know what an outsider inside veer was against a Centennial team that runs that for like 50% of the game. So kind of important to know your opponents. But yeah, that's my tangent on seedings and all that fun stuff. Now we got the 4th quarter here. It's 3rd and 2. Minnetonka's got to pick up a first down here to get back in the game. And once again, they're going back to the Caleb Francois wedge. Oh, they didn't get it. Is this nose guard penetration? No, it's the linebackers again. They just do such a great job. Inside zone right. That guard has lost this battle every time they send... Or is this the tackle that takes him? It's the tackle. Every time they blitz this backer up, I'd almost just say you have to do ISO in that case. When they walk everybody up, they're giving you an up call. You got to take that. Especially if Maple Grove knows what you're going to. It's the same play you've done every time. Even like a fake run up and then a little pitch out there. He runs. No, because he'd come up and make the tackle. Yeah, I don't know about this one. Even like you know what would work here? Tight end pop pass, because he cheats down here. Just look at which safety is stacked down. Have the other tight end do a pop. You run forward, block, release right here. Whoop. And there you go. Dang. 4th and 1, though. You got to go for it, Minnetonka. They're in 11 personnel. No, they're empty. There's no running back. You have 2 tight ends and 3 wide receivers, because there's a tight end on the bottom down here. You have an H-back at the top of the screen, plus 2 receivers. And Minnetonka is not spread out with this empty personnel. If Maple Grove's not spread out with this empty personnel. If Minnetonka runs the ball here, this is going to be wild. Was it a fake snap or a timeout? Okay, it's a timeout. Uh-oh. Whoever that is was not happy. I don't think that's Coach Esch. I think this is Coach Esch down here. I don't know who this is. All right, we're motioning to the other side now. Ain't no way we're doing QB outside zone left. I mean, you don't want to pass on 4th and 1, but Maple Grove knows that. Look, all 7 of their front 7 are up by the line of scrimmage here. Both backers are walked up. Outside backers are ready to attack. The safeties are stacked way too far in the middle. If you hit seams, or even, my bad, you have him go out wide, him hit the seam. Especially because he's cheating down. No way. Oh, no. Okay, but I don't know which way this penalty plays out because I haven't watched this far in the game yet. He encroaches, but right as he encroaches, right here the receiver moves before the linebacker crosses the line of scrimmage. Why did Minnetonka DC leave Maple Grove? I do not know the story of why Coach Lombardi left Maple Grove. Could not tell you that. So who did they give this to? Is it on the receiver? No. Someone of Maple Grove is not happy. Maybe that's Coach Spurrell himself right there. But, yeah, someone is not thrilled with that call. Maple Grove definitely thought that was against Minnetonka because the receiver did jump. My guess is he's looking down the line, and because this receiver's off, he saw the encroachment before he... Yeah, he's signaling encroachment. He saw encroachment before that receiver jumped. Dang, that's a tough call, man. And looking at it back on film, if we play it like frame by frame here. Oh, that's not frame by frame. I didn't get close enough. Right here. No, grr. I gotta play it slow. I'm struggling. I'll just drag it with the mouse. Here we go. Now I got high level ideas. Slowly drag it. If you look, frame by frame. He steps. Receiver moves right there. His back foot comes up, and he moves, and the linebacker's not broken the plane yet. So, and not even close to the neutral zone. So I'm just thinking, most likely that should have been a false start based on who moved first. Tough call, though. Tough call. Hard to make that in a split-second decision, and it's always difficult being a referee, because it seems like no matter what you call, someone always thinks you're wrong. So, I just appreciate the fact that they're out there doing their things so that everyone can play football. So, thank you to all officials. Now Minnetonka has a fresh set of downs, keeps the clock running. They stay in the game. We're going to get inside zone to the right. Quarterback GH counter left. Inside zone to the right. And we fumbled into a play action. How do we leave this open? We're playing a cover 2? We're playing... Okay. I almost guarantee it looks like Minnetonka or Maple Grove. They're stacking a safety down against the blitzing backer. Is he playing a cover... Is it supposed to be cover 3 and he just plays it way too shallow? Or is it like he's manned up, he stacks down behind the blitzing backer still, and then this half they're playing cover 2, and they're doing like an actual cover 6 defense with split coverage? If they're able to pull that off, that's really impressive, but talk about a tough scheme to run. And this is just like, almost like a China concept. Basically, it's the same thing as like a hitch and a corner route, except now it's just an out in a corner. You're basically forcing the defenders, okay, you're going to have one high safety over the middle, and this corner's supposed to check this zone. If he has a deep third, does he go with the deep man, or does he stay with the flat? He chooses to stay with the flat. Quarterback makes the right read and throws the corner. He's running away from the safety. Remember I was saying Minnetonka corner route earlier? They must have noticed that too, and there it is. And the flat defender underneath was perfectly... This is such a well-drawn-up play. There's crossing motion, so the corner gets confused. The outside backer does a good job coming up to play the quarterback like he's supposed to. But that corner was just put in a pickle, because if he goes back deep, he gives up the flat. I'd much rather give up the flat for a few yards than give up our buddy number 0 getting down to the 5 or 6 yard line. 7-yard line. 6. Wherever he's at. Can't really see. Wing twins. You have wing down here. They motioned out of slot trips closed. Running backs opposite. So you could do running back GH counter here. I haven't seen it. Nope, it's quarterback stretch. Maybe quarterback stretch is just a tough play to run, because I was giving STMA crap for not being able to do it against Osseo. But here's Minnetonka struggling to run it. And again, they are going against Maple Grove's defense. And look at the block. Look at the... If this is supposed to be reach blocking, like an outside zone, why are we engaging the inside shoulder? If it's a reach, you're supposed to reach to outside shoulder and hook them and then turn them in. That's better of a reach block. And this is also inside shoulder. It looks like they're just trying to wash them all down and then hit the cutback lane, as opposed to doing like an actual outside zone or stretch. Very interesting. Inside zone. Oh, why did he keep here? Let's watch. What does number 3 do? Number 3 is just sitting there on the edge. He thinks he can beat him all the way out there, and he does. All right, I think he's actually reading the outside backer here, which what does the outside backer do on the top of the screen? He shoots into the C gap, and that leaves no outside contain other than number 3. And I don't know why number 3 took a step in here. There's no reason to step down like that. Yeah. I think that's Mr. Dozier. I don't know who that is, number 3 for Maple Grove. Definitely got caught there. Mr. Francois ran around him. Now we're tied at 21. Well, maybe. We get the kick. Yes. That right side is still pretty lackadaisical. And Maple Grove still hasn't cheated anybody up to go help with that. Oh, yeah. I definitely see something we can attack there. Do I think Maple Grove can do a repeat? It's possible. So I was talking with Caleb at MNHS Football Network about this. They definitely have a lot of good pieces in place to build a dynasty. Like if you think of like early to mid 2010s Eden Prairie, good weight room, consistent coaching staff without a lot of movement. Schemes all stay exactly the same without doing too much on either side of the ball, so you're able to execute and practice it very well, and that just builds the culture. So they have all those hallmarks, and I think Maple Grove has a lot of that. Their weight room is going really well for them right now. Their youth football is going really well for them with a lot of kids. A lot of kids want to come out and play football. The only thing that's kind of holding me back from that, especially now that I'm watching some Maple Grove film, I think is their offensive playbook and some of the specific technique on defense. They have a ton of really skilled kids, but I don't know if that's going to work when you don't have as skilled of kids, because then it's like, okay, well, what scheme are we plugging these kids into? Well, you do spread stuff, you do I stuff, you do some power T stuff, you do some single back 12 personnel stuff. It kind of like with Rosemount or Prior Lake. When you have such a big playbook, how do you practice all that? And if you spend, like, say you spend the whole practice doing team time and just running plays, well, then where's that specific technique? Like, where are all the wrong arms we should be seeing to get around these kick-out blocks? Why are we seeing all these spin moves? Where's the pass rush move? Where's the block shedding? A lot of little details that aren't quite there. I think that might be the Achilles heel of Maple Grove. They definitely have the coaching staff to go that far, though. Some of those coaches have been there for like 20 years together. That's there. The weight room's there. My only big question mark is some of the offensive schemes, and then whether they're going to coach technique or only focus on team time. I think those are my biggest things with Maple Grove. And I don't know if Maple Grove is going to repeat, because they're going to have a much tougher schedule this year. They don't have as much talent. I think their junior class, the 2027 class, is not very good from what I've heard. So it's going to be a very senior-heavy team this year. And we'll see how far those seniors can carry them. Because they are also, you still have Caden Harney. Patrick Wright's going to be good, but you're losing guys on the defensive side of the ball. You're losing Dylan Vogel, Hermadkad, Werbanic. You're losing so many good players. Or Werbanic, however you pronounce it. Yeah, it's really hard to say. I think Maple Grove will still probably have a winning record. I don't think they'll be the 1 seed in their section, though. I think Minnetonka might be the team to beat. Although, I don't know. I think the Skippers need to clean up some of their technique as well. Got to work on some double teams in practice. And I think I was talking with Caleb about this. Minnetonka lost some kids on the defensive side of the ball. Their offense is still going to be good. But the defense might be a little bit of a question mark, especially if they do this where they stack the safety down on the one receiver side, that backer's blitzing, and it's a little bit too predictable. And I actually texted Coach Sproul at Maple Grove. I was like, hey, are you guys going to run it back? And he said, boy, that sure would be nice. So yeah, it wasn't like a very confident yes, but obviously Maple Grove is still a very well-coached football team, and they're still going to be good. A lot of talent. You can see it again. Cover 3, 4 at the second level. I mean, they keep giving them the same coverage. And who's in the flat? Again, if he's blitzing, I don't know why the safety is jumping inside again. Why won't you stay in the flat? I feel like I said that like an hour or two ago. Zone is zone. If you're going to play zone, stay in your zone. I don't know why he's jumping in a hook. I have his phone number. I said texting. I messaged him. It was on Insta. It was not on cell phone. That's still first down. I cannot explain why Minnetonka's safety that's stacked down behind the blitzing backer did not stay in the flat there. I have no idea why he... And look, what is he doing if he goes inside? There's a linebacker in the hook zone right there. Why are you messing with his hook to curl when you just need to stay in your flat or your curl flat out there? Don't go into the hook. Stay in your zone. Huh? Yeah, that's a bit of a head scratcher. That's multiple times Minnetonka's made that. I should go lean from him, learn from him. I'm always learning from everybody, man. That's why you watch stuff like this. You pick up from all the other teams in 6A, what they do well, what they could improve upon. You get an idea of their schemes and everything. Like when I was talking about real world application, when I was talking over the Centennial stuff last week, I made a mistake in like my labeling of Shakopee film, and I realized that from watching or from going back and actually listening to the pod or the live stream I did last week. So if I go to who is it? It's Mike Diggins Football. We go back there, Centennial Youth playlist that I love to watch. The first video in here, what is their top play? ISO. I kept trying to say, I'm like, are they running a zone dive? Like, what play is this? It turns out that play that I didn't know is actually ISO. So then I went in and I looked back at all the plays and I was like, oh my goodness. Centennial took counter tray from Shakopee and they showed Shakopee not zone dive, but ISO. And then I went back to all the Shakopee plays that I labeled and I was like, oh my goodness. I called these all like lead or some of them inside veer when in reality, they're all ISO. So just funny enough, going over a Centennial versus Rosemount game gave me a clue to what Shakopee does, and now we're going to have that advantage when we play Shakopee Week 2 this coming season. Because now I can accurately label their plays and say, oh, they're actually running ISO in these situations. And it just gives a more accurate recreation of their offensive play calling sheet. Also, we have counter here. We do fake toss and then GH counter back the other way. Kick out block. It's more of a trap style GH counter. And I can already tell you who messed up. The play side tackle did not do what he was supposed to do. Why are we blocking down on the outside linebacker? That's the person we should be kicking out. I get that there's a stunt right here and it confuses us. So if he abandons, why are we blocking him in the first place? So the X stunt here, and that's actually really well run by Minnetonka. I'm going to give them credit. See how the end comes right off the backer's butt? That's nicely done. I probably would have liked to see the end go first and the backer second so the end can draw them away. And Maple Grove does not pick that up at all, but it's a run play. But my big thing here is how do we run GH counters? The backside guard pulls, he's supposed to kick out the end man in the line of scrimmage. Well, you You block both end men on the line of scrimmage. Sort of. We leave that defensive end that runs upfield, but then that means you have to take the next guy inside, and that's an inside linebacker. Who's the next guy inside? Inside linebacker. You both abandon him, and then he turns around. Look, number 8 literally watches him spin off of him and make the tackle. He's like, huh? Oh, maybe I wasn't supposed to do that. You should make them do 40-second drill and 60-second drill for linemen. I don't think we'll be doing that at Lakeville South. So when you think about conditioning, the reason we did so much of it at Jefferson is because we had a lot of kids playing both ways. We were a smaller 5A school, and that's just the reality. If you're going to have kids playing both ways, then you have to condition them as such. Whereas, like at Lakeville South, we don't have kids playing both ways. That means they're not playing as many plays a game. They don't need to be as hard conditioned to play like 130 snaps a game if they're only going to play half of that. It's weird that they fake toss around that way, and they did run toss about this, so this is a well set up play. The blocking was not there. That X stunt really messed with things, and then if you're like, look at all the people that miss the backer here that they could have blocked. Tackle goes right by him. Tight end goes right by him. H-back pulling through goes right by him. You had 3 Crimson blockers. And it's not like that's a nobody. That isn't number 1 for Minnetonka, Dylan Hudgens, their best player on defense? You're going to have 3 offensive blockers go past their best defender and leave him wide open to make a tackle? That something broke down there. I get that the stunt messed with the O-line rules, but if you don't run GH counter all that often in practice, then yeah. Why would a team want to do team time and not technique? I could not tell you that. I am not a head coach, but I do know there are some teams in 6A that don't do as much indie time. They do a lot of team time. They just want to run through plays. And I guess it shows. I think we're watching 2 of them here, and obviously these 2 made the state title game, so it works, clearly. At least it did for these 2. Oh, slid. Nice little scramble, but we didn't really wait for anything to develop. Also, what are we calling here? We called the little mesh. Kind of like I talked about last week with Rosemount when they played Centennial. Mesh works against man coverage. Minnetonka is giving you a cover 3. They are not giving you man coverage. Which teams are those? Well, like I said, I never like to say teams explicitly, but and this is only coming from our defensive coordinator. He was telling me, he's like, these teams tell me that they run like 120 so plays in team time because they do like maybe a 10-minute indie or whatever, and then like the next 90 minutes are all team time. And I'm like, huh? So that's not my claim. That'd be another staff member on the Lakeville South coaching staff that has been telling me that. I don't know how much truth there is to that, but supposedly he believes that. They call a personal foul on this? I think they did. Yeah, and official at the top of the screen there along their sideline through the flag. Interesting. Yeah. Hey, but that's why it's fun to look at all the different teams in 6A. You have 32 different 6A teams that all take a very different approach to the game of football, and it's cool to see all those different perspectives. Okay, what do we got this time? We're starting to get close to the red zone. Is this a buck sweep? Or no, it looks like it's stretch because they're not doing full out guard pulls. They're just all reach blocking. And neither of these teams are really all that good at reach blocking. It's just something fly by the screen here. No. Neither team's good at reach blocking. They're just like, yeah, fast kid, just get out on the edge. Because look, I guess there's a little bit of a hold there. Safety takes way too tight of an angle. He's got to get out here wider. It's an outside run. And you can see him hesitate. He's like, oh, I want to step in. No, I want to go outside. That little bit of hesitation absolutely doomed him. You got to just shoot up an attack right there. Attack. Yeah, there is something that flies across the screen at the bottom here. What is this? You see that? There's a little white thing here. There goes the flag. There's something else. This little white ball right here. You see that? It's right here, and then it flies across the screen going that way. What is that? Huh. Did I hear Isaac Feller is going to be attending CDH? I think I saw something from him on Instagram today, and it said CDH 27. I was like, huh? I'm not sure why he would make that decision. I don't know if CDH football is going to be any good. I guess he'll find out. Maybe it's for baseball. They have a good baseball program there. That's probably, you know what? It's probably a baseball thing. I don't know how good Jefferson was at baseball, but I think CDH is pretty darn good at baseball. What's a pass concept here? There's only 2 receivers going out. We're in 12 personnel. And they ran hitches. Okay, obviously that was going to be incomplete. I'm not sure what the thought process was here. And the backer actually stayed in the flat this time. Number 24 struggles with staying in the flat, but the other outside backer here stayed in the flat. And look, it worked. It took away the hitch or the comeback. Good job. Ooh. Orbit motion across. Swing pass. No, it's a post wheel. And he hit the wheel. Oh, that's out of bounds. Yep. The official up here is calling it out of bounds. I don't know why he stopped on the route. Was it where the quarterback was leading him? Looks like it was. You keep running on a wheel route. You don't stop. You keep running this way and you make the pass here, then that's a touchdown. But you throw it to where the receiver's going to be, not where he's at. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Now it's 3rd and a mile. How did it end up as 3rd and a mile? Was there a big sack or something? What was the penalty here? Oh, they called holding on the stretch. Yeah, okay. I forgot that the official threw the flag. I was gonna say, I'm like, that's a little bit suspect right there at the point of attack from number 7. And sure enough, there was some sauce there. And then we saw the comeback. No sauce on the comeback. Ooh. Yeah, and then we saw the wheel route where he just stopped on the wheel route. Asked him, he said it was for sports. Yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. Shame to lose a good player like that, but yeah, that's just kind of the way it goes in the modern era of sports. Center here, 60. Yeah, 54 is the center. So we've got pro twins, tight end to the bottom. Another pass play, 3rd and a mile. We're doing kind of that drag. This is almost like a mesh rail, because it's just not as clean of a rail route. It's more of a leak out of the backfield, and then there's your mesh. You have a post and a go. And Minnetonka gets the pick. Oh, did he call it a pick? Yep, Minnetonka football. I don't know. How does this beat a cover 3? That's my big question. And why are you throwing a deep... Did they give you cover 3 here? I don't know what they're playing. I cannot... It looks like they're playing... They only rushed 3, so they should be playing... He should be going deep. It looks like they're supposed to be playing cover 4, but he's too far over. At least Jefferson has a good RB, good wide receiver, and good tight end. You know, I guess they will have all those. My big question is, how will Jefferson be at stopping the inside run? That's kind of my key determining factor of how a Jefferson season will go. Back to 13 personnel after the turnover from Minnetonka. Try to get him to jump to give him breathing room. Not going to happen. Running back switch sides. It could be stretched to the bottom of the screen here, or outside zone. I think that's what we're going to get. Nope. No, did they pull? They did. They ran that line play again where they pulled the tackle across. Almost like a trap type play. I mean, it gave him some breathing room, but it was a 2-yard gain. I don't know about that one. Now we're running inside zone. There it is. Okay. Ooh, third and mid now. What do you do? They look like they could run quarterback GH counter back this way into the boundary. You can get him there, him coming up, fake out that way. I know last year one of the starting D line players was only a freshman last season for Jefferson. Ooh. Hey man, that's some sauce if you have a freshman starting on varsity, especially a lineman. That's pretty nutty. Ain't no way. Ain't no way. What just happened here? Wait, they left the defensive end completely unblocked. Who was going to pick him up? He's on the backside. He's playing it slow because you run zone read all the time. So, of course, he's going to be playing the quarterback. Why wouldn't he play the quarterback? This is a really weird play action because it doesn't look like anything they've run. And again, it comes back to our buddy leaking out in the flat there. This one I don't like. I would have much rather seen down blocking here and he comes across like that. Because as is, you just gave... Yeah, this tight end should have blocked down the defensive end, and then he should have come across to look at the outside backer number 6. Because as is... I mean, the defensive end is going to attack every time. That's what D linemen do. And I guess unless you're in the NFL, maybe sometimes in college. But, I don't understand that one, Minnetonka. That might need to go back to the drawing board. And the fake isn't there either. Look at how quickly the running back gives up on the fake. Hands are loose. Obviously, the D end can see Mr. Francois as the ball. And they went back to that same corner route with the flats. Like, I get it. But it's well covered this time. Maple Grove actually plays it smart. Outside backer stays with him. Corner stays there. They just called man coverage. They gave him a different look. They called man with a single high safety. It looks like it's supposed to be 2 high safeties, maybe. Nope, because he stacked down. So they're going to cover 1, and that mixed it up. Perfect time to mix it up, too. Nice. And they called that touchdown Maple Grove. We're going to the live stream. Go back to the Minnetonka and Maple Grove game. I got to see this live. It's tied 21-21. It's got to be like right here, right? Play after this. This is third down. This is it, I think. 23's left unblocked. This is it. I don't know what they were thinking there. And they possess the ball in the end zone. What is the official signal? They're discussing. Ball was here. Did they have possession of the ball before it crossed the plane? They say, nope. Touchdown. Ball was not possessed until he was in the end zone. Touchdown. Wow. Minnetonka had a chance to go down and potentially win the game. And again, it's just an offensive miscue. They had the 2 high snaps that led to 14 Maple Grove points. They had the botched kick return that led to another 7. And now, after you get a big INT to stop the Maple Grove drive from, a game-winning drive, and how much time is left in the clock? That's another thing I didn't notice. It doesn't show me. There's only 17 minutes left in the overall stream, though, so there can't be a whole lot. But dang, that's it's a bit of a rough break there. Oh boy, so Minnetonka miscues have led to all 28 of Maple Grove's points. Yikes. Touchback. Now Minnetonka is down 7 and has to go 80 yards to score. That's going to be rough. Oh, this stretch? Yep, it's outside zone. Stretch. Do we have double teams? Why did we give up on the double team? Why? You're both right there. We have the double team, and then we just give up on it. Why did we give up on the double team? And then he makes the tackle. And that's against 33. That's against one of their best linebackers. It's giving you problems all game. You have a double team with 2 linemen against a linebacker. You both give up on him, and then he makes the tackle. Why? Why are we giving up on double teams? Huh? That's like what, I mean, at least they got to the double team and then gave up on it. You know, if it was Stillwater or Blaine, they'd be like, we don't need a double team. Oh, oops, TFL. But, like, Minnetonka at least is getting there, and then they just stop. Look, the guard gets there, and is then, or that's the center. Center gets there and is like, yeah, I'll double team. Actually, never mind. Oh. Yeah, that's strange for sure. Oh, this has to be that play action, because they're doing counter tray where they pulled the guard and the tackle. This has to be a play action pass. And I was right. It was the tunnel again. Oh, and this time they fell for it. Why? Outside backer went blazing inside. That's why it worked. Number 6 out here. He just dive bombs in there. Number 4 gets tripped up here. Gets out a little too wide. Tackle does a good job knocking him off course. But then what does Tackle do after he knocks him off course? He turns around and looks into the offensive backfield. No. You don't turn that way. You go upfield and you go block a safety. If you push him to the ground and then actually keep going where you're supposed to get a block there, you keep going out here. And then there's nobody left. That's a touchdown. And our buddy, the receiver out here, is actually blocking. Is that number 0? Ain't no way. Oh, no, it's 20-something. Okay, that's why. Back to 12 personnel, 3rd and short. Let me guess. Caleb Francois, inside zone, something like that. Caleb Francois, wedge, or inside. No. They ran quarterback stretch. And it wasn't. No, they barely gave it to him. That was risque. That was close. I don't know. Maybe I've not seen a whole lot of good stretch plays this past season, other than Lakeville North against us, funny enough, is the only one that I've seen that actually worked. That's because we didn't know how to play a 4-3 defense yet. Our 4-3 defense is going to be a lot better this season. Freshman was Paulo Espinoza. Do not recognize that name, but good for him. Ain't no way this is play action again. No. Okay. Again, design. The counter tray with the guard or GT counter is not in Minnetonka's playbook. Every time they've run it, I've known it's a play action fake. Because how many run plays have you done where you pull the guard and the tackle? 0. So I know that you're not going to do that. It's a bluff. I do like that they at least faked the draw, so they got that going for them in that work. Well, no, because then even then, number 9 peeled off right away. Because look, the fake, way too fast of a pullout, and he's not keeping his hands tight. He has his hands loose, then tries to clamp them instead of just keeping it like that and tight to body. How much work do I do for varsity this season? You know, I don't track how much work that I do for them. I do not get a lot of sleep. I'll put it that way. No, why did we throw it there? Why was it thrown to the second level? You have tight man coverage on him. The only one that's even slightly open is 84, the tight end. And that's just because 6 trips up a little bit right there. Maple Grove is playing solid man coverage here with 1 deep safety. They have a real nice cover 1 that they're playing. Yeah, this one really confuses me. That ball was forced. And again, Maple Grove was not fooled by the play action. If you're going to run a play action, you have to run the run play that sets up that play action. Once again, I'm going to reference Centennial last week. They hit the jet sweep, they hit the belly, then they have a play action off of that. And it works because you run a lot of jet sweep and belly, and it's successful before you go to the play action. Have they updated the coaches' bios on the website? I don't believe so. We're probably not going to see a lot of football, just any of the Minnesota football websites for any of the high schools updated until probably closer to August when the actual season starts. Yeah, really surprised that Minnetonka just shot themselves in the foot right there. That was a strange INT, and a strange play call too, because again, why bother doing play action on a run play that you haven't run? Or if you're going to do a fake like that, run GH counter as a fake. I guess they technically can't because the H-back is coming across, but how about H-back comes across and then other tight end's the one that goes down and leaks out into the flat? That would work. And then it looks like the run play you actually run because he's already down blocking, he has a kick out, and he comes across. So if he's already down blocking, they're expecting him to do that, then he just leaks into the flat. That's a much better design. The only reason why I ask is I want to see what your role is. Gotta be patient, Mr. Rich. You'll find out soon enough. You'll find out soon enough. If I'm Maple Grove, I'm just running the ball here. It's gonna be stretched to the right. No, it's more of a duo, but they forget to block an inside back. How are we missing blocks on number one? Look at the play side tackle here. He literally lets him walk by him and is like, no, I'm gonna go block somebody else. He blows up the H-back and knocks the H-back into the running back. And then another linebacker, I think it's the DN number 8, gets in there and helps make it. Like, why? Who's the guard block? Guard takes DN, tackle takes... So you have two guys that eventually end up going around. That's just so bizarre. Am I happy coaching varsity football now and not freshman? I am just happy as long as I'm involved with the football program where I have the opportunity to help develop student athletes. As much self-fulfillment as I could ask for. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Maple Grove. That was definitely confusing. Is this Mr. Harney running the ball? We're running quarterback power. He has the kick out. He's pulling around, leads through, and then quarterback follows. It's not the best run power because if 7's supposed to have the kick out, I get that his guy goes in, then you work around, and then 77 should work to get around, which he does. That is pretty solid. It's a good adaptation. Wait a minute. Ball comes out, huh? Oh yeah, Coach Lombardi over here is pointing. They gonna call this down? They called it down. All right, we're going back to the going back over here. What did I do exactly when I was at the varsity games for Jefferson? So at Jefferson, I just took the stats on an iPad. So what number gets the ball, how many yards, who passed, who run, who tackles, all that stuff. That was what I did for varsity games at Jefferson. I gotta see this You know what? We're gonna watch this INT on here too. It was on third down here that they got the INT. No, I got a first down. Caleb ran first. This is it. It was on first down. They threw the pick. Yeah, that's a real head scratcher. And then they had that weird play, split zone that got burned. How about when I was coaching South, when I was coaching freshmen still? I was a spotter on varsity. Our stat guy had a master computer and everything, like a separate program he did for stats, and I just helped him spot like who did all the who caught the ball, who tackled, and all that. And time on the clock, scoring, all the fun stuff. So this is the play where Mr. Harney supposedly fumbled. Quarterback power left. I guess the ball is out, but who has the ball? Well, Minnetonka has the ball. I can see the kid over here has it. But they rule him down? Or did the Maple Grove kid have it? Well, the official has the ball. The Minnetonka kids had the ball, but I guess they ruled him down by contact. Clock keeps moving. All right. Tough break. Bootleg? Bootleg. And this bootleg is well set up. Look, the guard pulls. Oh, this time the center actually knocks number one to the ground. Nice. Trips up the running back. Yeah, Minnetonka was all scraping over there with the run play. Very well set up play action. Which is weird because the guard pulled the other way. I did not get a headset for Jefferson this past season. I did get a headset at Lakeville South. I started to get to be do some stuff up in the box, we'll say. We'll put it that way. And then they settle for a field goal 4th down. And I think that's the last scoring here. So Minnetonka's down 10 now. They get the ball back. Do we have a decent return? No, I think it was just a touchback. Obvious passing situation, 3-by-1. We're in 12 personnel. Another pick. Dude, Minnetonka just collapsed at the end. And you know what's weird? So what is Maple Grove running now? Man coverage against you for the most part, right? If you look at it across the board, they're pretty much manned up instead of reading the quarterback's eyes. What's weird about that is if you see, I don't know, because they're still stacking the safety down behind the blitzing linebacker. I can't tell if it's man or cover one. If it is cover one with man underneath, then why are we not doing crossing patterns? Like, none of the routes cross with each other. Like, think back to Edina versus Egan when I broke down that game. Edina realized, okay, you're going to play 2 high safety with man under or just cover 1 with man under. We're going to do crossing routes and take advantage of that man coverage to get separation. And they smoked Egan with that. Minnetonka has been getting that from Maple Grove these last 2 drives and has not adjusted to that. I'm really shocked by that. And then ball tip. Yeah, I don't like this passing concept against man coverage. It's just, you're not getting enough separation at any point. Look at how tightly covered everything is. Strange. And then this looks like it was power. 7 comes across. Maybe it was, no, it looks like inside split zone or duo again. Now it's just a matter of running the clock out if you're Maple Grove. I think, what did I say? There's only 122 plays? 124. So I imagine they just run the clock out here. Unbalanced. Huh? Unbalanced with 4 receivers to the right? You always need someone doing stats. It's important to track the stats for every varsity football team. And we do toss. Hey, you know what? I will give Maple Grove credit. Unlike Prior Lake, Maple Grove did toss the football the correct way. Ooh, Minnetonka with the bear front again. 0-3-0. Jam call. They're getting an up call from the backers. And we're running split zone again. Nope, this time it's regular inside zone or duo right. Nice hole. Oh, linebacker misses. Or is that the nose guard? That's the nose guard that missed. But again, he's arm tackling. If you're getting double teamed, did they slant him to the bottom? No, he's fighting outside shoulder and he's low. You got to fight. It looks like he's fighting the right half of man. And he tries to get off the block, but it's not quite there. And then Mr. Wright just keeps driving. He's going to be a good running back for Maple Grove. I don't think he's on the level of like a Chase Bjorgard necessarily, but just based on field vision, or who was it we were watching last week that had really good field vision? Was it last week? It must not have been last week. It was 2 weeks ago. I don't remember. So I formation, there's straight up running power here. Old school. And instead of following his blockers, he runs up the middle into the nose guard. Also doesn't help that the tight end completely whiffed his block on the outside backer. I know it's a rough day for number 8 at Maple Grove. But if he is whiffing it and the outside backer washes himself inside, follow your blockers and go outside of him. Yeah, out there. I don't know about that one. I should have some guy Windows do my windows. I'm sure if Mr. Donley would like to sell me something, he will get in touch with me. And just take a knee at that point. Nose guard's trying to blow it up, but not going to happen. And that's the end of the game. I guess my main thing is I'm kind of shocked. I was shocked at how many mistakes there were in this game. I get it's a huge game. The stands are packed on both sides, very loud game. But it didn't look like either team was all that solid on technique, which is really strange considering this is the 8th game of the regular season for both teams. Yeah, I don't know about that. And you kind of saw polar opposites on offense with the playbooks. Minnetonka's run game gets a gold star. That's pretty fantastic. Receiver blocking needs to be improved. But, and the main thing I'm going to say with Minnetonka is double teams the point of attack. And then the second was the play actions. The play actions have to look like your base run plays. You can't do GT play action and then not run GT counter before it. That to me, that's just a dead giveaway. That was definitely a head scratcher. And make sure we practice kick returns. Special teams needs improvement. And I guess maybe work on shotgun snaps too. It was more so like Maple Grove took advantage of all the miscues that Minnetonka gave them there. 28 points alone without the field goal. Actually, the field goal too, because I think that came off of an interception. So all 31 of Maple Grove's points were essentially given to them, or they took advantage of a miscue from Minnetonka. There was the botched snap on 4th down in the second quarter that led to a touchdown. There was the ensuing kick return where they just didn't get the ball, and Maple Grove easily just picked it up. And then that was another 7 points. Game's now tied. And then after that, what was the next miscue? It was another 4th down bad snap. That was it. And then Maple Grove went down and scored. And then, you get back in the game. You get another touchdown offense. It's tied 21-21. So it's like, hey, maybe you can make something happen. And then, was it the 4th down stop? Or I don't even remember what it was that time. And then, obviously, there were the 2 picks at the end of the game. So it's like, just what? Huh? Yeah, I was really surprised to see so many mistakes from the 2 teams that made the state title game. Really strange. But obviously, very talented rosters and a lot of good coaches over there. I think they need to practice technique a little bit more. And then looking at Maple Grove, very athletic, very physical kids. They don't quite have like the technique or the discipline of like a Centennial team like we saw last week. It looks like they just kind of play fast, and both defenses were pretty predictable. They both stacked a safety down. They never budged out of their coverage until Maple Grove sort of shifted to cover one at the end, and Minnetonka didn't really take advantage of that. Neither team's really adjusted all that much either. But yeah, flipping over to Maple Grove, I think the offensive playbook, kind of like Rosemount or Prior Lake, might be getting too big. I guess think about it from like a general perspective. You only have a finite amount of time in your practice. Do you suck away indie time or skelly time and practice more team time in order to get more reps at all those plays? Then your technique suffers. But if you do more technique, you don't have time to practice all those plays. Like with Rosemount, we saw they have way too many plays and they're masters of none of them. So I guess offensively, Maple Grove's going to have to kind of decide what direction they go in with that, especially if the classes they have coming up aren't as talented as these last 3 that they've had. They do have a good foundation, but yeah, maybe consider maybe condensing the offensive playbook a little bit. And then defensively, again, it was very good. It was just a little bit predictable with the safety coming down, and that tells you where the blitz is. Not that Minnetonka ever really took advantage of that, but yeah, so I guess it doesn't matter in the long run for either team if they do that, because neither team took advantage of that. So strange. Yeah, I don't know. And now after watching this, like, I was sold on Minnetonka winning the state title and are just like being the favorite to win the state title in 2025. After watching this, I'm not so sure, especially if they lost a lot of players on defense. I think they'll be able to still score, but now after watching the way some of their offense was set up, yeah, how much can you rely on Caleb Francois GH counter the whole way? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Minnetonka has plenty of kids to come up and play, so who knows? We'll find out next season. I do want to apologize again. I did say this was going to be a double-parter where we looked at the state title game, but going back to the league pool, the state title game is not there. And I looked back into the 2023 and 2022 seasons. Neither of those state title games are there either. So yeah, it's just a real, like, I looked at the Centennial one, it wasn't in there. It's just a real bummer that we do not get to see that game. So yeah, again, I apologize. I did not check that ahead of time. But yeah, that's probably going to be it for tonight's stream. Right at midnight. Look at that, 5 hours. If you have not already, make sure to go follow the YouTube channel. If you are watching and you're not subscribed, would definitely appreciate that. It's where you can catch all the live streams. You can watch all the past live streams, even those when my PC's crashed in between. Egan and STMA are some awesome ones. Obviously, last week, Rosemount Centennial was good, and then we covered these two big teams this week. And then if you have not, also go and follow me on Instagram. I'm so close to 100 followers on Insta. It'd be awesome if we could bump that up from 98 to 100. Have I started coach practice? No. Lakeville Public Schools got out like way late compared to everybody else. We just had our last day of school yesterday or 2 days ago. So yeah, we're not starting football practice for another week yet. Just to give the kids a little bit of time to enjoy summer break. But yeah, make sure to go follow on Instagram. Make sure to go subscribe on YouTube. Give the video a like. Got to fight that YouTube algorithm. And then just a review from the beginning. This is the upcoming schedule for the next few weeks. Going to do Wyzetta versus Eden Prairie next week. And then next 2 weeks after that is going to be the blackout period. No contact with student athletes or anything. So I'm going to try and get some videos pre-recorded and then get those released on those dates. Reviewing Rogers, Moorhead, and Andover one. Having AI pick the entire 2025 season for another one. And then when we come back from that kind of blackout period, going to do Champlain Park versus Coon Rapids from the 2023 season. So yeah, should be a fun one. Thank you all for watching. Greatly appreciated. And definitely stay hydrated. That's one thing I forgot to do. I always have my water bottle down here, but I only had one drink tonight with it. That's rough. Did I see Anoka already had a joint practice? I did. You know what? It was funny. I was just actually looking at YouTube subscriptions here. The Minnesota High School Football Network. Oh, funny. There's 2 Coach Lance videos. He just posted yesterday that there was a joint practice here between Cambridge, Isanti, and Anoka. Isanti? However you say that. I'm not familiar with them. I know they're 5'18". Anoka throwing up the deep balls in 7-on-7. I think I only watched halfway through this. I saw some of the linemen one-on-ones. I want to see team time, though. I don't think I got to that. We'll watch a little bit of this. If you have not already, by the way, go give Caleb a follow. He does an absolutely awesome job. Where my interception at? Kids always want credit. Lineman one-on-ones. Ooh, fell down. Why is the lineman at number 1? Top on the feet. Hands are a little bit too high inside, a little too wide. Ooh, nice rip move. Ooh, got to turn shoulder and dip that shoulder more. 4-point stance, nose guard, solid bull rush. That's a nice rip and dip of the shoulder. Oh, that's a good chop. Only problem is you didn't get your... No, why do we go to a swim move? So, as soon as he does a swim move right here, you have your head down, you get this arm up, and you push his armpit, hand on armpit, and just drive that straight up like that. If any D lineman ever tries to swim you and you're no lineman, as soon as they get up like that, hand here, push up, you have him beat easily. Hands way too wide, you threw him down, but he did a good job protecting. Holding? Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm not calling penalties. I'm not an official. I'll let the coaches of the two teams practicing decide that. Oh, this is team time. This is what we want to see up next. Yep. Toss. Interesting. Anoka with the motion into the toss. They're in pistol. Oh, that's their famous, like, whatever the tornado play is, play action. We know all about that. They cooked us with that. Oh, nice pass. Low snap. Pump fake. Fade. We just forget to cover deep? I don't know. And it's not like Cambridge Asante doesn't see spread offenses. Don't they play in the same playoff section as Andover? That's yeah, they play Andover every year. So you should know how to stop a spread offense, I think. Oh, that's more of a power read. That's a Rodgers power read right there. Look at this. He's reading the mesh and he's watching the inside backers to see if they flow. He does a good, and sure enough, he keeps. Why? Look at the inside backers for Cambridge here. See how they way over pursue with the jet motion? And then quarterback cuts it up the middle. Chaska loves doing that same thing. I'm surprised they had a joint practice already. I am not. Knowing Coach Wasterick, he loves to get after it early and often with practice. And then getting another team to practice with him, that does not surprise me in the least. No, Lakeville South is not doing any joint practices. The closest we're doing to any joint stuff is, I believe, we are trying to host a scrimmage at the last week of summer camp. And I think Forest Lake wants to come to visit the scrimmage. St. Thomas Academy is going to be there. I'm trying to convince Coach Burke to invite Centennial to come down because, you know, we're going to see 3 Flexbone teams. You might as well scrimmage one to get a good look. But don't know if the Centennial Cougars would be interested in coming down to South for a scrimmage. I'd love to have them. They're a great program. Be a good look for us. I don't know how much would help them because they play a lot of spread offenses, especially this current season. Although I guess, you know, week 1 they do play Rosemount, physical running team. So invite Jefferson. I don't think Jefferson will want to come play against Lakeville South and St. Thomas and Forest Lake. Forest Lake will be, you know what? Maybe Jefferson might give us a decent look of what Mounds View does. I guess they're different enough. Really could use a 5A team that runs a lot of GH counter. Funny enough, Robbinsdale Armstrong actually wouldn't be that bad of an idea. Having them come up. Yes, St. Thomas Academy is 5A. You do have 5A and 6A teams cross for scrimmages. Like, I think Apple Valley scrimmaged with, like, Egan and some other teams, and I was like, oh, that's interesting. Or, like, Owatonna. You know who Owatonna scrimmaged? This is wild. Prior Lake, Farmington, and Eastview. It's kind of a weird mix of teams right there. Why would a coach want to do a joint practice? Because it's better to get live looks against another team. You know, it's one thing when you're doing team time against your own guys, but to really get the best feel of how your kids are going to play in a game, you have to have a kid in another colored jersey that wants to take your head off. That's really the only way to get a solid look. And then how do your kids respond to that? That tells you who wants to play this game. Quarterback run, didn't go anywhere. Was Anoka playing a 2-4 nickel? No, it looks like they're in their base 3-4 because they have a 0 technique. Also, what they run at the goal line there? Is that stretch? Yeah. Yes, joint practices do count as one of the 11. As do any practices at any, like, college or summer camp. Like, I know last year, Forest Lake, Shakopee and Maple Grove all went up to, where was it, Bemidji State for a summer camp up there. Every practice up there counts as one of those 11. What play was this? Looks like it's supposed to be a power of some sort. Interesting. Was there something missed here? What's Cambridge Asante's offense? They're making Anoka look like all-stars. Also, why is Anoka wearing all black practice jerseys? Their colors are maroon and white. Now, what play was this? Toss? We not block the outside backer? Bootleg. Oh, dropped an INT. Looked like they tried to go to a post wheel there, but not quite open. Oh, whoa. What was that passing mechanic? Coming out way wide out there. That might be, might need to be, 612Q's recommendation. Have them come out and work on some, mechanics. Could a coach do a one-on-one session with a player? No. As far as I know, that would not be allowed. Oh, what an INT. That's a nice clip. They're doing pistol run stuff here? That's solid. He's kind of bouncing off defenders. Looks like power, they pulled, and then he... Okay. So, where did the pull go? Pull went over this way, right? Oh, no. Oh, boy. Okay, this is a blown up play. I feel bad for Cambridge. This is on the film. Both guards pull into each other. I don't know which way the play was supposed to go. And then the running back just ends up bouncing it outside. And an unblocked Anoka outside backer gives him the business. Did Ladd ever respond about Tanner Morgan? No, Coach Ladd did not respond about Tanner Morgan. A lot of scrambling. Anoka, nobody open. Scramble. Well, obviously they're not going to hit the quarterback, so down him. Solid. I like it. Hey, it's great that coach is getting in contact with Caleb, and he's getting lots of reps, or he's giving them good exposure. We love to see that. I want to see if any of these got any more comments. I know some of these got comments. No, those are just the same. Raynard went to 6A a few years back and didn't change. Now, sort of true. Shakopee is winning the whole thing. Don't know about that. Can we watch some semi-games? Probably another day. It's already after midnight, so I don't think I'm going to be starting another new game. And then that is 0 comments. So, yeah, probably not doing another new game tonight. My apologies, Mr. Rich. A few... You know what? You're asking so nicely. Maybe we'll look at... Is Minnetonka Anoka up here? No. What did I load into other items earlier? This is the wrong season. I'm like, why is none of this stuff in here? Well, because I didn't... No, this is the right season. That's 24-25. Oh, that's because I put it under other items. There it actually is. There's a Centennial game. Oh, yeah, some random Centennial thing. So, yeah, you know what? Maybe it's on YouTube. We'll watch a quick... Now, like I said, it's already pretty late. I'm thinking that we'll probably watch some... Well, obviously, we're going to watch more film next week. We're going to do the Wyzetta Eden Prairie game. That'll be a blast. 2 more 6A teams out west. Yeah, like I said, go give the Instagram a follow. We're 2 followers away from hitting 100, so would love to finally hit 100. And if you have not already, go give the YouTube channel a subscription. Where I do all my live streams, turn on notifications. That way you always know when I'm streaming. So, yeah, would love... let me just pull it up. Google account. There you go. Coach Lance on YouTube. Would love to see it. You will have to ask Coach Burke why they don't post the state. You know what? If I get the chance, I'll ask him that. But my guess is it's probably owned by the state high school league, and they're like, no, you can't post that. Or K45 TV covers that. Maybe that's why, because it's their footage. Who knows for sure. But yeah, thank you all for